Hello dear reader, I am so happy you're here. One note before we get going is that there are some free Reindeer Pass digital download goodies for you linked in the description. I hope you check them out. As always, please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Memories and Mistletoe by Mallory Ford. Book 1 in Christmas in Reindeer Pass. Chapter 1. Thanksgiving Day. Just outside Reindeer Pass, Montana. Hannah, Charlie Edwards' annoyingly calm tone placated from the other end of the line. Stop spiraling. You can do this. Becca is a great boss, and she'll have you prepared for culinary school whenever you decide to go. She's also one of my best friends, and she knows what it's like to need a change. Charlie made it sound so easy. She'd lived in Reindeer Pass for years in hiding after witnessing awful crimes at the hands of some powerful men. Thankfully, she'd managed to go back to her home on Magnolia Island and rekindle things with the man she never got over, Aidan Jameson. They were a perfect couple, and it wouldn't surprise Hannah if they got engaged over the holidays. But Charlie was cut from some stronger stuff than Hannah, she was convinced of it. She came upon yet another snowy switchback, the kind that would have her tumbling off to her death before she even got to town if she wasn't careful. After all, Montana ranked 4th in winter vehicle fatalities, with nearly 500 losing their lives from it every year. Yes, she'd looked it up, and unfortunately her brain wouldn't let her forget it. What a shame it would be if she'd finally stood up to her parents only to drive off the side of a mountain. Hello? Hannah, did you hang up on me? Of course not, she sighed. The roads are just really snowy here, and I'm trying to talk to you, watch my GPS, and not fall off one of these switchbacks. Technically, she'd also been thinking about how disappointed her parents were in her as well, but Charlie didn't need to know that. Hannah's parents looked perfect compared to Charlie's, despite their need to control every aspect of her life. In fact, my phone is about to die because I forgot my car charger, and I really need it to get into town. Can I call you later this week? Sure thing, Charlie said. The banging around in the kitchen on her end of the line told Hannah her friend was engaging in a little late-night baking therapy. She often did so, having developed the habit in the years she'd lived in Reindeer Pass. But if you don't at least text me tomorrow so I know you got into town safely, I'll call Becca. Trust me, you don't want her mama bear energy turned on you. With a chuckle, Charlie hung up and gave Hannah the opportunity to focus on the snowy mountain roads. They probably weren't all that dangerous at the speed she was going, especially since they'd been mostly cleared from earlier cars. Still, it was well after dark, nearing midnight, and only being able to see as far ahead as her headlights illuminated had Hannah's hands clenched on the steering wheel. Snow fell in gentle flakes, but at least it wasn't an all-out snowstorm. Despite her phone nearly being dead, she did have plenty of gas in the car to close the last 10 miles into town. Had she made a mistake? Charlie set this job up with Becca when Hannah had come in crying to the Magnolia Island Bakery after a day of class. She hated law school, but the only reason she'd agreed to do it was her parents were holding her trust fund hostage until she finished. They'd made a deal with her once she finished and passed the bar, she could choose to go to culinary school or not, but a conversation with her father the week before had made it abundantly clear they had no plans to uphold their end of the bargain. Tristan and Allison Cochran loved her in their own way, but they were so blinded by their own definition of success they couldn't see how deeply unhappy she was. When Dad had mentioned setting up a job for her at his firm once she graduated, she'd reminded him of their deal. He'd hemmed and hawed until she finally got him to admit they figured she'd drop the whole baking thing by then. Snow fell softly from the inky black sky, and Hannah slowed even further on the curvy roads. Becca had agreed to let her work over the holidays, as the weeks from Thanksgiving to New Year's saw the ski resort town slammed with tourists. After the holidays, they could both reevaluate their plans. Hannah didn't really have many options. She'd walked away from her trust fund when she realized the strings attached to it, the single bravest thing she'd ever done in her whole life. No, she'd do her best to make this work despite the anxiety she felt over the lack of a clear plan. Just before she began to emotionally spiral again, a bright red and green sign popped up in the distance. Welcome to Reindeer Pass, population 2000, almost glittered in the glow of her headlights, and she wondered if it was done on purpose. A mistletoe illustration adorned the top of the sign, and Christmas lights had been hung to frame it. Just as she rolled onto Main Street, her phone beeped once more and gave up the ghost. The timing was good, if nothing else, though now she had no way to contact her boss or her landlord. Apparently, Becca's younger brother, Jayce, owned a garage apartment on his property Charlie had actually rented for a bit. It was a studio, but plenty of room for one person. Well, Lord, we made it. Thank you for getting me here in one piece. The streetlights were dim, but they lit the way well enough for her to spot the happy white building with Reindeer Pass Bakery emblazoned on the sign out front. There was a small porch out front Hannah imagined held tables and chairs during the day, and a large strand of Christmas garland spread around the doorframe. She couldn't see inside, but wreaths on the windows told her the place was likely quite cheery in the daytime. For the first time since she hung up with Charlie, she took a deep, cleansing breath. Should she try and find someone who could lead her to Becca or Jayce? No, it was late, and they were probably asleep already. She could sleep in her car, and she'd already be there in the morning when the bakery opened. The streets were empty as she glanced around, but she locked her doors anyway just in case. The place looked like a winter wonderland with all the businesses' decorations adorning their porches and windows. Thankful she'd thought to bring one of her large fleece blankets from home. Hannah pulled it up front from the back seat before grabbing her coat as well. Her coat wasn't thick enough since she was from the South, but she'd fix her clothing issues after she received her first paycheck. After a quick contortion to push her arms into the sleeves, Hannah zipped it up with a grin at her t-shirt. Graphic t-shirts with baking puns were most of her wardrobe, and this one was no different. Batter together was written in big block letters across the top, while a mixing bowl and whisk covered the stomach, the whole thing printed on a green shirt folks said brought out her hazel eyes. Those eyes, a souvenir to go with her strawberry blonde hair, were basically the only ways in which she resembled her mother. No, thoughts of her mother's disappointment in her choice and the reminder she'd missed Thanksgiving with her family, stiff and overly formal as they always were, would only send her back into dark places. She'd finally arrived in a place that just might let her be who she was. Turning the car off, Hannah leaned her seat back as far as it would go with her bags in the back seat, pulling the blanket up to her chin. If I've made a mistake, Lord, she prayed quietly. Make it abundantly clear to me. I know I'm not cut out for law, and the only thing that's ever appealed to me is baking, but I don't know what your plan is here. Show me, please. Chief, the familiar grating voice of Janice Peabody broke through Jayce Todd's sleepy brain. You've got to do something about these squatters. Why, one of them is sleeping in her car in front of the bakery right now. It was past midnight, and nights like tonight made Jayce regret that everyone in town had his cell number. Sure, he was the chief of police. He wanted them to call in case of emergencies, but this was not at all emergent. Not to mention, their night dispatch worker, Belinda, was up at the station twiddling her thumbs for lack of calls. Mrs. Janice, has the woman done anything threatening to you or anyone else? Mrs. Janice lived in an apartment above her antique shop on Main Street, so she often called if anything looked even slightly amiss. Has there been any vandalism? Thoughts of vandalism had him running a hand over his face. With ski season at the resort and the baking competition being hosted there, he'd had to bring on a couple more deputies beyond his normal team of 4. Ski season would last into March, but at least the Christmas crowd and baking groupies would be gone soon. Baking groupies. Now that's a term he never thought he'd say. They didn't prefer to be called groupies, but what else could he call them? They'd all rolled into town a few days before to participate in the studio audience of the Mistletoe Magic baking competition and done nothing but crowd up the streets and yarn bomb things ever since. Who knew there was such a crossover between the baking and knitting crowd? Certainly not Jayce. Mrs. Janice huffed, clearly annoyed by his line of questioning. No, but her car is off, and it's well below freezing tonight. Unless you want a frozen corpse on your hands in the morning, you'd better get down here and get her to move on. Besides, folks sleeping in cars is trashy, and we're a classy town. Jayce rolled his eyes at the woman's clear lack of empathy, but he knew Mrs. Janice well enough to know it wouldn't do any good to try and educate her. Sure thing, Mrs. Janice. I'll be down there shortly. Rather than don his full uniform, Jayce pulled on a pair of jeans, his snow boots, and his thick puffer coat as he grabbed his badge and flashlight. Jogging through the cold night to his truck, he shivered as he turned up the heat. Come on, heat up quickly. Normally, he'd have parked it in his detached garage, but he'd be getting a new tenant the next day and didn't plan to park in the structure while she was there. Hannah Cochran was his sister's new temporary employee and his new tenant. He'd run a background check on her that came up clean, and Charlie had vouched for her as well. As long as she wasn't any trouble, she could rent the garage apartment as long as she wanted. As he drove, the thought the woman in her car might be Hannah made his chest tighten a little. How long had she been out there, and why didn't she call to let them know she'd arrived? Even if it was late, he'd have been happy to come out and help her get settled. Reaching the bakery, he pulled up next to a sedan packed full to the gills with bags and clothes. Either the woman was living in her car, or she was Hannah. He couldn't quite tell at first glance, but the woman looked to be wrapped in a blanket with a knitted hat atop her head. Doing his best not to startle her, he tapped his fingers on the window. Ma'am, he called. Ma'am, I'm Chief of Police Jayce Todd. Are you all right? She stirred awake, removing her hat and squinting at him. Through the window, she narrowed her eyes at him. Can you lower the flashlight? You're blinding me. Sorry, he said as he directed it lower. I'm afraid you can't sleep here. Do you need some help? She removed her hat, and he recognized the strawberry blonde hair from her license picture, mussed and flattened from the hat. Mercy, she was even prettier in person despite the lack of any makeup. How do I know you're not an axe murderer? Biting back a chuckle, Jayce shrugged. Well, first of all, I have this. He pulled his badge from his back pocket and held it against the window. Second, you're welcome to Google the town website. My picture is on there. She bit her lip, studying him as she did so. My phone's dead, so I guess I'll have to believe you. Her eyes suddenly widened. Am I under arrest? This woman was going to keep things interesting, that was for sure. No, but if I really was an axe murderer, telling me your phone's dead is a good way to get yourself killed. She sighed and unlocked her car door. Pushing it open, she stepped out into the cold air. Her shoes were nowhere near warm enough, nor were her leggings. She wrapped a blanket around her shoulders and leaned against the car. Is there a hotel with someone working the desk now? I don't really have much money, but I do have a credit card dash. Jayce held up a gloved hand, intent on getting her out of the cold as quickly as possible. You're Hannah Cochran, right? Yes. Realization dawned then. Oh right, you said your name is Jayce. Jayce Todd is my new landlord. Sorry, I didn't catch your last name the first time. I am Hannah Cochran, and if I could follow you to the garage apartment, I'd be grateful. Her southern accent was cute, but her lack of northern preparedness was not. Not with no snow chains you won't. Come on, grab what you need for the night, and we can get the rest in the morning. She opened her mouth to argue, but her clear fatigue won out. Grabbing a pillow and a backpack from her back seat, she shut her car door and locked it back. For the record, she said with a smirk making her even prettier. I'm still not completely convinced you're not an axe murderer. Jayce took her bag from her and opened the passenger door to his truck. I can assure you, I'm not an axe murderer. I don't pull off the lumberjack style very well, and I'm not nearly charming enough to be a serial killer. Fair. As they drove the 5 or so minutes to Jayce's house and her apartment, he pointed out a couple of spots in town that might interest her. There's the square. Any town events usually take place there unless it's just too cold to try, and even then we usually still do. During the day, it'll be filled with baking groupies sitting in circles and knitting while they wait for the baking competition to start. He huffed, his opinion clear. Hannah shifted in her seat. Oh right, the Mistletoe magic competition. Becca mentioned it would be happening, and I'll help hold down the fort at the store while she and her assistant compete. I can't wait to watch. You and just about everyone else in town, he grumbled. What's your issue with knitting? And did you call the folks who came to watch a baking groupies? Oops. Maybe he'd offended her? I only call them that because I can't come up with a better name, but they definitely make my job harder. She was quiet for a moment. Jayce wondered if he ought to apologize, but she broke the silence first. Breadheads? That's a better name for them.
Oh.
Or donuts. Get it? She broke into a slightly nervous giggle, and Jayce couldn't help but laugh along with her. Did you just come up with that out of thin air? Hannah shrugged, her giggles dying down. My brain is an interesting place, but it comes in handy at times. They drove the rest of the way trading small talk Jayce normally hated but somehow didn't mind with her. She told him a little about Magnolia Island, and he gave her a rundown of some of the events that would happen in town leading up to Christmas. As he handed her the keys to her apartment and placed her bags just inside the door so as to not invade her living space, Jayce couldn't help but wonder if he could work out a trip to the bakery tomorrow. It had been a long time since a woman had affected him. He really didn't have time for dating at the moment, but Hannah was different than any woman he'd ever met. He'd like to talk to her more. As he reached the bottom of the stairs outside the apartment, he turned back to wave just as Hannah moved inside. You've got my number. Text if you can't figure out the heat or anything. I turned it on today, so it should definitely be more comfortable than your car. Thanks. She moved to step inside the apartment but whipped back around to face him.
Oh.
Pirates. She cracked herself up again, and Jayce knew Becca and his buddy, Micah, would rip him if they saw how big he smiled at the moment. Yep. This girl was different, and he was in trouble. Chapter 2. Hannah woke up the next morning to the sun streaming directly onto her face. She'd forgotten to close the curtains the night before, and the simple white shades were no match for the bright Friday morning. Feeling around on the bedside table for her phone, blurry since she hadn't put her contacts in yet, Hannah took in the time. It was 6:20 a.m., 10 minutes before her alarm was set to go off, but her anticipation at starting her new job meant the sleep melted from her as quickly as the snow would melt in the spring. Pulling on a pair of leggings and a long-sleeve t-shirt which said "Baker's Gonna Bake," Hannah debated whether or not to actually style her thick mane of strawberry blonde waves or just throw it up in a bun. She'd have to put it up anyway if Becca let her in the kitchen, but at least she'd have it down for a first impression. Her sparkly pink Converse shoes weren't exactly the most weather-appropriate footwear, but they were comfortable and would boost her confidence on her first day. The shoes, combined with the multicolored pink cardigan she pulled over her t-shirt, felt right, and she'd warm up as she walked anyway. Studying herself in the mirror, she wondered what Jayce would think in the daytime of her style. The sweater she knit herself happy and whimsical. To hear the mean girls growing up, she dressed in cat lady chic, though the last part was more sarcastic than anything. It was silly, really, since she didn't even have a cat and never had. Still, the girls at school had never really understood her tendency to spout off random facts as though her brain-mouth filter had broken and been replaced with freaky recall. When she was 10, the doctors had called it an eidetic memory, but it couldn't technically be termed that anymore because it was more of a childhood thing. She'd baffled the neurologists and psychologists her entire adolescence until she'd realized she could refuse testing just before her 20th birthday. Her parents hadn't been happy, but it was her decision. Through all the bullying and difficulty making friends, Hannah had eventually found solace in baking, something that felt natural when social norms and sleepovers never had. Pulling her cardigan more tightly around her to ward off at least some of the cold, Hannah pulled open her apartment door and stepped out onto the landing. Distracted by locking up after herself, she didn't even notice her car sat in the driveway until she was nearly halfway down the stairs. What? Had Jayce driven her car over last night after she went to bed? But he'd said she didn't need to drive it without weight. Sludging through the thick snow and soaking her shoes, socks, and calves with icy water, she realized he'd not only shoveled a path out of the driveway, but he'd also put snow chains on her tires. The road was covered with snow still, but that was what the chains were for, right? Touched by the thoughtfulness, but also a little embarrassed he'd think her unprepared for the weather here, Hannah quickly carried the rest of her things upstairs to the fully furnished apartment. After a good night's sleep, she could appreciate the crisp white walls and cozy cabin touches. The couch was white with black throw pillows, and a black and red plaid blanket lay draped over the back. Most of the other furniture looked like pine, and there were red and black accents throughout the room. The comforter was red, while the pillows were variations of white, red, and black. The nightstand was another pine piece, which appeared to match the end tables for the couch, TV stand, and small dining room table perfectly. Checking her watch, Hannah realized she'd spent more time than she'd intended perusing the apartment and needed to get a move on. With a deep breath, she stepped back out into the freezing temperatures. At least she'd get to drive rather than walk. Her sedan's windshield had already been scraped free of the icy cover she imagined had adorned it that morning, something else she could thank Jayce for. Still, the pieces of her who wanted so badly to prove herself pricked at any self-confidence she'd gained from walking out on her parents' expectations. The engine turned over just fine, something she'd wondered about after leaving it outside in the cold all night, and Hannah made her way over the snow-covered streets in the direction they'd come the night before. Reindeer Pass was even more beautiful in the daytime, to the point it took her breath away. The entire street was lined with two-story buildings that both connected and had their own styles. Some were in an English Tudor style, some were white, and others looked reminiscent of log cabins. Covered front porches connected all the way down the street, and most of the businesses had balconies off their second floors as well. Christmas lights and decorations hung from every single one, and even the street lamps had red and white ribbons strung around them. All the beauty was punctuated by a gorgeous mountain rising up at the end of the street with what had to be the Reindeer Pass ski resort dotting the landscape. The sky was blue that morning, a far cry from the inky black of the night before, and Hannah could admit she'd never been so captivated by a town in her life. Magnolia Island was beautiful, and it was a tourist destination in and of itself, but there was something about coming fresh into a place as an adult. You appreciated things more. Even the town square, snow covering most of the playground, had a cute covered pavilion also draped in Christmas cheer. Pulling to a stop across the street from the bakery, Hannah suddenly felt a wave of nerves wash over her. Becca had seemed so nice on the phone, but what if she was disappointed with Hannah's lack of training? Stop it, Hannah muttered to herself. She's Charlie's best friend, and the Lord led you here. Trust that, and get out of your head. She hadn't realized a gorgeous blonde who somehow managed to look perfect despite all the layers necessary for the cold day stepped in front of her until she'd nearly bowled her over. Oh my goodness, she said as she grabbed the bakery's stair rail to catch her balance. I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. The woman, petite with black leggings and a bright pink puffer jacket, raised an eyebrow at her. I'll say. You were too busy talking to yourself. Even her earmuffs were cute over her impeccably curled hair with perfect highlights and a clearly recent blowout. Her boots, equally as stylish as the rest of her, were black and boasted the expensive brand name right on the front. Despite her beauty, the woman's eyes were cold as she let her gaze pass from Hannah's head to her toes. I'm guessing you're here for the baking competition? Kind of. She was. It just wasn't to watch it like the woman probably imagined. I'm Hannah, and I'm sorry again for almost running you over. Technically, the woman had stepped into her path, but Hannah should have been watching more closely anyway. She gestured up the steps towards the bakery to allow the woman to go first. After you. Thanks, the woman said without giving her name. Moving up the steps with a dancer's grace, Blondie allowed the door to shut behind her right in Hannah's face. Cool, Hannah muttered again. Nice to meet you too, Hannah. I'm Blondie, and I inexplicably hate you on sight. Conviction pricked her then, as she had no idea what the woman might be going through. Looks could be deceiving, and the Lord called them to show kindness and compassion even when someone shut a door in your face. Despite Blondie's impatient toe tapping in the line for the register, Hannah barely registered her as she took in the place which would be her home away from home for at least the next month. The Magnolia Island Bakery was cute and fun, but this place was like a Christmas movie and all her dreams rolled into one. One side of the walls were lined with exposed brick and chalkboards touting the menu. Well-lit pastry cases, at least 6 of them in total, ran all the way down the counter, and each one was full to the brim with gorgeous confections. The back wall was painted green with the Reindeer Pass Bakery logo loud and proud, and the third wall had a full mural of all kinds of baked goods painted in such a way to enhance the place rather than make it too busy. The counter was made of neutral wood, and the whole place was awash with bright, natural light. Tables for two lined the entire left wall directly across from the pastry cases, and another couple of tables for larger parties sat in the front right at the window. Images were important to Hannah, as they often stuck with her for much longer than other folks, but that wasn't all she'd remember about her first moments in the building. No, the smell was the stuff of dreams, and Hannah took a moment to just take it in. Cinnamon, cloves, butter, rising bread, berries, and about 100 other scents melded together in a perfect bakery smell which could only be achieved by lots of different dishes. Low-level chatter, laughter, and the occasional sound of an oven closing in the back punctuated the space's welcome assault on her senses. She'd almost forgotten she had a job to do until a familiar deep voice sounded behind her. "Just gonna stare at it all day, or do you plan to meet my sister?" Hannah whirled around and giggled at how silly she must have looked. "Sorry, I just had to take it all in." She shrugged her shoulders, but couldn't find it in herself to be all that embarrassed about it. "I mean, look at this place." Though, now that Jayce had arrived all official and handsome in his uniform, the bakery wasn't the only thing vying for her attention. His close-cropped beard accented his strong jaw and traveled up its line to meet the rest of his dark brown hair. Hannah was a solid 6 inches shorter than him, which had to put him at 6'1" or so. He stepped back and studied her outfit the same way Blondie had, though it wasn't disdain that crossed his face. "Is that the warmest outfit you have?" His brows furrowed together in concern. "You'll get frostbite in those shoes." His concern, while logically appreciated, also made her feel a little bit like a child being scolded for going out without her coat. "I don't have a need for such things in Magnolia Island. I plan on expanding my winter wardrobe a bit when I can. Thanks for the snow chains and scraping my windshield, by the way. That saved me time this morning." Glancing over her shoulder with a scowl that hadn't been there before, Jayce seemed a little distracted. "Have you met Becca yet?" "I haven't." What was he looking at? Or rather, who? As soon as Hannah's curiosity got the better of her, she wished she hadn't looked. Blondie stood in the bakery's line with her arms crossed over her chest and shooting Hannah a glare that would probably melt all the snow in town and then some. Is that your girlfriend? I don't want to make any enemies on my first day in town. You can go tell her I'm just your tenant, and you're being helpful." "What?" "Oh, no, that's Jamie. She's an ex, but her face is like that most of the time." Taking her arm, Jayce shook his head lightly as though to dispel whatever unpleasant memories assailed him. "There's Becca now." Why did Jamie choose today, of all days, to visit the bakery? Actually, if the number of times she'd texted and called him recently were any indication, he wouldn't be surprised if she came in hopes of seeing him. Every single attempt to reach out had gone unanswered, but the woman was like a dog with a bone. Thankfully, his sister was a welcome distraction as she hustled in from the kitchen, her dark brown hair pulled into some sort of weird bun on the top of her head. "Jayce. I didn't know you were coming in this morning. I'd have had a coffee ready for you. And likely a muffin too, as his big sister's tendency to spoil him was a sight to behold. I didn't plan to, but I figured I'd see if Hannah got here okay." As soon as the words left his mouth, Becca's eyes lit up. "Hannah, oh, I'm so happy you're here. Lainey is great at the register, but my other baker, Sarah, is running late this morning." She gestured behind her. "As you can see, we're a little backed up." A smile split Hannah's face and showcased a dimple he hadn't noticed the night before, which made every second behind he'd be at work once he got back worth it. She'd curled her hair a little that morning, the long strawberry blonde locks somehow perfect with the multicolored sweater she'd pulled on over her t-shirt. "Baker's gonna bake," it said. Of course, his sister noticed right away. "Oh my goodness, I love your shirt. And your shoes." Becca continued to fuss over her new employee's outfit long enough for Jamie to finish up at the register and approach. "Hey, Jayce," Jamie said in a low voice, probably meant to entice. "Did you get my text?" Shoving his hands in his pockets, Jayce did his best to ignore his sister's eye roll and Hannah's wide-eyed interest. What's going on with your voice? There's something going around, so you might want to go over and see Micah at the clinic. Micah Kane was Jayce's buddy and the town's only doctor. He'd taken over the practice from his father a few years before after a fancy residency in New York. Becca snorted and took Hannah by the arm to show her around the place, but Becca froze when she glanced back at them and spotted something in the bakery's front window. He knew that face, as he'd seen it plenty growing up. Becca's skin drained of color just as the front door opened and her right-hand woman, Sarah Quinn, moved through the doorway with a guilty look on her face and her arm in a sling. Micah followed her in his scrub bottoms and a thick coat, the two of them best friends since childhood. Becca, Sarah said with tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry. What happened? To his sister's credit, she didn't say a word about the mistletoe magic competition. Sarah was her secret weapon, a whiz with unique flavors in a way that surpassed even Becca's intuition. Are you all right? Micah placed a hand on Sarah's shoulder, and the two of them shared a look that communicated as well as any siblings. She nodded, and he spoke up then. She fell down the steps at her apartment this morning, and she's broken 2 of the bones in her arm. Stepping forward then, Sarah grabbed Becca's hand with her good one. I'm so sorry, but there's no way I can help you in the competition. I won't even be able to do anything but work the register for at least a month. 6 weeks, Micah said softly. Maybe more. Don't worry about the competition, Becca said quickly. What's important is you're all right. I'll figure it out. I can. Wait, Sarah, this is Hannah. Relief washed over Becca's features as she smiled once more. Hannah, change of plans. Are you ready for your TV debut? Chapter 3. Hannah paced back and forth as erratically as she could without slipping on ice and breaking her tailbone in the alley behind the bakery. A baking competition? And on TV, no less? Okay, so it wasn't technically on TV. The Mistletoe Magic Christmas Baking Competition took place every year in various winter resort towns around the country. What had started as a small competition with a low production budget streamed online had become something of a household name. Every year, the prize got bigger and bigger to the point that last year's purse was $25,000. Teams from small bakeries around the country competed, and it played live on one of the main streaming services in the United States. Unfortunately, any mistakes or stumbles would be broadcast to millions of viewers with no chance to edit. The thought alone made Hannah want to vomit. She just looked around for a trash can when the back door opened slowly and Becca and Jayce stepped out. They eyed her with caution, as though one might approach an injured deer. Hannah, Becca said softly. You don't have to do this. I didn't hire you to compete with me, and I can find someone to stand in if I need to. Just say the word, I'll send you back inside right now, and you can get to work making soft pretzels while we forget all about the competition. The disappointment on her boss's face was clear, and it chipped away a piece of Hannah's resolve. Unable to hold back, her words came tumbling out, but better words than vomit. Did you know pretzels are believed to be invented by monks in Europe sometime in the Middle Ages? The knot is thought to resemble praying hands. Why? Why did her brain spout random facts when she was nervous? It was one of the things that made the girls in school think her odd, and under normal circumstances she could control it. These weren't normal circumstances. Jayce's lip twitched, but he didn't appear to be laughing at her. Is that so? Sobering again, he stepped around his sister to stand in front of Hannah. Beck is right. You don't have to do this, but from everything Charlie told us about you, you're far more talented than you realize. Becca would be in charge, and all you'd have to do is be her minion. He leaned in closer with a mock stage whisper. Besides, if you don't do this, there's a good chance I'm going to end up as her sous chef, and no one wants that. Behind him, Becca's shoulders shook with laughter. He's not wrong, but it's your decision. The hope on her face was too much, and Hannah let out a deep sigh. Fine, but please don't make me talk to the camera. There's no way something embarrassing won't come out of my mouth and humiliate the whole bakery. As her adrenaline slowed, Hannah realized just how cold she was in just her long-sleeve shirt and sweater. Her toes, not at all cozy in her canvas sneakers, had started to go numb. A shiver ran down her body, and Jayce's amusement from a moment before faded. Come on, let's get you back inside before you get frostbite and can't compete either. He gestured for her to lead the way, and she briefly registered him grumbling about Southern girls and their lack of appropriate clothing. Despite his tone, her lips quirked up at his swings from grumpy to friendly, clearly triggered by a need to care for others. Becca brought up the rear and began the process of showing her around the kitchen, the place Hannah truly felt at home. By the time they'd finished all her employment paperwork and Becca set her to work on her soft pretzel recipe, all the tension in Hannah's body had faded. She lost herself in the mixing, kneading, swirling, and sprinkling of the dough, fascinated by the multiple dipping sauce options Becca offered. Christmas music played softly through the speakers, and happy chatter from the front of the store drifted back into the kitchen. In fact, by the time she finished the pretzels and moved on to replenish the mini pecan pies in the pastry case, her stomach started growling. A quick glance at her watch told her it was noon already. Where had the time gone? Her stomach growled again to the point Becca looked up from her workstation icing cookies and giggled. I guess your boss should probably give you a break, huh? I get so busy half the time I forget to eat lunch, but it's only because I've been sampling the wares all morning. Give me time, Hannah replied. I've been known to accidentally mess up a mini quiche or two at work because they just look so good. It's hard to find the evidence if it's been eaten. Girl after my own heart, Becca said. Make yourself whatever you want for lunch and take a half hour. We're covered for the lunch rush, and tomorrow I'll do a better job of letting you take your break before it. If you go outside on the porch, it's really nice this time of day. We have heaters out there, so you won't freeze. To be fair, Hannah probably wouldn't be so excited to get to work tomorrow that she'd skip breakfast. Then again, maybe she would. That sounds really nice. Over the next few minutes, Hannah prepared herself a bacon, arugula, and cheddar panini on fresh ciabatta bread Becca had made earlier that day. She paired it with one of the basic side salads the bakery carried during lunchtime and a mini apple pie for dessert. She might gain a few pounds in Reindeer Pass with the freedom to work all day long in the bakery, but she just couldn't find it in her to mind to care. Jayce passed the bakery for the third time that day, fighting the urge to go inside and see how Hannah was doing more and more. The look on her face when Becca had asked her about the competition told him everything he needed to know about what she thought of her skills. Still, Becca had already texted him that morning to say she'd gotten the hang of every recipe she'd thrown at her and then some. What made the woman who'd wear an outfit like she did that day feel such a lack of confidence regarding her skills? She was an enigma, that much he knew for sure. Passing town square, he spotted another group of what had to be donuts hanging out and knitting. All held cups of coffee and bags from the bakery, so he couldn't complain too much, but the yarn bombing situation still needed to be dealt with. Yarn bombing. Who even knew that was a thing? Basically, they knitted little covers or sweater-like creations for signposts, street lamps, and anything else they could get their hands on. The large statue of the town's founder Reginald Garland, yes, the founder of a town famous for Christmas festivities, also had the last name of Garland, had been given a tacky Christmas sweater earlier in the week. To be fair, the sweater itself was pretty impressive, and clearly made for the oversized statue. Still, there were a few folks in town, Mrs. Peabody among them, who were less than impressed by such a blatant show of disrespect for the town and its history. Having been dead for 30 years, Jayce didn't think Mr. Garland would care, but it wasn't his call to make. After a quick walk through the square just to make his presence known, Jayce finished the rest of his walk about town with no real excitement. He'd found a few years back that having a presence in town during tourist season was a much more effective way to keep the peace than trying to hole up in his office and only coming when called. He was actually able to prevent issues if he made himself known, and that was ultimately the goal of his job. Jayce, wait up. The familiar grating voice of Jamie Lawson had him stifling a groan, but he'd be polite if nothing else. He turned, waiting for the woman who was as objectively beautiful as ever to catch up. Beautiful in looks, not so much in personality. Hey, Jamie, there a problem? Of course not. Can't I just chat with a friend? Were they friends? He didn't think so, but it also probably wasn't the time or place to correct her. Well, I'm working. So, if there's nothing specific exactly what do you know about the new girl who works for Becca? Jamie's eyes narrowed towards the front porch of the bakery, and Jayce followed her gaze until he spotted Hannah sitting there with what appeared to be lunch. He hadn't noticed her on his first walk through town, so she must have just come outside. She lifted her sandwich in a hesitant wave, a small smirk on her face as she took in the scene before her. Jamie, however, didn't seem one bit amused. Not sure what you mean, Jamie, but it's also none of your business. Her name is Hannah, by the way, which I believe you've been told. Completely ignoring the dig, Jamie shrugged. It's just weird, you know? No, I don't. Anyway, Jamie, I need to get go. I mean, who just up and arrives in a brand new town where they know no one? It's suspicious. She pursed her lips, the telltale sign Queen Jamie was displeased. I just hope she's got good intentions here. She touched his arm, and Jayce realized just how differently he reacted to it than he once did. In his early 20s, any attention from Jamie had made him feel about 10 feet tall, but once he'd seen her true colors, it had no effect on him whatsoever. If anything, it made him uncomfortable. Pulling his arm from her grasp, Jayce spoke with a tone he hoped conveyed just how done he was with this conversation. Thanks for your concern, Jamie, but Hannah was recommended by Bev Jameson, aka Charlie Edwards. The alias Charlie had gone by here never quite fit her, and no one who knew her well had had any trouble switching over to her real name when they learned what had happened. Have a good day. A good day might be stretching it, as he wouldn't mind if Jamie stepped in some mud in her $2,000 boots, but that wasn't very Christian of him. Becca always said Jamie gave her the opportunity to extend a hand in friendship, something much more Christ-like when she'd rather use it to slap her. He hadn't realized he'd walked in the direction of the bakery's front porch until Jamie's frustrated huff behind him pulled him back into the present. Hannah sipped her coffee with a glance at her watch. Howdy, neighbor. Oh, I've got another name for the baking groupies for you. Really? I'm partial to donuts, and it's what I've been using today. The guys at the station had gotten a kick out of it, as well as her other offerings. She grinned. Yep. Sconeheads. She laughed so hard she snorted, and Jayce couldn't help but join her. Her laugh was contagious. Get it? I think I'm still partial to donuts, but you keep coming. How is it this woman he just met made him feel more at ease than Jamie ever had in the entire 2 years they'd dated? Taking a lunch break? She nodded, holding up her sandwich in one hand and a mini pie in the other. Yep. This may be the best perk of the job, if I do say so myself. She took a large bite of her sandwich, her eyes going wide. Man, that's good. With a glance behind Jayce, she raised a brow in the direction he'd come from. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen anyone who hated me that much on sight. Does she know there's nothing going on here? Refusing to grant Jamie the satisfaction of any attention, Jayce sighed. She ought to, but it wouldn't really matter either way. Which of the mini pies is that? Becca had plenty of dishes to put any bakery on the map, but her mini pies had always been his favorite. Apple. Did you know they took dehydrated apple pies aboard the Apollo 11 mission? They had to be rehydrated before they ate them, which sounds absolutely disgusting to me. She breathed in the scent of the pie, her appreciation for the dish exactly what it deserved. But I might try it for these. They chatted a few more minutes before Hannah stood and brushed off her hands on her apron. I've got to get back in. Will you be at the filming tomorrow? She rocked back and forth in her sparkly pink shoes, completely wrong for the season but somehow just right for her. I still can't believe how all this worked out. I'm happy to help, and I hate that Sarah got injured, You'll be fine, Jayce said. Leaning on the porch railing from his spot on the street, he did his best to say something to make her feel more confident. To be honest, the whole competition was a little silly to him, but he knew how much it meant to Becca. All you'll really be doing is assisting Becca, and she's done competitions before. I'll be there to help my brother-in-law, Matt, with security, but I doubt you'll even notice me. But seriously, it's going to be great. Besides, what's the worst that can happen? Chapter 4. It had been 2 days, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, since she'd arrived in Reindeer Pass, and the low hum of anxiety and wondering if she made the right decision still hadn't waned. As they sat in the meeting room at the ski lodge, it was all she could do not to bite her fingernails down to the quick. She and Becca sat in plastic folding chairs while the producers milled about on stage. The meeting room itself was done up in a common lodge style, complete with a large window looking out onto the ski slopes and the town below. It was cloudy that morning, so the effect was dampened a little, but the fire in the gas fireplace made the effect more cozy than anything. They were the first team there, but others milled in as the two of them alternated between chatting and sitting in comfortable silence. Despite what Jayce seemed to think, Becca was clearly nervous about the turn of events. Deciding to guide Becca's anxiety in a more productive direction, Hannah asked, "Do you know any of the teams we'll be competing against?" Becca nodded and pointed to a pair of blondes moving through the door with large cups of coffee in their hands. "That's Ethan and Sophia Gallant from Cake Couture in Chicago." Her words were whispered despite the distance between the teams. They're brother and sister with a classic, elegant style. They specialize in high-end clients and run a popular social media page with over 100,000 followers. I don't know them personally, but my impression of them is that they're pretty competitive. Fair, Hannah replied as she watched the two of them. They each wore dress slacks and button-up shirts with their bakery's logo embroidered on the chest. It was a far cry from her and Becca's leggings and sweatshirts. Just then, a pair of older ladies came through the door, both wearing large grins in direct contrast to the game faces of Cake Couture. "Oh, they look fun. That's Mabel Collins and Betty Sue Pettis. They own Muffin Top Bakery in Gumbo Grove, Louisiana. I don't know much about them, as they haven't done much competing before, but their bios were impressive. They've run Muffin Top for over 40 years together, best friends and single moms who opened the place to support their children." Impressed, Hannah took in their loose sweaters and sensible shoes. "Is this the type of thing where we form alliances? If so, I want them." Becca laughed. "No, but I agree. The couple coming through the door is from Flower Power in Portland. They do a ton of vegan and gluten-free bakes, though they're also really talented with more traditional bakes. Their names are Echo and River Miller, and I believe they've got 2 children. Echo, the husband, wore a thick flannel shirt over faded khaki pants with well-worn hiking boots. His hair was long but well-kept and pulled back into a man bun. River wore a floral maxi skirt and bohemian tunic. Her wild curly hair was only held at bay by a multicolored headband, and her large feather earrings hung down nearly to her shoulders. "Did you get a bio on all these people, or do you just social media stalk everyone?" Becca shrugged, her face a little pink at being caught. "A little of both. I like to know who we're up against. Plus, I've been to workshops with Mabel and Betty Sue before. They're fantastic." Before they could say anything else, one of the producers stood. He was tall and broad, his gray hair and rosy cheeks reminded her a little of Santa. "Hello all, I'm Quincy Pine, the executive producer of the Mistletoe Magic Baking Contest and one of the executives at the Cooking and Baking Network. I recognize some of you, of course," he said with a wink. "And I look forward to getting to know the rest." His 3-piece suit was somehow both dressy and unassuming, but that might have more to do with the smattering of crumbs on his face from the refreshment table. "As you can tell," he gestured to his ample belly. "I have a deep love of food. My mother taught me how to cook when I was a small child, and there has never been a day so bad that sometime in the kitchen can't make it better." He chuckled, his smile that of a grandfather addressing his grandchildren. "When I decided to go into entertainment, my goal was always to showcase the brilliant creators who make food more than just momentary nourishment. I wanted folks to appreciate the art and science that blends to create a true culinary experience." If the man wasn't clearly so sincere, Hannah might second-guess him, but Mr. Pine had a reputation among the culinary world for being good to the talent and fair in his dealings. Some chefs could be incredibly controlling, and he didn't allow any of that on his shows. He'd also been the one to pitch and personally fund the first season of Mistletoe Magic as a live-streamed baking competition. It was one of the first of its kind, and viewership had grown from small but passionate in the early years to a household name. Now, I'm sure most of you understand how this competition works, but I'm legally obligated to explain it to you. He gestured towards a pretty woman somewhere around 40, in a navy pantsuit and heels. She gave a thumbs up, and Mr. Pine grinned. Gotta keep legal happy, especially since she's my daughter. The woman laughed. That's only because I won't tell Mom how much of the sweets you eat. Over the next few minutes, Mr. Pine went over the rules for the competition. They'd film over the next 3 weeks. Each round would consist of a different type of baking challenge, from cake to chocolate to cookies to bread. Unlike other competitions, no one got eliminated until the final week, and it was only one team who would go home before the finals. Mr. Pine explained he'd always felt the model of being eliminated for one mistake to take some of the fun away, so they utilized a point system for mistletoe magic. All teams will participate in the first round of our final week, but that is the point in which a team will be eliminated based on their point value. To be honest, I don't like the idea of anyone being eliminated, but the network says we have to, so this is my compromise. In the end, the team who wins takes home the title and the cash prize. This year, the prize is $100,000. Gasps from around the room punctuated his statement, as the highest prize to that point had been $25,000. It was nothing to sneeze at, but $100,000? It was life-changing money. Mr. Pine went on to explain some of the more technical details of filming the show before adjourning the group to meet and get to know one another. Ethan and Sophia from the cake couture team moved immediately to talk to Mr. Pine, and Hannah wondered how the sister managed to keep her hair so perfectly in place. Mabel and Betty Sue shuffled up from their seats, both grinning wide to see Becca. "Oh darlin'," Mabel said as she pulled Becca close. "How do you get prettier every time I see you?" "I'm just doing what keeps you ladies young," Becca replied. "Mabel, Betty, this is my friend, Hannah. She's joining me this year." "Oh, Mabel, just look at her hair," Betty said. "She sure is a pretty thing." "How long have you been working for Becca, dear?" "I only just started with her. I'm more or less pinch-hitting since Sarah broke her arm." The whisper of doubt that crept in at the statement wasn't pleasant, but it was the truth. Would she be Becca's downfall? Would she make some sort of awful mistake and send it all up in flames? They chatted for a few more minutes before Mabel made a show of looking around. "Who do we think the heavy hitters are, ladies? I'm not familiar with the Millers from Flower Power, but I've been doing this long enough never to underestimate anyone, even vegans." She chuckled to herself, and Hannah couldn't help but like both women. "They've got an excellent reputation in Portland," Becca said. "But really everyone here has made a name for themselves. It should be a great competition." Just then, the team in question approached, and Echo and River introduced themselves. "Hello, new friends," River said as she clasped Hannah's hand in hers. Her voice sounded a little like crushed velvet mixed with sunshine. What a gift our paths should cross. Both of them were a little like fairies, probably more at home in the woods than they were in any sort of corporate setting. After they all got to know each other a bit, Hannah excused herself to grab a cup of coffee and a cookie at the refreshment table. As she did so, Sophia Gallant from Cake Couture appeared at the table beside her. She was tall, at least 5 feet 10 inches, and she carried every inch well. "I don't think I've seen you before at any competitions. Are you new?" Her tone wasn't unkind, just cold as though she'd come purely for information. "Hi, yes. I'm Hannah. I'm working with Becca this year." Sophia eyed her for a moment, and Hannah felt the urge to crawl out of her skin. Rather than simply walk away, Hannah did exactly what she always did. Grabbing a chocolate chip cookie from the tray, she held it out to Sophia. "Did you know the chocolate chip cookie wasn't invented until the 1930s? A woman named Ruth Wakefield was trying to make chocolate cookies and cut up a chocolate bar to mix in, but the pieces held their shape. As soon as her mouth opened, she was unable to stop the onslaught of information that poured out." Sophia just stared at her, her expression unreadable. "Is that so?" Her lip twitched, but it wasn't like when Jayce's did. With Sophia, it felt much more like she was the punchline rather than the one telling the joke.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm looking forward to getting to experience all this. It was nice to meet you." As Hannah turned to make her way anywhere but there, she bumped straight into Echo Miller in his flannel shirt and worn khakis. Coffee splashed down the front of both. "Oh my goodness, Echo. I'm so sorry." Much to her surprise, the man just laughed and grabbed a couple of napkins from the table. "No worries, Hummingbird." He turned and waved to his wife, who moved in their direction. "We're planning on going for a dip in the hot springs this afternoon anyway. It's great to detox the adrenals." Taking River's hand, he led her out the door with a flourishing wave. As the door shut behind them, Mabel let out a low whistle. "You know, I've never been one for men with long hair, but on him it works." Betty swatted her friend on the arm. "May, he's married. Not to mention, you could be his mama." With a shrug, Mabel grabbed a cookie of her own. "So what? Just because a tree's on private property don't mean you can't notice it's pretty." "Mrs. Peabody, I understand you're concerned, and I want you to know dash. Don't give me that, Chief. I've called you every day since they got here, and you haven't done a thing to run those powdered sugar-loving superfans out of town." She wasn't exaggerating, and Jayce groaned every time he saw her name pop up on his phone. Of course, it was never for anything emergent. They were loitering in the square, or they were scaring away her customers with all their music and carrying on. Jayce took a deep breath, desperately trying to keep his cool. "As I've said before, if they haven't done anything against the law, I can't do anything about it." "Loitering isn't against the law?" "Not as long as they're doing it in the public square. They come squatting in your shop, and I'll be happy to ask them to leave. Besides, filming for the competition starts tomorrow, so they'll at least be up at the resort for that. Face it, Mrs. Peabody. You opened a shop in a tourist destination. There will be tourists." The offended TSK on the other end of the line told Jayce all he needed to know about her opinions. "Well, if that's the way you feel, maybe I should put in a call to the mayor's office." Rolling his eyes, Jayce barely kept himself from saying something that would only make her more angry. "If you feel the need to do that, go ahead. Have a good day." With that, he hit the button to end the call and sat back in his desk chair with a sigh. Christmas in Reindeer Pass was always their busiest time of year by far. A population of 2,000 for most of the year ballooned to tens of thousands throughout the months of November and December, lowering a little but staying elevated throughout January and February. It was a shame in some ways folks didn't come in the summer, as it was Jayce's favorite season here. The weather was perfect, and the mountains were just as beautiful while hiking as they were skiing. "Pete," he called to one of his officers as he stood. "I'm going up to the resort to talk to the producers about security for filming. Can you man things here for a while?" "Sure thing, boss." Pete mock saluted him. The kid was a cut-up despite having become a solid cop, and if Mrs. Peabody calls back, I'll tell her you took your guitar out to the square to join the Donuts. I still like that name, by the way.
Yeah.
She'd love that. Whatever you think is best, rookie. The day was bright and blue, among the most pleasant they'd had so far in ski season. That morning had started off cloudy and foggy, but it had cleared in the hours since. Just as Mrs. Peabody said, the group of baking enthusiasts had gathered in the town square once again. One had a guitar, and they sang Christmas carols while knitting and just generally enjoying each other's presence. Honestly, were it not for the lack of parking spaces, overcrowded roads, and potential for bad actors to come in undetected, Jayce wouldn't have minded their presence. The drive up to the resort was short, and it gave him time to think through all the security needs which might develop during the competition. There weren't any specific threats they knew of, but Jayce was wired to think of all possible scenarios. Pulling into a parking spot near Becca's SUV, he spotted his brother-in-law, Matt, sitting on a bench outside the lodge. Matt and Becca had married 10 years before, and he'd never seen two people who complemented each other more. Their daughter, Ginger, was 8, their one and done who'd gotten her mother's love of baking. She'd be in school during filming until the finals, but Jayce wouldn't be surprised if she weaseled an absence or two out of her father. The former CIA operative turned security contractor was putty in the hands of his daughter. "Just the man I wanted to see," Matt said as he stood from the bench. "The producers called a few days ago and said you'd recommended me as some extra muscle and surveillance. Matt did mostly cybersecurity consulting, but he knew his way around defense maneuvers when necessary. I was actually just finalizing our security plan for the competition. Good. I'd recommended you a few weeks ago, but I wasn't sure if they had the budget for an outside contractor. Do you mind if I tag along while you present it to them? Gesturing towards the lodge, Matt tucked his laptop under his arm. After you. Climbing the steps, his heart beat a little faster when he spotted his sister and Hannah moving through the front doors. Well, Becca said brightly. If it isn't my two favorite guys. Matt closed the distance between them and pressed a kiss to Becca's forehead. How'd the meeting go? Good. I feel like it's going to be lots of fun. Jayce didn't miss the fact Hannah looked ready to jump out of her skin. You share her opinion? I'm just really nervous I'm going to screw everything up, she said. I don't want to embarrass myself or Becca. Pulling away from Matt and wrapping her arm around Hannah's shoulders, his sister shook his head. It's for fun. The prize money's great, but we'll be fine without it. It's all in the Lord's hands anyway. I mean, Jayce said with a snort. Do we really think God cares about a baking competition? Hannah stiffened and narrowed her eyes. God cares about the things that are important to his children. He might not care about the outcome for outcome's sake, but you have no idea what his plan might be. All right, so he'd hit a nerve. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply it wasn't important. Jayce doesn't always people well, Becca said with a grin. You'll have to excuse him. Hannah shut her eyes as her lips set into a thin line. It's okay. I just get a little snappy when folks belittle other people's passions. It's my father's favorite sport, so I guess I'm extra sensitive. Another piece of the puzzle that was Hannah Cochran fell into place. Before Jayce could respond, Matt checked his watch. We'd better get inside to meet with Mr. Pine. I'll swing by the bakery later, and we can go get Ginger together. Wait, Hannah said. Your daughter's name is Ginger? That's adorable, and I love the nod to baking. Becca smirked at her husband. Yep, it was the only one Matt would let me get away with. Cinnamon was a no-go from the beginning. And it always will be, Matt replied as he winked. Come on Jayce, let's go figure out how best to keep these ladies safe while they wipe the floor with their competition. Chapter 5. Hannah was going to pass out. She was sure of it. Standing next to Becca on the set was going to send her straight to the floor. Brought in temporarily by the crew, bright lights shone overhead. The room itself was a ballroom, but they'd brought in risers for the 60 or so studio audience members to sit on around the perimeter of the room. The carpet was cream-colored, but the whole room was decorated to the nines for Christmas. A 10-foot tree with all baking-inspired ornaments stood next to the judges' table, empty wrapped boxes under it. Garland and Christmas lights hung around each of the workstations, even the stand mixers alternating between red and green. Welcome, bakers. The host, Carmela Watts, was a fixture on the Cooking and Baking channel. She'd hosted for the last 3 years, and Hannah had always marveled at how her dark hair and skin were always flawless despite the fact the bakers always looked like they'd run a marathon. Then again, they basically had. And welcome to our studio audience. The crowd went crazy, far more enthusiastic than Hannah might have ever guessed they'd be for a baking competition. Then again, folks with niche interests were. Carmela continued, her gorgeous green wrap dress somehow elegant, trendy, and timeless all at once. And to those of you watching at home whether live or in the replay later, welcome. This is a banner year for the Mistletoe Magic Baking Competition, and our panel of judges is no exception. As she introduced them, Hannah did her best to catch her breath. They were some of the usual suspects the audience would recognize, the plucky and encouraging Elizabeth Hall, the icy and difficult-to-impress James Reynolds, and the comic relief Wayne Petty. Between the three of them, they'd score each dish and create the bakery's placements. Today, Carmela continued as Hannah felt the sweat drip down her back. We'll begin with a classic. Christmas cookies are a staple in most of our households, and these bakers will have 2 hours to create a variety of different kinds. The only requirement is they must be Christmas-inspired, and there must be at least 4 different cookies. She could do this. As soon as Carmela started the clock, she'd be in her element working with ingredients and assisting as Becca worked her magic. This was Becca's show, and Hannah was only there to assist. Recipes flashed in her mind, as those had always been part of her freakishly good recall. People said she had an eidetic memory, and technically she had when she was younger. Eidetic memories were really only a thing in early adolescence, and after that it was just a whole lot of shrugging on behalf of the doctors. She'd have been fine to leave well enough alone, but her parents had always wanted a specific name for what made their daughters so weird. Not to mention, if the diagnosis was some kind of freaky genius, she had no doubt they'd brag to their friends about it. Sure, she'd mostly learned to fit in with the crowd in her late teens and early adulthood, but nerves still had her spewing facts no one cared about. Some found it interesting or charming, but most just nodded and moved away as quickly as they could. But baking was where her memory shined. She'd never needed to flip through cookbooks or pull out recipe cards for reference. The image flashed in her mind at will as though it was burned there, part of her forever. Law facts and case studies hadn't had the same staying power, but her generally excellent recall meant she'd had no trouble in law school. Unfortunately, it had bored her to tears, and the idea she'd have to work in the field for the rest of her life was too much to even imagine. The world needed lawyers, and they provided a vital service, but it wasn't for her. If only her parents would accept that. She was jarred back to the present by the sound of Carmela counting down from 10. The audience joined in, and the panic rose up again in Hannah. 10, 9, 8, her face grew hot, and her hands started to shake. It was too late to back out, but all she wanted to do was hurl herself out the second-story window of the ballroom and hope she landed in soft snow. 5, 4, 3, just as tears pricked her eyes, she spotted Jayce just out of frame beyond the camera. He was there for security, but his presence there was somehow grounding for Hannah as well. He stared her down, his smile soft and encouraging. "You got this," he mouthed. Miming a prayer, he put his hands together and closed his eyes. Of course. She'd been so wrapped up in her anxiety she hadn't even prayed. Clenching her eyes shut in the final seconds, Hannah didn't even have time to pray a full sentence. Still, as the buzzer sounded and the bakers jumped into action, her anxiety had tamped down just enough to focus on something else. "Becca, what do we need?" Sugar cookies in various royal icing Christmas designs, peppermint s'mores, ginger snaps, peanut butter cookies with chocolate chips, and cinnamon roll cookies. As Hannah recalled the recipes from Becca's recipe notebook, Hannah darted over to the ingredient shelves and started tossing things in baskets. A look over her shoulder told her Becca was prepping their station, just as they'd planned. Hannah started with the things they'd need for all the cookies so Becca could get going with the first part of the mixing. Flour, butter, sugar, vanilla, baking powder, baking soda, salt. The ingredients scrolled through her mind like they'd been there all her life. She ran the first batch of ingredients back to Becca and deposited the basket while other teams still ran down their lists. It wouldn't buy them much time, but every second counted. As Hannah tossed spices and secondary ingredients into a new basket, she caught Jayce's eye through the shelf. The smile on his face was a mile wide, and it took her breath away a little how handsome it was. Becca's husband, Matt, stood next to him, spotting the exchange with a smirk and an elbow to Jayce's ribs. "Right. Stare later, gather ingredients now." Cinnamon, melting chocolate, marshmallows, food coloring, cream, and a whole host of other items filled her basket to overflowing. By the time she made it to their station, Becca had already gotten the sugar cookie dough going. Smart, as they'd need to cool before they could be iced. The two of them worked like a well-oiled machine through the first half of the challenge. They only had to consult the recipes a few times for verification, but Hannah's recall meant they bought themselves more vital moments that could be spent styling the treats later. With only 30 minutes left, Becca began to work her magic, icing the sugar cookies while Hannah pulled the base for the peppermint s'more cookies from the oven with a sinking feeling. They'd sunk in a way that meant she'd added too much leavening. It had to have been her because she'd mixed these together. For a second, she froze, unsure what to do. There was no way she could add the chocolate and marshmallows to these cookies, as they required a fluffy outside and slight well in the center so the toppings didn't slide off. Becca, suddenly, she knew exactly what she'd done. When she'd been measuring the baking powder, a flash of a camera had distracted her. It had momentarily disoriented her, sending her backwards a half step in her progress. Rather than move on to the next ingredient, she'd repeated the step. As the cookies rose in the oven, the extra leavening had caused them to collapse. "Redo them," Becca said quickly as she finished up a snow globe cookie. "You've got time. One step at a time." Deep breath. "Okay. I'll redo them." Hannah had never baked a batch of cookies so fast in her life, but redo them she did. When she pulled the second batch from the oven, there was only 10 minutes left in the challenge, and every second counted. Each station came equipped with a small fridge/freezer combo, and she popped the cookies in the fridge with the hopes they'd cool faster while she got the chocolate going in the double boiler. Becca had finished decorating her cookies, the presents, snow globes, candy canes, and sleighs absolutely perfect and quickly drying. "What do you need?" "Pulse the peppermints," Hannah said as she pulled the melted chocolate from the stove. Stirring it with one hand, she used the other to pull the cookies from the oven. Relief sluiced through her when she felt them and realized her plan had worked. "I'll pipe the chocolate." After using her finger to make small divots in the center in each cookie, Hannah began to pipe a flourish of milk chocolate into it. She quickly placed the marshmallows into the center of the chocolate before it hardened, letting Becca go by after and sprinkle the peppermint pieces. She'd never plated cookies so quickly in her life, but all 12 of them somehow made it to their tray by the time Carmela began the final countdown. When the buzzer sounded again, Becca pulled her into a big hug, both of them sagging in relief. They'd done it despite Hannah's mistake, and each of their 4 types of cookies looked perfect. The icing on the cinnamon roll cookies was perfectly set, and the peanut butter cookies had turned out classically delicious. Judging wasn't nearly as terrifying as she'd have imagined, and the judges had raved over the creativity of the Esmores cookies. After each bakery had their treats judged, Carmela asked them a few questions, something Hannah was more than happy to let Becca handle. Unfortunately, it wasn't Becca Carmela wanted to talk to. "Hannah," she said as she towered over her. "What happened with the first batch of those Esmores cookies?" "I accidentally doubled the baking powder," Hannah said quickly. She had no desire to have a microphone in her face. It was only a matter of time before she blurted out something embarrassing about how the Great Fire of London was accidentally spread by a bakery fire spreading to other buildings and was the catalyst for bakery regulations in the city. Somehow, she didn't think the audience cared. Mercifully, Carmela moved on to the next team. Cake Couture came in first with Ethan and Sophia's chocolate orange cookies, which looked more like art than food, but Reindeer Pass was only 1 point behind them. They'd take that. Flower Power didn't appear ruffled, as Echo and River had already begun sampling their vegan shortbread Christmas trees. Muffin Top took it in stride as well, though Betty did look a little more disappointed than Mabel. "Well, boys," Becca said as both Jayce and Matt walked their way. Hannah couldn't help but notice how handsome the former looked in his uniform, and apparently neither could Sophia Gallant. She studied the man like he was the corner piece of cake with the most icing. "One down." Matt pulled Becca in close and planted a sweet kiss on her lips. "You were amazing. The two of you work like you've been together all your lives. It was down to the wire there at the end, but you pulled it out." Hannah's cheeks flushed as she thought of the reason for the time crunch. Had she not gotten distracted by the camera flash, might they have been able to win the round? Apparently, her thoughts were written all over her face, because Becca placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't go there. We finished, and we are in a great position. We all make mistakes, and you saved us a ton of time with that memory of yours." She winked before looking up at Matt. "Come on, cowboy. I'll even let you buy me some lunch before I head back to the bakery." "Best offer I've heard all day," Matt replied. As the two of them scampered off down the steps, hand in hand and synced in a way Hannah could only dream of, Jayce cleared his throat. "You know, I'd be grossed out at how lovey-dovey they are if I wasn't just so happy my sister found such a good man. I think being a little grossed out is a little brother's prerogative." He shrugged, gaze still facing down the steps despite Becca being long gone. "Maybe, but we didn't have the best example of a dad." Honestly, we didn't have much of one at all. Becca could have easily followed our mom's path and ended up a single mom. She raised two amazing kids, Hannah said honestly. Does she live here? He shook his head. Nope. We grew up here, but she moved to Seattle with her new husband when they got married last year. I miss her, but she deserves to do something for herself after so long doing for everyone else. He shrugged, clearly done with the heavy portion of conversation. Anyway, are you headed back to the bakery? I can drive you. I'm actually off the rest of the day, and I thought I'd do a self-guided tour through town. There's still so much I haven't seen. Plus, I think it's probably time I get a more suitable jacket for the weather. Gesturing towards her thick sweater and gray t-shirt with a hand mixer and the words "just beat it," she shrugged. Jayce shoved his hands in his coat pockets, opening his mouth and closing it again before finally speaking. Want a tour guide? Wait, Jayce said through his own laughter as they passed the Reindeer Pass Library and Community Center. You just got up on stage and started spewing a bunch of random facts about things as your talent? Was that the plan? The two of them had parked outside the police station, and he'd led her around town on foot ever since. The sun was so bright they hadn't rushed to the ski shop, but it was next on the list. At first, Jayce had kicked himself for blurting out the offer to show her around town, as he had plenty of work to keep him busy at the station, but it had actually turned out to be one of the most pleasant days he'd had in a while. Hannah snorted, something that just made him laugh even more. Hardly. I was supposed to sing a Mariah Carey Christmas song since the talent show was in December, but all of a sudden I froze up and completely forgot the words. Somehow, my brain couldn't remember those, but it had no problem recalling President Calvin Coolidge was the first U.S. president to declare and light a national Christmas tree in 1923, and wassailing was a popular medieval tradition in which carolers went from house to sing and received a drink known as wassail in return. I went on for 5 minutes before the assistant principal put me out of my misery. You are unlike anyone I've ever met, Hannah Cochran. It was true, and despite how little time he'd actually known her, Jayce found himself wanting to know more. Unfortunately, her face fell a little.
Yeah.
I've been told that all my life. I guess I'm just resigned to it at this point. He stopped, turning her to face him. I meant it as a compliment, Hannah. You're different, sure, but who wants to be exactly like everyone else? God created you with that mind for a reason, and He has a plan for it. Don't let anyone make you feel like he made a mistake. She bit her lip, breath shuddering a little as she studied him. Apparently, she accepted his sincerity because she turned, and they began strolling again. I've known I was different for as long as I can remember. I prefer to call it neurospicy, but it's not anything specifically diagnosable at this point. I got bullied some, but mostly I just kept to myself until I got older and learned how to copy what other people were doing socially. But when I get nervous or uncomfortable, the rest of it comes out. What do you mean it's not specifically diagnosable? They passed the square, and a couple of donuts ran up to Hannah to ask for her autograph. She'd frozen up at first, but quickly snapped out of it to oblige them. Finally, once they'd gotten past the fans, she answered. As a child, they called my recall an eidetic memory, but it was never a perfect description of what I had. I can recall images in my mind after seeing them once, but it's not every image. But more than that, I can also recall random facts I find interesting about virtually any subject. It doesn't even have to be something I consciously know, and it just kind of spews out when I'm nervous or stressed. They came upon the town's massive gingerbread house made from plywood and outdoor Christmas decor at the edge of the square. It was a photo opportunity for the most part, but the scout troop in town had expanded it every year. Got any cool gingerbread house facts? She smiled, and he realized a man would give his left arm to see that smile every day. That's not exactly how it works. She paused, and he started to change the subject. But gingerbread houses were originally a German creation in the 1500s and grew more popular thanks to the story of Hansel and Gretel. Yep, she was unlike anyone he'd ever met. They talked for a few more minutes until they reached the ski shop, and Hannah's eyes went wide at the sticker prices for some of the coats. Goodness gracious, she whispered. Is it all this expensive? Yes, but the quality's worth it if you can swing it. If you can't, I'd be happy to dash. Before he could finish that sentence or receive the adamant refusal her expression told him she was about to give, voices rose from the checkout counter. Two guys who looked to be in their early 20s slammed a full load of ski gear down on the counter. I have the receipt right here. You have to take it back. Gage, the tattooed former professional snowboarder who owned the ski shop, didn't look the least bit threatened. I have to do no such thing. You clearly used this gear for your vacation and are now trying to return it. We have rentals here for a reason, dude. Why didn't you just do that? First, I don't like what you're insinuating. But second, I don't wear stuff other people have worn. That's gross, dude. The customer snarled the last word as his friend tried to pull him away. If you don't give me my money back, I'll have my lawyer sue you so fast it'll make your dirty head spin. Shoulders shaking with laughter, Gage rolled his eyes. You mean your daddy's lawyer? Sure, give him my number. I'd love to chat. In the meantime, you can take the gear or leave it, but you're not getting your money back. Connor, the guy's friend said as he caught sight of Jayce approaching. The cops are here. Let's just go. You think I care about some stupid beat cop with something to prove? Connor whipped around and eyed Jayce as though he were no better than the gum on the bottom of someone's shoe. The kid was clearly from money, so why did he want to return the gear so badly? Why don't you do your job and arrest this crook? Adopting his calmest demeanor, Jayce handled the situation as quickly as he could. Finally, Connor and his buddy left the store with the gear still in tow and a promise Gage wouldn't press charges against them so long as they hightailed it out of Reindeer Pass. They hadn't been happy, but at least the friend had seen the writing on the wall. It wasn't until the two of them had left Jayce realized he couldn't find Hannah anywhere in the store. She must have slipped out at some point, but in the process she dropped the entire arm full of layering pieces, boots, and weather-appropriate coat by the door. Had the commotion freaked her out? Well, at least there was one bright side. Considering she lived 20 feet from his house, he knew exactly where to find her. Chapter 6. Hannah slammed her apartment door and sagged against it. Relief at being away from the ski shop warred with embarrassment at not being able to handle a little shouting and worry that Jayce had to defuse the situation. Really, it wasn't the shouting. It was the way the guy looked down on the ski shop owner as though he was nothing better than trash. It was the same way her father looked at service people who displeased him, and it was the same way he'd looked at her when she decided to leave law school. For the longest time, she'd assumed her parents meant well. Maybe, just maybe, they'd come around if she just played their game a little longer. Maybe love for their daughter would outweigh their longing for the one they'd wanted. But it never happened. The shouting at the ski shop was enough to send her heart racing at the memories of how her parents' seemingly perfect marriage crumbled behind closed doors, but it was the look on the guy's face that had her dropping the merchandise on the floor and hightailing it home. Another deep breath, then another, and she dulled the feeling in her stomach to a simmer rather than a boil. She knew what she needed to do to calm it the rest of the way, as it was the same thing she'd done since she was a child and first discovered the cooking and baking network. She baked. Over the next half hour, thankful she'd had foresight to get baking staples in her grocery visit a few days before, she mixed and tweaked the dough for vanilla almond scones with a cinnamon glaze. They were perfect, and their scent had already begun to permeate her apartment when a knock sounded at the door. Turning down her oldies music, she realized it was probably Jayce coming to check on her. He shouldn't have to do that. She should have at least sent him a text to let him know she was all right. Opening the door, she went a little breathless at the sight of him on the landing. Mercy, he was handsome in his uniform. Hey, are you okay? I didn't even realize you'd left until you were long gone. Touched by his concern, Hannah noticed the ski shop bag in his hand. Apparently, he'd done a little shopping after defusing the situation. I'm all right. Come on in. I've got some scones going in the oven now. He stepped over the threshold and took a sniff. They smell good already. Vanilla almond with a cinnamon glaze. When I'm stressed, I just bake whatever pops into my head that I have the ingredients for. Today, it was scones. She shrugged, knowing she should probably tell him why she'd freaked out. I'm sorry for leaving the way I did. I've never really handled conflict all that well. A therapist would call it conflict avoidance, but basically I'm just a big chicken when it comes to yelling. Plus, the way he was looking at the shop owner. I had to leave. Jayce moved over to sit at the small table in the breakfast nook, dropping the bag on the floor beside his chair. I get it. Plus, you were part of the whole rescue operation with Charlie Edwards, weren't you? It was easy to forget they knew Charlie because it seemed like she'd been in Magnolia Island forever.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that being part of it, but I guess it could be. When the men Charlie was set to testify against had her kidnapped with the intention of silencing her forever, it had been Hannah who'd given the cops something to go on regarding a strange car in the parking lot. For once, her recall had conjured something other than recipes and random facts of the world. Sitting back, Jayce nodded. The situation at the ski store was basically just a couple of spoiled rich boys trying to game the system. I don't even know why, as it was clear they had plenty of money. It's the thrill of it, Hannah answered without thinking. They just want to put one over on the townies and laugh about it later. She hated she knew that, but it was exactly what some of the kids she'd grown up with would do. They weren't really friends, as she'd not had any of those until she got older and learned to blend in, but she'd been around them plenty. Jayce studied her, as though she was somewhere between a puzzle to solve and a painting to appreciate. The music kicked up then, and he grinned. Oldies fan? It's what I like to listen to when baking. It relaxes me, and I can lose myself in the music for a few minutes. They talked for a few more minutes until her nose alerted her the scones were done. In the bakery, she always used timers, but at home she usually just relied on her nose. As long as there weren't other smells competing with whatever she was baking, she could always tell when something was done by the scent. She moved to take the pan from the oven and realized Jayce had followed her into the kitchenette. He pulled 2 plates down from the cabinet and 2 forks from the silverware drawer. Just as she'd thought, the scones were perfect, and she turned the oven off just as she set the pan down on the stove top. Let these cool for a few minutes, and I'll glaze them. I'm sorry, you want me to wait even longer for those things? They look delicious. Jayce smirked, and butterflies turned to pterodactyls in her stomach at the sight of his dimples softening the hard lines of his face just enough. He'd removed his jacket, and the sleeves of his uniform shirt worked overtime as he brought glasses down too. Fine, just means I get 2. The kitchen wasn't large, and his proximity made her feel off-kilter in a way that wasn't entirely unwelcome. As Hannah reached for the bowl of glaze, her hand brushed Jayce's, and their eyes locked. Wow, this was exactly like one of those Christmas movies she watched in earnest every year, except usually the heroine was a little more calm and collected than Hannah. Jayce's gaze darted to her lips, eyes darkening only to widen as Hannah dropped the bowl of glaze on the counter with a clank and startled them both. Did you know that ovens were invented around 4,000 years ago by the Egyptians? They were either made of brick or clay, but heated by fire. Later on, Greeks and Romans improved the design to more resemble what we have today. Why? Why did her brain have to do its thing now? At least Jayce didn't look annoyed. He just smiled and grabbed a paper towel to clean up the small amount of glaze that had sloshed from the bowl before taking the plates over to the table. Oh well. The maybe almost kiss might be long gone, but at least they had scones. That was basically the same thing. Once the scones cooled enough to ice, Jayce ended up taking his to go due to a call from the station. He just reached the bottom of the stairs outside her apartment when she realized he'd left his bag from the ski shop. Oh wait, you left your stuff. Nope, it's yours. With that, Jayce waved and hopped in his truck before backing out of her driveway and heading towards town. It was hers? Shutting the door behind her, Hannah crouched down and looked through the bag of stuff from the ski shop. It was everything, coat and ridiculously expensive boots included, she'd been holding when she ran out the door. Jayce ran his hands through his hair and braced himself for whatever Mrs. Peabody had to say. It had been 2 days since the incident at the ski shop, 2 days since he'd seriously considered kissing her. Her getting nervous and word-vomiting facts about early ovens was probably for the best, especially because he still had no idea whether she even planned to stay in Reindeer Pass. Not to mention, he'd really only known her for a week or so. "Hello, Mrs. Peabody. I hope you're having a nice day." He knew better than that, but a body could hope. "It is most certainly not a nice day, Chief. Those hooligans have gone too far this time. Here we go." "What did they do?" "They have vandalized an extremely rare and expensive statue I keep in front of my store. It's criminal, Chief, and I sincerely hope you will finally deign to do something about it." That didn't sound like the donuts he'd come across so far, but he had to take it seriously. Mrs. Peabody kept a couple of creepy gargoyle statues in front of her shop. They flanked the door as though to warn unsuspecting tourists of the consequences of any shenanigans. "I'm leaving the station now, and I'll be down to check it out in a moment." "Good." She hung up with no further fanfare, and Jayce began the short walk down to Heritage Haven Antiques. Of course, his eyes drifted towards the bakery as he passed, spirits lifting a little as he spotted Hannah serving a table by the window. She looked up, her strawberry blonde hair in what he assumed was a braid down her back, and grinned at him. He waved, noting yet another of her baking-themed graphic t-shirts. Mix, bake, eat, repeat. Dancing cupcakes and cookies framed the words, perfect for her. As much as he'd like to go in and order a gooey chocolate chip cookie which had put the bakery on the map, he did have a job to do. Mrs. Peabody's shop was 2 doors down from the bakery, and she stood on the sidewalk with her hands crossed over her chest. Foot tapping, she raised a brow at Jayce as he approached. Finally, she said sharply, "I just hate it had to come to vandalism for you to do anything about it." It was only then that he took in the 4-foot-tall, incredibly creepy gargoyles, as much a fixture of downtown as the gazebo in the square. In fact, as kids Becca had told Jayce if he didn't behave, the gargoyles would come into his room at night and kidnap him. Thankfully, she'd gotten nicer as she got older. "Mrs. Peabody, did you call me down here to convince me this is vandalism?" The gargoyles, normally stoic sentinels outside the shop, had been outfitted in custom Christmas sweaters. There was even a red pom-pom on Rudolph's nose. Have the sweaters been glued to the gargoyles or otherwise applied in a way to damage the statue? He was doing his best not to laugh, but a chuckle escaped nonetheless as he watched Mrs. Peabody's face redden. "Excuse me, Chief. This is vandalism plain and simple, and I don't appreciate you belittling the situation simply because it's temporary. I haven't tried to remove them yet because I figured you'd want the crime scene untouched." "The crime scene?" "Mrs. Peabody, as frustrating as I'm sure this is, it's not something I'm going to haul folks to the station for. Remove the sweaters, and if any actual vandalism takes place, call me back." He turned on his heel, fully intent on getting that chocolate chip cookie, when he spotted Micah leaving the bakery. "Wondered if I'd run into you," Micah said with a smirk. "Sarah said you've been in nearly every day this week. Anything you want to tell me?" Micah was one to talk. He stopped into the bakery to see his supposed best friend Sarah at least 4 times a week despite living across the street from one another. Everyone in town but Sarah knew how Micah felt about her, and Jayce even wondered if she sometimes suspected. "Really, are we going there?" His friend shrugged, not even attempting to deny he'd been doing the exact same thing. "Sarah's planning to invite her to the bonfire tonight. You want to challenge your long-standing status as the town hermit to join us?" Okay, he wasn't that bad. He just didn't usually come to the overcrowded socials the church put on for the young professionals class. He might go to 1 or 2 in the summer since they tended to be hikes or camping, but the winter bonfires were always overcrowded due to tourists hoping for some church version of a whirlwind vacation romance. But if Hannah was going to be there, maybe he should check it out. After all, it wasn't like he and Micah were the only single men in town. Hannah might have some quirks, but she was gorgeous, sweet, and whip-smart. It wouldn't surprise him a bit if someone other than him had noticed, and the thought soured his gut. "I'll be there." Before Micah's satisfied smirk could become ribbing, Jayce turned it around. "How's Sarah doing?" "You know good and well I can't discuss a patient with you," Micah deadpanned. Nice try deflecting, though. "We'll see you there tonight, and I can bring a stick if you think you might need it to beat the other guys away." Dodging Jayce's half-hearted punch, Micah ducked around him and saluted.
See ya.
Later, Chief. Serve and protect well. Micah's baby blue scrub pants shuffled as he jogged back down towards the clinic, his step light and indicative of how fit he was. Shaking his head, Jayce turned back towards the bakery only to spot Jamie standing on the porch with a glare that could only be described as both fire and ice. So, you're really going there with the new girl? Her tone held so much disdain Jayce couldn't imagine what he'd ever seen in her. It's not any of your business, Jamie. Just drop it. Why did she even care? She'd been the one to break things off with him in the first place to chase her dreams of becoming an influencer in California with a guy she met online. Unfortunately, her dime-a-dozen aesthetic posts and lack of any real personality meant she'd come home with her tail between her legs to be grossly overpaid for working part-time at her father's bank. Officially, she was his assistant, but how much work she ever actually did was up for debate. Old friends can't look out for one another? I wouldn't have thought you to be someone who cast folks aside that way, Jayce. It's not who you used to be. You don't even know this girl, and not everyone can be trusted. Jayce fought the urge to laugh out loud. Instead, he climbed the bakery steps and opened the door. The warmth and delicious smells wafted out in a way that fed his soul. Take care of yourself, Jamie. Thank you, Jesus, for letting me dodge that bullet. You knew better than I did, that's for sure. Chapter 7.
And,
Welcome to round 2 of the Mistletoe Magic baking competition, Carmela boomed from her place at the front of the set. Bakers, today your challenge is a fan favorite. Cupcakes, at least 3 different flavors and decorated to create a Christmas tree either horizontally or vertically to present to the judges. Creativity, taste, and execution will all be taken into account for today's points. And the countdown begins now. As Carmela and the studio audience began to count down from 10, Hannah felt the familiar panic rise up in her as her stomach flipped. She thought she might puke, but at least it was a smidge better than last time. Once they got going, she'd be fine. Each station had been granted a Christmas tree-shaped platter and a cupcake stand the teams could choose between. She and Becca had chosen to go big and go for the vertical tree, a 360-degree creation which would either clench them high point values or go down in flames. It would be up to the Lord which one it was. 3, 2, 1, go. Hannah sprung into action at the sound of the buzzer and hurried to collect the ingredients for the lemon vanilla cupcakes first. They'd start with those, and then she'd go back for the white chocolate peppermint next. The lemon vanilla and white chocolate peppermint would be dyed and iced in green to serve as the base of the tree, while their red velvet and blue velvet mini cupcakes would serve as the ornaments. Those would each be iced with silver and gold tinted frosting with gold leaf on top. Hannah raced through the shelves and fridges to get everything Becca needed while her boss readied the prep station. This time, Hannah made a concerted effort not to look over towards the cameras since Jayce would undoubtedly distract her. If only he wasn't so good looking. Skirting around Sophia and Betty at the supply shelves, Hannah almost bumped right into Echo Miller as he rounded the corner. Whoa there, Hummingbird. Be careful. He kept moving, and Hannah turned back towards the shelves. Betty handed her a jar of baking powder. My goodness, that man is handsome. Not as handsome as your young man, but handsome nonetheless. Sophia rolled her eyes as she swept a bag of chocolate chips from the shelf, but Echo chuckled from the other side of it. Thanks, Miss Betty. You're most welcome, dear. She shrugged, as though they weren't all in the middle of a live baking competition with $100,000 on the line. Once all the supplies were gathered and Becca slid the first batch in the oven, Hannah got to work on the second. Once again, they worked well together, to a point Hannah started to feel confident they might actually pull it off. At least, she did until she pulled her batch of white chocolate peppermint cupcakes out of the oven. They hadn't risen like normal, though they had risen some. What in the world was wrong with her? Never in her baking career had she had as much issue with getting things to rise as she had in this competition, and it was at the worst possible time. No, not again. She must have somehow used baking soda instead of baking powder, but how had she done that? Mixing those two ingredients was an amateur mistake she hadn't made in years. Becca glanced over and shook her head. We don't have time to remake them. Let's just ice them and hope the judges don't notice. Her friend was being kind. Of course the judges would notice. Cupcakes at that size should be light and fluffy, but they'd no doubt be dense and claggy. She was right about one thing, though. They didn't have time to remake them. At least Hannah's batches of icing turned out well, and her piping skills had grown pretty impressive over the years. Once the base of the tree was finished, with gaps left for their ornaments in the spots Becca had marked, Hannah prayed somehow Becca would be right. The rest of the cupcakes had turned out fine, though Becca had mixed them from her batch of ingredients. Was there something wrong with Hannah's? The clock read 5 minutes left as Becca and Hannah put the finishing touches onto their Christmas tree, adorable despite the issue with one batch of cupcakes. When Becca was satisfied, she moved back around the station to study the ingredients Hannah had used. She didn't have much time to check them as the buzzer went off right after that. With the adrenaline starting to fall, Hannah felt the embarrassment and shame over whatever had happened to her batch of cupcakes wash over her. Had the baking powder expired? Surely not. There was no way to look at the box as they put everything into glass jars with chalkboard labels to avoid brand recognition. No, she must have somehow switched the baking powder with baking soda, but she'd never done that before. Her early optimism and confidence crashed to the ground with a thud. They'd done a good job overall, but there was no way they'd get the highest marks of the day. Echo and River's tree was horizontal but absolutely beautiful with its rustic fondant decor. They'd even fashioned deer and rabbits out of fondant to sit at the bottom as though they ate from the tree. Kate Couture had chosen to go with a white Christmas tree design with navy and gold ornaments. Where she and Becca had sprinkled a bit of gold leaf on a few choice cupcakes, theirs nearly sparkled under the lights. They'd also somehow managed to do spun sugar work to look like a crystal star at the top. The team from Muffin Top had had a bit of an issue towards the end due to time constraints with their last batch of cupcakes being too warm when they began to ice them. The icing on that batch had already started to run, and the women clutched each other's hands with disappointed looks on their faces. Honestly, despite her own disappointment in herself, Hannah wanted nothing more than to give both women a hug. As she'd expected, the judges absolutely noticed her cupcakes hadn't risen properly, but they weren't the only team who'd had issues. Kate Couture had apparently focused on flash-over flavor and only Ethan and Sophia's standard vanilla cupcakes tasted bakery-made. As for flower power, Echo and River's flavors were spot-on, and the judges were charmed by their tiny fondant animals. Overall, judging could have gone much worse than it did. While the crew went behind the teams to clean up, Hannah didn't say much. What was there to say, really? She'd nearly cost them a ton of points, and it wasn't the first time she'd made such a rookie mistake. Would Becca have to drag her along through the whole competition, or would she somehow get it together and stop making mistakes? Hey, now, Becca said as they made their way out of the ballroom. I see where your pretty head's at, and I'm not letting you go there. You did fine, and we're in a great spot. She wrapped her arm around Hannah in a way she'd always noticed other moms doing to their kids after they had a bad day. It wasn't something her mother had ever done, as she might wrinkle her blouse, but other moms did. The blast of cool air on her face calmed her nerves a little as they stepped onto the spacious stone porch. I just feel like I keep letting you down. She hadn't noticed Sarah standing with Matt and Jayce until the three of them stood from the row of rocking chairs to their left. Sarah said with a smirk. Last year, I accidentally dropped an entire bowl of batter on the floor in the finals. Not only that, but I nearly broke the stand mixer trying to rush a dough that really required hand kneading. Your mistakes are barely even noticeable, I promise. Sarah's words seemed genuine, but there was still that little voice in Hannah's head that sounded an awfully lot like her parents. You have expectations to live up to, Hannah. You're a Cochrane, Cochranes are winners. As a child, the words had inspired her in some way, but now they just felt like a weight around her neck. How about this, Becca said. You go with Sarah and Micah to the bonfire tonight for church and forget all about the competition for a few hours. It'll be fun, and there will be some music and a short devotional as well. S'mores, friends, and Jesus can lift even the worst of days. She winked, and Hannah sighed. What would she do if she stayed home? Probably watch the replay of the live stream and kick herself over where she went wrong while drowning her sorrows in ice cream. Fine, I'll go. Sarah shot her uninjured gloved fist in the air. Yes. We're going to have so much fun. The rest of them chatted for a moment, but it wasn't until they'd started to disperse Hannah spotted Jayce there leaning against the wooden support beam. He wore his thick Reindeer Pass police force jacket, the sight never failing to send a small blush to her cheeks. Somehow, rather than being embarrassed she'd messed up in front of the cute boy, she really just wanted a hug. Not that she'd ask for one. That would be a little too presumptuous considering she probably scared him squarely off with her oven facts that day after the ski shop incident. Seriously, what woman in her 20s couldn't accept a kiss from a man she liked without completely losing it? He straightened up from where he leaned against the pole, and they followed the rest of the group down the resort stairs. Hey, there, neighbor. How are you doing with everything? Becca's right. You did amazing. One of the skiers on the mountain let out an exuberant whoop, and she found herself wondering what it might be like to feel that free. You're kind to say so. Maybe, but I'm also right. I had a baseball coach once who told me if I focused only on the strikeouts and not on the hits, it was just as bad as if I'd focused the other way around. He said to look at the whole game together because it was the only way to get an accurate feel for how I'd played. You're focusing on one mistake when you did probably 100 other things right. It's up to you how you want to live your life, but I don't think that shame comes from God. They continued out towards the resort's parking lot while Becca and Sarah chattered on about the competition. Was Jayce right? She'd gone to church her whole life, but the Cochrans really just went because it was expected of them in their small southern town. She never remembered hearing her parents talk about Jesus at home, and he definitely didn't drive their decision-making. Somewhere along the way, God had blessed Hannah with Bible study leaders who led her to the Lord and discipled her, but she didn't doubt she'd missed some things. Shame seems to be my fatal flaw, Hannah said softly. Would he understand the literary reference, or would it just sound morbid? In literature, a fatal flaw was a character flaw of some sort that could ultimately lead to the hero's demise. It could be anger, trust placed in the wrong person, self-pity, ambition, etc. The concept had always been fascinating to her, but it was a bit of a niche reference. Thankfully, he did seem to get it as they approached Becca's SUV, and he opened the door for her. We've all got one. Mine's pride with a dose of abandonment issues sprinkled in over the top. Good thing we've got Jesus who's pretty good at conquering death. With that, he tweaked her nose and started to close the car door. See you ladies tonight. No, 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 Micah said as the rest of them roared with laughter. Tell the story right. The bonfire had only just started, but Jayce, Hannah, Micah, and Sarah had found a spot close enough to the fire to stay warm and settled into easy conversation. Jayce didn't remember the last time he'd had so much fun, and it had certainly never been at one of the young professionals' gatherings, which felt more like speed dating than fellowship. Fine, I was trying to impress a girl and thought I'd do so by going down the Black Diamond slope. Keep in mind, I was only 15 and an intermediate skier at best. I had no business on a Black Diamond slope, but teenage boys will do many things for the attention of a girl. Smiling in the dancing firelight, Hannah's eyes glittered. I'm guessing it didn't go well. Micah howled again, and Jayce punched him lightly in the arm. That's an understatement. Within 10 seconds, I was skis overhead rolling down the slope in what more or less looked like a cartoon character trying to turn themselves into a giant snowball. Of course, Micah said through his glee, we were all really worried at the time. The girl he was trying to impress was screaming for help and crying. Our buddy Dan had run to get one of the resort medics, and I went down after him. Eyes wide, Hannah shook her head. You went after him? That could have been so dangerous for the both of you. Not quite, Jayce replied with an eye roll at his friend. Micah was a much better skier than I was. Still am, Micah cut in with a wink. Still is. He managed to make it down to where I'd finally wrapped myself around a tree and somehow only managed some gnarly bruises and a fractured collarbone. Annoying as it was since he couldn't stop laughing, he at least waited with me until the medics got there. Jayce shrugged, no longer embarrassed by the foolhardy stories of his youth. It lightened the mood a little, I guess. Sarah whacked Micah on the arm from his other side. Your friend had a fractured collarbone, and you were laughing at him? I made sure he was okay, first, Micah said without the least bit of shame. What is it they say about folks who play stupid games? They win stupid prizes, Hannah finished. Did you get in trouble? Sure did. Got banned from the resort for the rest of the season. It wasn't fun since that's what most of the local kids do on the weekends, but I learned my lesson. Despite his rule-following nature as chief of police, Jayce had once been just a little bit of a rebel. As the conversation turned to other things, Jayce was content to settle back and listen. They'd been there about an hour when Jamie walked in with some of her friends. Hazel was nice enough, but she'd been friends with Jamie so long she basically went with whatever his ex wanted. As for Layla and Bambi, her real name, if you can believe it, they were cut from the same cloth as Jamie.
Uh-oh.
Micah said as he spotted them too. Angry X alert at 6 o'clock. He wasn't wrong. The glare Jamie sent their way was not only ridiculously immature, but also aimed directly at Hannah. What was her problem with Hannah, anyway? They'd been broken up for years. Turning back to where Hannah sat beside him, Jayce put a hand on her knee. Don't let them get to you if they say anything. She's just jealous, though I don't understand why. Sarah raised an eyebrow in his direction. You don't understand why? She considers you her territory, and Hannah is encroaching on her territory. That's ridiculous, Hannah said a little too quickly. Jayce is my landlord and friend, not to mention a whole human fully capable of making his own choices. The word a friend cut deeper than he'd have thought it would, but she wasn't wrong. Like I said, just ignore her. She'll get bored and move on soon. He wasn't fully confident of that, but it was definitely the hope. Thankfully, it was in that moment Pastor Cam got up to give a short devotional. Since the bonfire was crowded with tourists as well as regular church members, he went a little heavier on the need for salvation rather than more of a discipleship approach. You can leave shame behind in the old life, it's not welcome here. Leave the fear and the anger, the hopelessness. Leave behind the desire to define yourself by anything other than what the Lord Almighty says about you. He will refine you, yes, and that process sometimes hurts. But he will do it with a love so deep and so unconditional you will never be the same. Finishing with a few scriptures, Cam closed in prayer. Now that we've had a little spiritual nourishment, let's have some s'mores. The bustle of people surrounding the tables overflowing with graham crackers, chocolate, and marshmallows displaced their group, and Jayce was on his second s'more by the time he located Hannah again. She knelt down close to some embers and slowly turned her marshmallow on a stick rather than set it on fire and blow it out like he tended to do. Just as she stood to gather the chocolate and graham crackers she'd sat beside her on a napkin, Jamie appeared. Still working on that marshmallow? It's a shame you didn't give that much attention to your bakes in the competition. You and Becca might be in the lead. Jayce started to approach, but a hand on his chest held him back. Give her a minute, Micah said. She doesn't need you riding to her rescue every time Jamie's mean to her. He was right, and something in Jayce told him Hannah needed to stand up to his ex on her own. As it was, he could hear the tremble in her voice as she spoke. Marshmallows used to be made from the sap of the marshmallow plant, named because it grows in marshy areas. Nowadays, the ingredients have been replaced with sugar, corn syrup, gelatin, etc., because they're easier to source. Jamie's brow rose, and her lips curled in a sneer. Well, aren't you just full of fun facts? They're almost as charming as your weird little sweaters and graphic tees. Is that how you convinced Jayce to feel sorry for you? You know that's all he's doing, right? He'd taken a step forward when the energy coming off Hannah changed. She straightened her shoulders, her whole body taking on more confidence. Shame on you. Jayce is my friend. If you took the time to get to know me, you'd know I'm no threat to you. I've had to take this mess from Queen Bees all my life, and I'm not doing it anymore. She started to turn but whipped back around towards Jamie. And I knitted my own sweaters with the Threadheads Club back on Magnolia Island. If you'd ever take the time to create something rather than tear down other people, you might be a little less bitter. At that point, she snatched the plate of the rest of her s'more ingredients and marched towards the group where Micah and Sarah had begun a quiet slow clap. That, Micah said as she approached and took the high five he offered, was amazing. Taking a bite from her s'more, Hannah didn't speak for a moment. She makes it really hard to love my neighbor. Sarah stepped around Micah and wrapped her arm around Hannah's shoulder. You're not alone in that. The rest of the bonfire went well, though Jayce did his best to stick closer to Hannah than he had while they made s'mores. As awesome as she'd been standing up to Jamie, he didn't want her to have to do it again. Later that night, as he drove them home, she seemed a little off. Maybe she was just tired, but he'd rather not leave it to chance. As they hopped out of his car on the snowy driveway, Jayce met her at the bottom of the stairs up to the garage apartment. Listen, Hannah, I meant what I said about not letting her get to you. She has no idea what she's talking about, and I don't feel sorry for you. Her eyes, visible in the floodlights coming off his garage, looked sad. It's kind of my lot in life to have to deal with people like that. I can't help the way God made me, goodness knows I've tried hard enough. As though it had a mind of its own, Jayce's hand lifted to run the backs of his fingers down her cheek. Her sharp intake of breath told him he'd surprised her, but she didn't back away. You're perfect the way you are, Hannah. I don't know who convinced you that you needed changing, but they were wrong. Eyes misting a little, Hannah blinked the tears back. It broke his heart, the idea she'd been taught she was lacking by anyone. Thank you. As much as he wanted to kiss her right then, Jayce knew it wasn't the right time. She was vulnerable, even more so in the time since they'd left the bonfire. Not to mention, was she even planning to stay in Reindeer Pass long term? They hadn't really discussed it, and she hadn't been there long enough for him to ask. No, it was best to say goodnight before he kissed her and made her question his motivation for everything he'd said. Good night, Hannah. Get some rest before filming tomorrow. Chapter 8. Is the next batch ready to come out of the oven? It was the third day of filming, and the stakes felt like they kept getting higher. Decorated sugar cookies were the challenge that day, and Becca had decided to go above and beyond the brief. I need to get this next one in. Yep, Hannah answered as she dodged her boss's quick turn. I'll work on the red icing over before moving on to the green. Sounds good. They only had to decorate 3 different designs, but Becca had decided to go for 5 and add flourishes to each one. They were doing a beautiful white and gold Christmas ornament complete with gold leaf, presents with a more intricate design than Hannah had ever seen, stars of Bethlehem which were so sparkly you almost hated to eat them, and a whole cookie-scape of Santa and his reindeer. In Becca's words, if they went down, they'd go out with a bang. Over the next 30 minutes, Hannah made batch after batch of icing, but the green gave her pause. It wasn't combining with quite the fervor it needed to. While Becca decorated, Hannah continued adding more and more green until she decided to give it a taste. Sticking a finger in the icing and bringing it to her tongue, she nearly gagged at the clearly rancid flavor. Oh my goodness. Becca, stop and taste the icings before you do any more decorating. I know the white and silver are fine, but I didn't taste the red. Becca's piping bag froze in midair before she pressed out a dollop of red onto her finger. This one's fine. Did the coloring go bad on the green? I think so. Hannah waved down the production assistant, Tessa, who'd been assigned to their team. Handing her the food coloring container, she tossed the mixer bowl into the sink. Can we get another bowl and green coloring, please? This one has gone rancid. Tessa's eyes went big. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Yes, I'll grab them for you. Are any of the other colors bad? Becca was already 2 steps ahead of them, sniffing and tasting the blue, pink, gold, brown, and any other colors she could find. Nope. They're all fine. Just the green. Got it. Tessa sprinted off to the supply shelves and was back in a flash with a new container of green. Hannah hadn't even picked the green that day, as they'd all arrived at their stations with a whole package of various food colorings ready for the taking. It was supposed to save them time, but the Reindeer Pass streak of luck continued. Still, the 2 of them continued to work together well, and Hannah's piping skills were good enough to get the base coat finished while Becca did the more intricate work. By the time the buzzer sounded, Hannah had worked up a sweat trying to reclaim the time they'd lost, and Becca slumped against the counter. Well, we did it. They had, but how had the food coloring gone rancid with no one noticing? Surely, they bought all new supplies for the competition, and wasn't food coloring supposed to be indefinitely shelf-stable? Whatever had happened, at least she'd noticed before they'd completely ruined their chances. Approaching the table where the judges sat, Hannah prayed Carmela wouldn't single her out for an interview again. She'd grown more comfortable in front of the camera, but interviews were still her least favorite thing. Ethan and Sophia on the cake couture team had done another beautiful and elegant creation, tons of whites, golds, and silvers among the cookies. Their flavors were good too, but the judges had criticized a lack of creativity among their offerings. It was clear from the looks on their faces the gallant siblings didn't agree with the judges' critiques, but they stayed silent and only sent the odd glare to their competitors. Muffin Top was much more rustic and traditional with their cookies, though Mabel and Betty had run out of time again and didn't quite get all of them properly decorated. The same thing happened to Flower Power when Echo realized part-way through the challenge they'd forgotten to chill the butter and ended up with cookies that spread far more than they should have. And finally, Carmela said as Becca and Hannah stepped forward. Our hometown team. Cheers roared through the ballroom, and Hannah caught Jayce's eye where he stood with Matt. He'd been in and out that day due to providing security for another event the resort had, but he'd slipped back in right before judging. He grinned, shooting her a wink that made her stomach flip a little before she was pulled back into the moment by Carmela's voice once again. Becca, we saw you had an issue with your food coloring. Yes, but we're not sure what happened. Becca shrugged, flashing a grin at the camera. But it's all right. Hannah caught it before we had a big problem, and we're pleased with what we have to offer the judges. Speaking of which, comedian Judge Wayne Petty said as he took a big bite out of Santa Claus. These are delicious. You can offer me more of these anytime. In fact, if y'all notice any of these missing later, don't come look in my dressing room. The crowd chuckled as the more stoic James Reynolds rolled his eyes. What my friend here is trying to say is you've created art. With the issue of your food coloring, creating this masterpiece should have been impossible, but you did it. As a result, we'd like to award the Reindeer Pass Bakery the one and only 20-point booster to be used at any challenge from here on out excluding the final. Gasps and cheers from around the ballroom sounded, and Hannah's eyes went wide. The point booster was essentially an immunity prize in which they could have a bad week and still not go home. Becca grinned wide and clasped Hannah's hand. Thank you so much. We'll do our best not to need it. Impressed, James smirked. Of that, I have no doubt. Once filming wrapped, Tessa rushed over to the Reindeer Pass station and apologized no fewer than 10 times. I truly have no idea how that happened. I check the expiration dates on every single bottle that comes through here, but I guess I missed one. Becca pulled the girl barely out of her teens into a motherly hug. We all make mistakes. Plus, I'm not sure it wasn't a really bad batch of coloring. Generally, that brand is shelf-stable years past its expiration date due to the ingredients. Something else happened, and I don't think it was your fault. Still, Tessa said as she wiped a tear off her cheek. I'll be sure and smell every single one of them from now on. We won't have a repeat. Poor girl. She more than likely wasn't even responsible, yet Hannah knew she'd tie herself up in knots over it. Try not to worry about it. It's over, and obviously it didn't affect us. She glanced up at her words and spotted the gallants whispering beside their station. Echo and River had already started cleaning up their station, while Mabel and Betty Sue sat in folding chairs behind the camera and fanned themselves. Betty looked bone-tired, and Hannah wondered if she should try and convince her to go see Micah at the clinic. As her phone began to trill in her pocket, Matt and Jayce approached with wide smiles. Her good mood, so strong the moment before, melted away at the sight of the name that flashed across the screen. With a sigh, she held up a finger to the rest of the group and turned around. Hi, Dad. Hannah, I hope you're well. How cold he sounded, as though he was sending a work email rather than speaking with his daughter. I am. How are you and Mom? He huffed, and she knew well which direction this conversation was about to go. How do you think I am? My only daughter dropped out of law school with less than a year to go, and now she's embarrassing herself on some silly baking competition. I'm guessing you're not caught up with today's episode. Not that it would matter. Knowing Dad, he probably had his assistant sending him clips of her making mistakes just so he could use them for ammunition. I don't have time to stay caught up on such foolishness, and you know that. Now, I've spoken to the dean at your school, and they've agreed to allow you to make up all the work you've missed since Thanksgiving over Christmas break. So, I've taken the liberty of booking you a ticket back home. My assistant will send you dash. No, Dad. I'm not leaving. You can huff and puff all you want, but I'm done being the dutiful daughter who never questions what you and Mom say. You're the one who went back on your word, so now I'm doing my own thing. Man, that felt good. Who was this new Hannah who stood up to her father? Slowly, as though he spoke to a toddler, her father continued. As I said, my assistant will send you the travel itinerary, and I'll have a driver pick you up at the airport. He acted as though she hadn't even spoken. You've had your little rebellious experiment, Hannah, and now you're done. You've fallen flat on your face in front of millions of viewers. Now, come home before you embarrass us further. He'd always been cold to her, but that was a new low even for him. Praying for a strength she knew she didn't possess on her own, Hannah took a deep breath. Dad, the answer is no. I'm a grown woman, and I'm making a go of things here.
Goodbye.
She slammed her phone down on the workstation and met Jayce's concerned expression. I really don't want to talk about it, but I could use a hug. Apparently unbothered by his sister's wide grin and his brother-in-law's raised eyebrow, Jayce pulled Hannah to his chest in a hug that somehow made everything just a little better. Where they stood, she had no idea, but she had people in her corner here. That was enough. By the time Becca and Hannah packed up and headed back to the bakery, Hannah's spirits at least seemed a little lighter than they had since the phone call with her father. What kind of parents could treat someone as special as Hannah with such contempt? From what little he'd heard, it would be his pleasure to give Mr. Cochran a piece of his mind, but it was none of his business. He'd stayed back at the resort to check on the ski clinic event they'd hosted that day, quite a large turnout from what he'd witnessed. Overall, both the contest and the ski clinic had gone well that day, but Jayce just couldn't shake the brokenness on Hannah's face after she'd hung up with her father. As he finished up his rounds out in the cold, one of the resort staff offered him a steaming mug of hot chocolate to enjoy in front of the fire. As cold as it had been, he couldn't turn it down, and settling into the thick plush couches by the resort's fireplace warmed him to his bones. He didn't know how long he'd been sitting there when Mabel and Betty from the Muffin Top Bakery team shuffled into the room and plopped down on the couch opposite him. Well, hi there, handsome, Mabel said as she took a long swig from her coffee. Man, if sweet Hannah doesn't snatch you up, she's even crazier than I thought. Coming from anyone else, the words would have earned his swift defense of Hannah, but Mabel had said them with such affection he let it slide. You're welcome to put in a good word for me, Mrs. Mabel. Sure will. You're Becca's brother, aren't you? One and the same. I'm definitely the less talented of the two of us. Mrs. Mabel raised a heavily plucked brow at him. Somehow I doubt that, but your sister is one talented lady. I got a taste of her cranberry almond scones at the bakery, and those were some of the best things I've ever put in my mouth. It's crazy how she can do that when she can't even use actual almonds. When the two ladies eyed him curiously, he continued. Becca's allergic to almonds, so she uses imitation almond extract in those and some of her other stuff. She's gotten to the point now where you can't even tell. Mabel's mouth fell open. You're telling me those scones were made with imitation almond? Well, I'll be. Must have been quite a steep learning curve when she started out since so many recipes call for almond. Yep. It affected everything from the taste to the consistency at first. She's not one of those whose throat closes up, but she breaks out in an itchy, painful rash. She has to take high doses of antihistamines, which then make her feel like she's been hit by a truck. Basically, it's not a fun experience for her. He still remembered the day they'd realized she was allergic back in elementary school, as the ambulance had been called. As the conversation started to turn to other things, Ethan and Sophia Gallant from Cake Couture rounded the corner in matching Cake Couture t-shirts and jeans. Why did they always feel a need to match, even when filming was done? Mabel turned and waved at the two of them. Well, hi there. I wondered where y'all got off to after filming. Grab a coffee, and come sit a spell. I'd love to get to know you both better. Ethan's eyes widened as though the thought itself was terrifying, but Sophia shook her head. No, thank you. We're off to practice for the next round. Suit yourselves, Mabel replied before lowering her voice. Odd ducks, those two. Odd ducks, indeed. Chapter 9. Hannah took a taste of the pie filling and nodded in a moment of pure ecstasy. Yep, this one was going to fly off the shelves. Becca had given her a few hours that morning to experiment with the gallons of wild huckleberries she'd picked in the late summer. As busy as she'd been over the past few months, Becca's creativity with new recipes had to be limited to ideas for the competition, and Hannah now reaped the reward. She'd done a simple flaky pie crust on the bottom, but planned to do a rough puff on the top. They probably wouldn't be quite so ambitious with the mini pies of the same flavor, but this was a chance for her to really shine. Satisfied the filling was perfect, Hannah went to work on the top crust, using Delia's, her mentor from Magnolia Island Bakery, method of shredding the butter to fold between the layers rather than the more common pats or crumbles. It didn't affect the taste, but Hannah found the shredding method much easier to work with. Finally, after setting the wrapped dough back in the fridge to cool, Hannah poured herself a cup of coffee. She had probably a half hour before it was time to roll out the dough, so she made her way up front to see what help Sarah and Becca needed. Sarah placed a blueberry crumble muffin into a paper bag and handed it over the counter to Mrs. Edna from church. That smells delicious back there. I'm so glad we saved those huckleberries. Mrs. Edna, the kind older woman who sang so beautifully in the 2 Sundays Hannah had been in town, nodded. It sure does. My mama would roll over in her grave if she heard me say this, but I think yours is going to turn out better than hers. She winked, and Hannah blushed at the praise. I don't know about that, but I hope everyone will enjoy it. The next half hour passed quickly, with Hannah helping bring up new stock from the back, making coffee, and bussing tables once folks had left. It seemed like the town had only grown even more crowded since she'd arrived, and the bakery was at the top of everyone's lists. The Christmas decor and cozy feel had everyone in a good mood, and there was rarely a table empty for more than a minute during peak hours. Once the alarm on her phone went off, Hannah moved back into the kitchen to finish work on her pie. Rolling out the dough, the butter firmly between the layers, she grinned. The consistency was perfect, and the pie might just be her masterpiece. Rolling it over the top of the filled pie tin, she cut the excess dough off with kitchen scissors and crimped the sides. The puff would add an extra special feel to the dish, and the addition of cinnamon would complement the huckleberries beautifully. By the time the pie was finished, Hannah wasn't sure she could wait much longer to taste it. Somehow, as though summoned there by the delicious smell, the door opened, and Jayce walked through. Becca glanced up from where she wiped down a table and smirked. Good timing, bro. Did Hannah text you about the pie? Nope, he said with a pop on the IP. Just lucky, I guess. Since the crowd had died down due to the time, Hannah brought her baby out to the counter. She's so pretty, I almost hate to cut into her. Sarah held a pie cutter in one hand and a stack of plates in the other. I have no such qualms. Gimme. Just as she'd suspected, it was absolutely delicious. The 4 of them stood around the counter with plates in hand and silently appreciated the tangy sweetness of the berry elevated by the lemon she'd added and contrasted perfectly with the cinnamon and other spices. This, Becca said through a mouthful, is going on the menu today. Did you write down your recipe? Sure did, Hannah said with a grin. I already put it in your recipe binder. Loving the confidence. As much as I want to stay and stuff my face all day, I've got a pastry case to replenish. Hannah, you're good to go for today. Thanks for all your help. I assume Jayce is planning to walk you home. The mischievous look on her face earned her a mock glare from her brother, but he had the last laugh as he swiped the last bite of the pie off her plate. Hey. That's an offense worth fighting for. Call the police then, he replied. Their sibling banter, the one Hannah had always wished for in her lonely years as an only child, lifted her spirits even higher. On cloud 9, she packed up her things and followed Jayce out the bakery door into the bright and crisp sunlight. Once he closed the door behind them, Jayce fell into step beside her on the porch. "So your morning was good?" "It was great. I love experimenting with recipes, and the validation of knowing I made something people love is really special to me." Before he could respond, Hannah's phone trilled in her pocket. Every bit of her good mood from a moment before vanished as she noticed the name on the screen. Jayce glanced over as well, and she knew he read the name even before he spoke. "You don't have to answer, you know." She didn't, but Dad wasn't someone to take being ignored kindly. He'd probably report her missing or something, and then she'd have to deal with it. With a deep sigh, she swiped her thumb up on the screen. "Hi, Dad." It was clear to Jayce exactly what kind of man Hannah's father was less than a minute into the conversation. Leaving the bakery, her expression had been full of hope and confidence in herself, but now she deflated like a sad balloon days after a party. It appeared Mr. Cochran had watched the show enough to see her mistakes, and he used that to belittle all her other accomplishments. "Dad, was there a point to this call, or did you just call to dump on me?" Hannah's voice sounded so defeated, and it took everything in Jayce to let her handle the situation rather than yank the phone from her hand and tell her father what he really thought. As much as he wanted to, it was clear what Hannah needed was to feel strong against her father. Taking over would just reinforce the lies she already believed about herself. They continued to walk towards Hannah's car, and he held his hand out for the keys. At least, if she had to talk to her dad, he could drive them back up the mountain. Hannah was silent for most of the drive, but her father continued to shout from the other end. Jayce held onto his control until he spotted a tear fall down her face, a single stream she didn't even seem to notice. "Just hang up," he whispered. "You have the power here." Hannah nodded and opened her mouth to interrupt her father. "He's just a friend, Dad. Don't worry about it." Okay, so maybe he hadn't whispered as quietly as he thought. "I'm hanging up now."
Goodbye.
Unsure what to say, Jayce simply moved his hand to cover her clenched fist. They rode like that for a minute until they reached home, but neither moved to get out of the car immediately. "He's wrong, you know. Whatever it is he's convinced you of, he's wrong." Laying her head back against the seat, Hannah's hand finally relaxed in his. "My whole life, they've made it clear I was different, just not in the way they wanted. I've always been smart, but my quirks embarrassed them to the point I learned to mask them. At some point, they realized I had a freaky good memory, and turned their attention to figuring out what kind of savant they had for a daughter. Test after test, doctor after doctor, I felt like a lab rat until I finally told them I was done just before I turned 20. Ever since then, it's like nothing I do is good enough for them. Valedictorian? I should have won by a higher margin. Summa cum laude? I could have had perfect scores. Top 5% in my class in law school? I should have been the best." Jayce couldn't imagine what kind of pressure she'd been under her whole life. "Geez. It's no wonder you turned to baking to relieve stress." For the first time since her father called, a ghost of a smile appeared on Hannah's face. "In some ways, it saved me. Without coming to know the Lord in a personal way and finding baking as a hobby, I'd have been completely lost. I never wanted to go into law, but my father told me he'd allow me to use some of my trust fund to pay for culinary school if I finished and passed the bar. I should have known he'd go back on his word, especially since my trust fund couldn't be accessed until I turned 25, but I believed him." "You should be able to believe your father," Jayce said quietly. He knew well what it meant to have promises broken by the man who should have been trustworthy. Every birthday and holiday his own had missed was proof of that. "It's not your fault." They talked for a few more minutes before an idea lit up like a light bulb in Jayce's mind. "What do you know about skiing?" Hannah paused for a moment, and he could almost see the wheels turning in her head. "I know the evidence suggests the first skis were used as transportation and for hunting in areas we now know as Asia and Europe over 4 millennia ago, and it's been part of the Olympics since 1924. Jayce chuckled. "Not quite what I meant, but your mind fascinates me. What I meant was, can you ski? Oh, no, I can't. My parents took us skiing once, but I stayed in the lodge the whole time and read. I was pretty clumsy back then, and I honestly wasn't interested in spending much time with my parents. That was definitely understandable. Eventually, he'd like to teach her to ski, but what Hannah needed that day was pure and easy fun. She didn't need to try and conquer a new skill, but to just be the kid she probably never got to be. Go upstairs and put on your warmest clothes. Her eyes widened. Jayce, I can't dash. Just trust me. She stared at him for a moment, but apparently decided it was worth it. Within minutes, they were back in the car and headed back down the mountain and up the one with the resort. Rather than go straight to the ski rental, Jayce instead took Hannah's gloved hand and led her to the tubes. Children made up the rest of the line along with their parents who held the money, but Jayce didn't care. Tubing was a vastly underrated pastime, and it was exactly what Hannah needed. 2 adult tubes, please. As he handed his card to Rainy James, the high school senior who'd been working at the resort since summer, he nudged Hannah's side. You're going to love this. Her eyes shone with something other than tears, and the knowledge he'd put the excitement there had him feeling 10 feet tall. I've always wanted to try this. Then today's your lucky day. He carried the tubes to the top of the tubing line, an area of the mountain the resort designated for tubes alone. Plopping the heavy black donuts onto the snow, he dropped down into his. There's not much skill to this. Just enjoy the ride. Once we get down to the bottom, we can take the lift back up. Usually, first-timers went down on their bottoms, but Hannah wasn't like most folks. Before he could say a word, Hannah snatched up her tube, took a running start, and dropped down just in time to take the whole hillside on her stomach. She let out a whoop, and Jayce realized he hadn't even pushed off until one of the resort employees nudged him from behind. For the next hour, they tubed the hill over and over again until Jayce's mouth started to hurt from smiling so big. At one point, Hannah tried to surf her tube down the mountain and fell so comically it had taken them both a solid 5 minutes to get themselves back together. By the time their tube rental was reaching its end, they held hands as they slid down the mountain and came to the bottom at the same time. Hannah jumped up from her tube, taking a deep breath as she closed her eyes and looked toward the sky. She didn't even appear to notice him approach until he was close enough to reach out and touch her cheek. Her eyes opened, the green of them something between the pine forest and a grassy field. She turned to him, and not a thing in the world could have stopped him from closing the distance between their lips. Well, nothing but a snowball to the side of the head. As he felt the cold, icy artillery break up against his temple, Jayce's head whipped around to see a bevy of 12-year-old boys cackling behind their makeshift snow fort. All at once, snowballs rained down on Jayce and Hannah, the two of them quickly getting their bearings to return fire. After a minute or two, Jayce held up his hands. Okay, Billy, we surrender. Hold your fire. Billy Tompkins and his buddies mercifully halted their attack, and Jayce looked down at Hannah. The moment might have been spoiled, but the way the world had lifted from her shoulders was more than worth it. In that moment, he realized how deeply he'd begun to fall for this woman despite her having only been in town for 2 weeks. Would she stay, or would her parents convince her to follow their plan for her life rather than her own path? The thought of her leaving settled in his gut like a brick, but he wouldn't ruin the day with talk of that. No, the Lord had given them that day on the side of the mountain, and he'd be grateful even if it was the only one they ever had. If it meant she rolled out of town after ski season and took his heart with her? Well, it was a risk he was willing to take. Chapter 10. Bakers, you have 1 minute left of the pie challenge. I repeat, you have 1 minute left. Carmela fluttered from station to station, no doubt signaling the camera crew to which teams struggled more than others. Thankfully, Becca was just putting the finishing touches on their pie, sprinkling a bit of powdered sugar over the top to give their mountainscape top crust a bit of extra snow. They'd been able to use Hannah's huckleberry recipe, something both women were confident would give them high marks. Placing the pie plate on the judging table, Becca nudged Hannah in the side. This is going to be amazing. You should be proud. She'd let Hannah take the lead since it was her recipe, while Becca had gathered ingredients from the shelves. Betty and Mabel from Muffin Top Bakery placed an adorable raspberry pie next to their nameplate with stamped-out Christmas trees and snowflakes all around the outside. Cake Couture did a variation on an apple pear pie with an intricate lattice across the top, while Flower Power did a vegan pumpkin pie with a powdered sugar design on top. Echo and River had achieved using a doily. All 4 pies were beautiful, and if the smells wafting through the room were any indication, they'd be delicious. Judging began with Muffin Top's winter raspberry pies cape. As always, Judge Elizabeth Hall was encouraging with her critiques, the only real mistake being a slightly soggy pie bottom. James was hard on everyone, but he was particularly impressed with Cake Couture's lattice work. As for Flower Power, their sugar design on top of their pie had Wayne fascinated, but unfortunately something about their pie didn't set correctly. The flavor was all right, but the texture really got them. And lastly, our winners of the 20-point boost from the Sugar Cookie Challenge, Reindeer Pass. Ladies, if you'll bring your cinnamon huckleberry pie forward, we'll begin judging. I can't wait for this one, Elizabeth said fondly. My mother used to make wild huckleberry pies, and they are a special memory for me. James served himself a piece and sat back in his chair. I don't think I've ever had one. All I know, Wayne added as he jabbed his fork into his portion, is if this pie is half as good as those cookies, I'm gonna need bigger pants by the time I leave here. The crowd laughed, and all 3 judges took healthy bites. Hannah's hopes were high, but they crashed to the ground in horror as both James and Wayne spit their mouthfuls back into napkins. Elizabeth managed to get hers down, but she chased it with a whole glass of water. Oh dear. Hannah knew her eyes were as big as dessert plates, and she wished dearly she could sink to the floor right then and there. Becca somehow came out of her own shock enough to speak. What happened? James beckoned them both to come closer and gestured to a production assistant to get forks. You tell me. Hesitant, Hannah lifted her fork to her lips. As soon as the gooey filling hit her tongue, she knew exactly what had happened and fought back the urge to vomit. Salt instead of sugar, she said as the realization of her mistake washed over her. I don't know how in the world I could have done that. Obviously, the judges weren't pleased with their pie, and Hannah lost count of how many times she apologized during judging. Becca didn't speak once the cameras turned off, instead barreling into Matt's hug from his spot with the security team. Truly, Hannah didn't know she'd ever been more humiliated in her life. She'd let Becca down and served the judges a salty pie on national television. If her parents thought the baking soda versus baking powder mix-up in the second competition was an indication she ought to come home, they'd have a field day with this one. Gently touching Becca on the shoulder, Hannah uttered what had to have been her 10th apology. Becca, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. Becca whirled around, uncharacteristic anger clear on her teary face. Just leave it alone, Hannah. She paused for a moment as Jayce approached their group, clenching her eyes shut as the tears continued to pour. I'm sorry, this is my business. This competition brings in business year-round. If we hadn't had those extra points from last week, we'd be going home. Listen, I need to head back to the bakery. You can take the rest of the day off. Her words didn't hold the anger they had initially, but the disappointment on her face was probably worse. Are you sure? I can dash. No, Becca cut her off. You go home and get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow morning. The normally confident, bubbly woman's shoulders sagged as she let Matt lead her out of the ballroom. Tears Hannah had barely held back fell in earnest then. Pressing her face into her hands, she allowed the sobs to rack her body until Jayce's familiar piney scent and steady hands pulled her in close. Shh, he said softly as he stroked her hair. It's all right. She's not mad, she's just disappointed. And that's any better? Hannah pulled back from Jayce's hold, the pity in his eyes almost as bad as the anger in Becca's. Why can't I get anything right? It's like, suddenly, Hannah recalled with perfect clarity the image of the glass sugar jar at her workstation. The sugar and salt didn't sit anywhere near each other on the shelves, and they weren't part of the ingredient gathering Becca did at the beginning of the challenge anyway. Jayce took her hand in his. It's like what? The jars. Blue tops are sugar, and red tops are salt. As clear as though it sat directly in front of her, Hannah recalled the image of their workstation and her hand dipping the dry measuring cup in the blue-topped jar. I didn't make a mistake. They were in the wrong jars. She spoke quietly, working out everything that had happened so far in her mind. The baking powder versus baking soda meant her cupcakes didn't rise, the bad food coloring they chalked up to a bad batch, then the salt and sugar. Jayce, I think someone is sabotaging us. To his credit, Jayce didn't immediately speak. He mulled it over, his expression one of a seasoned lawman. It's possible. Do you want to go talk to Mr. Pine? They could, but what reason would the producer have to believe them? To that point, it really just looked like Hannah was incredibly scatterbrained and cracked under pressure. No, not without more proof. And how do you plan to get said proof? Looking out over the ballroom, Hannah pursed her lips. I don't know yet, but can I count on you to help me? He sighed, apprehension clear. Of course. What had he just gotten himself into? Any fool could see Hannah might be right, but it was also possible she just had a series of mess-ups. It didn't mean she wasn't an amazing baker, and it didn't mean they couldn't win, but who would risk their reputation to sabotage a competitor in a baking competition? Sure, the money was good, but it wouldn't last someone the rest of their lives. There was no way social media wouldn't completely destroy a cheater, and the accusation someone might actually be sabotaging without proof could destroy Becca and Hannah. He dropped Hannah off at home before heading back to the station, his mind reeling with all the possibilities. Of course, the gallant siblings from Cake Couture were the obvious possibility. Betty and Mabel were just two sweet and sassy old women, and the Millers from Flower Power were something between hippies and flower children. Surely, they weren't capable of such a thing, were they? Then again, maybe they put on airs around others. As Jayce pushed through the door to the station, Mrs. Peabody's voice grated like nails on a chalkboard. Officer, if I don't see someone behind bars for this, by the end of the day, it'll be your job on the line. Calvin, the rookie cop Mrs. Peabody was currently in the process of dressing down, spotted Jayce with relief. Oh look, the chief's here. I'm sure he can help. He skirted around the angry woman and approached Jayce. Mrs. Peabody would like to report vandalism at her store, and she's anxious to know what consequences the perpetrators will face. Bless him. That was quite possibly the most diplomatic explanation possible in the moment. Thanks, Calvin. I'll handle it. As a very relieved Calvin beelined for the break room, Jayce turned his attention to Mrs. Peabody. Let's go, Mrs. Peabody. We can walk down to your store and take a look. I will warn you, though, I can't promise anyone will go to jail for it. Yarn bombing isn't an offense we typically make arrests for. She huffed, her loose muumuu dress and heavy coat looking more like a nightgown than an actual dress. Not a single one of you is taking this seriously. The mayor all but laughed at me, and all you care about is chasing around that new girl in town. You know, none of this vandalism happened before she got here. She raised her eyebrows, and Jayce fought the urge to roll his eyes. Whoever had continued to yarn bomb her store was one of the donuts more than likely, but what could he do? All she had to do was remove the sweaters, and everything was right back to normal. At least, for the moment, he had something to take his mind off the potential sabotage facing Becca and Hannah. It was one of those things he'd pursue, but mostly he'd pray God cleared the path to truth. It seemed ridiculous that someone would do such a thing, but then again, he was currently following a very angry antique shop owner down the street to file a report about a gargoyle in a Christmas sweater. If there was sabotage going on, stranger things had certainly happened. Chapter 11. Hannah was awakened to a banging on her door in the middle of the night. Wake up. Hurry. Was that Becca? Flinging her legs over the side of the bed, Hannah ran to the door. She swung it open to see Becca and Sarah bundled up with some combination of pajamas, bathrobes, and ski boots. Becca's hair was in a silk bonnet, her toboggan crammed over the top. What in the world? Is someone hurt? She glanced over at Jayce's house just as the front light flicked on. The man in question stepped out onto his front porch with a scowl. What's going on? Becca shooed him away with her hand. You go back to sleep, Mr. Grumpy. The Northern Lights are putting on a show tonight, and we're taking Hannah to see them. The Northern Lights? You can see them in Montana? To be honest, she'd always kind of assumed they were more of a Northern Canada and Alaska thing. You sure can. Now come on. We've got cookies and hot chocolate, and I left Matt home with Ginger. Girls, trip up the mountain. Grab a coat or something, and let's go. It was the first time in her life Hannah had really ever felt part of a friendship like this. Charlie and Delia had always been incredibly kind to her, but Charlie had been dealing with some major issues of her own when she first moved to Magnolia Island. After that, she'd been rekindling the long-lost romance between her and Aiden, and they'd mostly just spent time together at the bakery. Yanking on her boots and grabbing her heavy coat from the hook by the door, Hannah followed Becca and Sarah down the steps. They'd left Becca's SUV running, the exhaust pipe expelling mist into the cold air. Jayce approached, a smirk clear on his face. Beck is right. You don't want to miss the lights. No matter how long you're here, there's something special. The double meaning in his words pricked at her heart. How long was she here, exactly? She didn't know, and there was no way she could answer the questions brewing in Jayce's eyes. Standing on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek, she grinned at the gasps from her friends. Get some rest, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hopping in the back seat, Hannah noticed Jayce still stood in the driveway watching them as Becca pulled out. They'd barely reached the road when Sarah whipped around and pinned her with a grin. So, was that the first time you kissed? Technically, it was the first time she'd kissed him. He'd kissed her on the head once after she'd gotten that call from her parents, but that wasn't exactly the same thing. In reality, other than an awful spin-the-bottle experience at a 7th grade party, she'd never been kissed. Thankfully, Becca rescued her with a playful swat to Sarah's arm. Leave her alone, nosy Nelly. She doesn't have to kiss and tell if she doesn't want to. Fine, but that doesn't mean I'm not rooting for this to happen, Sarah replied as she faced the road again. Becca expertly navigated the twists and turns up the snowy mountain, confident in every mile. The warmth of the car would have lulled Hannah back to sleep were it not for the constant chatter from the front seat. She gave her input occasionally, but mostly she just basked in the feeling of what it meant to have girlfriends. Some of the girls at school had been nice to her. Her study groups in college had always appreciated her recall, but she'd never really had friends who accepted her as she was. If her parents had allowed her to go off to college, she'd probably have found her people, but they'd required her to live at home. She'd also had a curfew, and a ridiculously early one at that, so she really couldn't have hung out with anyone even if she'd been invited. Sarah sighed contentedly from the front seat. Do either of you guys know what causes the lights? I guess I've just taken them for granted growing up here. They're caused by interaction between charged particles, Hannah answered without thinking. The sun emits the particles, and they interact with the Earth's magnetic field. She stopped then, afraid Becca and Sarah might react the same way the girls at school always had. I'm sorry about that. Becca spoke up then. Sorry about what? Sarah asked a question, and you answered it. For what it's worth, your memory fascinates me. There's no way we'd have done as well as we have in the competition without it, and I'm sorry if I made you feel like what happened yesterday was all your fault. It was, though. Not really. I should have tasted the filling before we started mixing, and that's on me. I know better since I learned that lesson last year with an unfortunate mistake Sarah made mixing up cumin and cinnamon. Hey, Sarah exclaimed. In my defense, they put all the spices in those little clear jars, and it didn't even occur to me they'd have cinnamon on the shelf. I just saw the AC and grabbed it. She snickered, clearly over whatever embarrassment it had caused. The judges' faces might have been worth it, though. Just then, they reached a clearing at the top of the mountain. To that point, the tall pines had blocked Hannah's view of the sky. Becca pulled to a stop and unbuckled her seatbelt. Come on, girls. Let's watch God paint a picture. Grabbing extra blankets from Becca's back seat, the three of them filed out of her SUV and wiped off a bench at the observation point. Hannah hadn't even sat down when she spotted the view before her and gasped. From their vantage point at the top of the mountain, the entirety of Reindeer Pass was visible on the clear winter night. Above it, Aurora Borealis danced among the stars. Purples, pinks, greens, blues, and a whole host of other colors weaved in and out of one another like God was indeed painting a picture. Tears trickled down her cheeks at the beauty, the mountains in the distance punctuating the landscape with their snow-capped peaks. The three women huddled under blankets and watched the show. No one spoke as they witnessed the glory before them. Somehow, the moment put things into perspective as Hannah remembered scripture about the heavens declaring the glory of God. Not a day in her life was unseen by God, and the same one who'd created the beauty before her had also created her. He'd knit her together more carefully than any project she could create, and he did so with great care. It may have taken 24 years to find people who would accept her for who she was, but found them she had. So much of her life, she'd allowed herself to believe the lie that God had made a mistake with her, but there wasn't a chance she'd have admitted it. No, her head knew what her heart couldn't accept: he didn't make mistakes. The tears continued to trickle down her cheek as she settled in between Becca and Sarah. How long they sat there, Hannah had no idea, but she'd have stayed all night. By the time they finally made their way back down the mountain and Hannah crawled into her bed for a few hours of sleep, she felt lighter than she had in her entire life. It was one thing to accept Christ had paid for her sins, but it was something else entirely to believe he had a purpose for her just as she was. As she drifted off, she did so in prayer for wisdom and discernment regarding all areas of her life. Her parents, the competition, her future in Reindeer Pass, Jayce, all of it had felt so overwhelming earlier that day. Now, armed with the memory of the northern lights as they danced across the sky, she could fight back the lies with the truth of Scripture. The same God who'd woven such intricacies out of charged particles had created her with a purpose, and that purpose had a plan. All she had to do was draw near to him, and he'd lead her in the way she needed to go. Chapter 12. Jayce couldn't believe his eyes. Surely, he was having some sort of psychotic break. There was no way the dough nuts had covered the front of the town's gazebo in some sort of giant knitted banner. The sheer price of the yarn alone would have been astronomical, but how had they managed to make it without anyone noticing? The image on the banner wasn't a simple one either. It was like an ode to the town with an image of downtown knitted carefully into the pattern. Folks walked down the street, and a closer inspection told Jayce they'd included himself and Hannah walking shoulder to shoulder down the street. Mayor Tommy Barrett stepped up next to him and cocked his head to the side. He'd been the mayor for all of Jayce's adulthood, and he'd always appreciated the man's honesty and integrity. Now, as he studied the structure in his typical dress of jeans and a heavy coat, Mayor Barrett did something Jayce hadn't expected: he doubled over in laughter. "I just spotted Mrs. Peabody on the yarnscape," Mayor Barrett wheezed. Sure enough, the woman in question was knit onto the picture with arms crossed over her chest and a scowl on her face. She stood sentry beside her gargoyle statues, both of which wore the tacky sweaters she hated so deeply. She wasn't the only business represented, as the bakery featured prominently towards the front, Becca's smiling face clear in the window. The ski shop, both restaurants, the combination toy and candy shop, and the Christmas decor pop-up could be seen as well. They'd also managed to capture the resort on the mountain, and Jayce couldn't help but be impressed with the talent. "I actually kind of hate to take it down." It was a little bit like a love letter from the knitting contingent of the Doughnuts to Reindeer Pass, and they'd clearly worked hard and long on it. "I agree," Mayor Barrett said as he'd finally gotten hold of himself. "We're not due for another snow for a few days, so let's leave it up until then at least. After that, I'll see if there's a place at Town Hall where we can feature it." "Not a bad idea. I'll see if I can figure out a couple of the folks responsible." None of them were out at the moment, but they probably would be before long. "Excellent." Mayor Barrett glanced over his shoulder towards the bakery, the corner of his lip quirking up at whatever he saw. "Well, Chief, I'd say you've got company, and I don't think I'm necessary for it." Following his line of sight, Jayce felt the little uptick in his pulse at the sight of Hannah moving his way. She looked beautiful in her bright red cardigan and green t-shirt that had 3 dancing chocolate chip cookies on it. All 3 of the cookies wore Santa hats. It was quirky, whimsical, and adorable, just like her. Hey, there, he said as she approached. I'm guessing today was a 2 coffee kind of day? The girls had been out until nearly 4 o'clock in the morning watching the lights, but he couldn't blame them. They were a sight to behold, and Hannah needed that kind of beauty after her father had berated her the way he did. The thought of that phone call still grated on Jayce to the point he'd have to rely on Jesus not to punch the man if he came into town. As if on cue, Hannah yawned as she nodded. Yep. Worth it, though. The lights were better than any picture could ever show. The wonder on her face made him a little jealous he hadn't put it there, but he shook it off. No, she'd needed that night with Becca and Sarah. I'm glad. Have you had any more thoughts about the potential for other teams to be working against you guys? I'm happy to help, but I'll be honest. I feel like it's a bit of a long shot. She shrugged, apparently not offended by his doubt. If it turns out I'm wrong, I'll accept it and move on. It just seems like too many coincidences for that to be the case. I'd like to do some nosing around at the resort tomorrow since we don't film again until later this week. You're welcome to join me if you'd like. Indecision warred within him. First, what if someone caught them and assumed it was actually Hannah and Becca cheating? Second, didn't he have too much going on with all the tourists in town to spend valuable time and potentially resources on Nancy Drew ing a baking competition? Then again, this was Hannah asking him for help. Try as he might, there was no way he could let her down. Not to mention, it was also his sister's reputation on the line. I'm actually off tomorrow, so I'll help, but Hannah dash. I know, she said softly. I know you're just doing this to appease me, and you don't actually believe there's any sabotage going on. She turned her green eyes on him, her pink cheeks chapped by the cold. I get it, and I appreciate it anyway. Did he dare kiss her there in the middle of the square? It was kind of a winter wonderland with all the lights and the giant Christmas tree decorated just down the way. Before he had the chance, she turned back to study the yarn mural hanging along the front of the gazebo. They did an excellent job. Look at those stitches. She walked closer, reverently holding her hand out to touch the fabric. He followed, studying the image closer and spotted Micah standing in the doorway of his clinic. In the mural, he saw Sarah bussing tables on the front porch of the bakery, and somehow they'd captured a bit of a wistful smile on her face. Whoever did this notices more than we give them credit for. I've been so annoyed by the yarn bombing that I guess I hadn't really stopped to appreciate the beauty of it. That's actually how it started, Hannah replied. I never could muster up the courage to do any, but the whole point was to replace damaging graffiti with an artistic outlet. It's actually a really cool practice, and these folks are clearly talented. Jayce eyed Hannah's bright red sweater. I don't know that I realized how many bakers are also knitters, but I guess it makes sense. Yep. Once you've found the community of one quirky hobby, you go searching for the next one. I also find many of us don't sit still very well, so working with our hands is therapeutic. Studying the image again, Jayce allowed himself to appreciate more than just the time and skill it took to make it. Instead, he focused on the artistry. Mayor Barrett wants to leave it up for as long as we can. After that, he plans to move it to the town hall. Good. It deserves to be appreciated. As she spoke, Jayce couldn't help but think back to the conversation she'd had with her father. So do you. He paused, carefully thinking through how to approach this. Hannah, what your dad said, he's wrong. She didn't face him, instead studying the tapestry in all its detail. Are you thinking my belief in sabotage is some sort of weird need to prove to my parents and myself that I'm not as much of a failure as they think I am? Not exactly the words he'd use, but the idea had crossed his mind. What do you think? He'd half expected her to bristle at the insinuation even though he hadn't been the one to make it. To his surprise, she just shrugged. I've been asking myself the same question. It doesn't feel like pure coincidence, but I guess the alternative is me not being nearly as good at this as I think I am. She finally peeled her eyes from the mural. That sounds really prideful, doesn't it? I don't know that it's prideful to acknowledge you're gifted at something. The pride comes in when you don't give the Lord the glory and the credit. At least, that's how he'd always felt about it. Whether that was correct or not could probably be argued to death by pastors and theologians. Only you and the Lord know your heart. Down the street, children ran in front of their mothers up the steps to the bakery. All of them shouted about the different pastries they'd enjoy for their treat while the mothers strolled along behind them in the way seasoned mothers did. Hannah watched them, her mind at least 1,000 miles away. I'm not so sure I know my heart either, she said softly before turning to stare directly in his eyes. Her hair was braided down her back, some flyaways escaping her hot pink hat. She wore both the coat and boots he'd gotten at the ski store, and he realized how closely her eyes resembled the color of a Christmas tree. Reaching up, he tucked a bit of flyaway hair under her hat, allowing his fingers to linger a second too long on her skin. She'd said she didn't know her own heart, but did that extend to him as well? He was under no illusions he hadn't fallen harder for her than she'd fallen for him at this point, but she'd only been in town a few weeks. He'd be patient and bide his time so as to not scare her off, as she gave off the easily spooked vibe when in over her head. Have you asked him to help you? Smiling softly, Hannah studied him in the bright morning light. I guess I should do a lot more of that than I have been. Her phone pinged with a text message, breaking the moment with its sound. She pulled it from her pocket, her smile growing wider. It's Charlie. She wants to video chat with the bakery crew during a lull this morning. Speaking of which, I have to clock in about 2 minutes. She bid him
Goodbye.
before jogging towards the bakery, her gait both slightly awkward and wholly adorable as she maneuvered over the snow. Once she got safely inside the bakery, he turned back to study the yarn mural before him, only this time his attention fell to who he could only assume was himself and Hannah strolling through town. The limits of fiber arts and the size of their images meant neither of their expressions were overly clear, but somehow the artists had captured the easy feeling he had when she was around. Well, Lord, he muttered before heading back to the station. I guess I better take my own advice and ask you to help me know what you want from me. I'll follow your path. Just give me the wisdom to know what it is. Chapter 13. Hannah stepped through the door to the resort, the warm air hitting her in the face like some sort of cozy Christmas card came to life. The fire roared in the fireplace, with the window wall that somehow never fogged up overlooking the town down below. A cart full of baked goods and coffee stood over by the check-in desk, as well as a clear front fridge with water bottles and soft drinks. The couches beckoned by the fire, plush and cozy with Christmas-themed throw pillows. The large Christmas tree in the corner of the lobby was beautifully decorated in white and blue ornaments, and there was even a hint of cinnamon in the air. This place really is lovely, she said as Jayce stepped through the door behind her. I feel like I'm always too nervous on filming days to pay attention. Gesturing for her to follow him over to the oversized plush couches, Jayce grabbed a cup of coffee off the cart. Want one? The fact he'd been off today meant they could try to investigate who'd been working to sabotage the Reindeer Pass team. Of course, the current running theory was the Gallant siblings, but it could have been one of the production assistants as well. Sure, thank you. Hannah took a seat in a large armchair by the fire, grateful she'd brought her knitting to at least look somewhat busy. It had been weeks since she'd really gotten to work on it, the sweaters she'd planned to make for Charlie and Delia for Christmas mocking her with every passing day. The chair was so big there was probably room for two, but Jayce took his own seat over on the couch. Voice low as he placed her coffee on the table beside her, he leaned forward. So what's your plan today? I know you wanted to just stake out and see what we might find out, but did you want to go poke around in the backstage area too? She bit her lip, thinking over the possibilities. If we go backstage and get caught, folks could think we're the ones with nefarious intentions. We're close to the ballroom entrance here, and I can see pretty well who comes and goes. Let's keep an eye out and go from there. We can do that. I'd imagine there will be staff coming in and out since tomorrow is a filming day. Are the teams allowed to go into the ballroom to practice? Hannah shook her head and settled into the chair to get going on her projects. Both sweaters were being done in a 2x2 rib stitch, simple enough for her to focus on the task at hand along with the project itself. No. We haven't been told we can't go in, but there's a practice kitchen set up down the hall. Becca and I haven't used it since we have the bakery just down the mountain, but I'm sure the other teams have. The next hour or so passed with various conversation topics between Jayce and Hannah, and at least Delia's sweater began to take shape, but there hadn't been hide nor hair of the gallants or anyone else suspicious. At one point, Betty came out of the ballroom with one of the camera operators, but she'd forgotten her extra set of reading glasses there on the last filming day. The Millers also came through, though they'd been coming inside from the hot springs. Both were wrapped in the plush robes the resort offered, an air of serenity around them that Hannah always found so inviting. After a while, Hannah's stomach began to growl, and she looked at her watch to realize it was nearly lunchtime. Just as she was about to suggest they go over to the resort restaurant, Jamie walked in the front door with one of the ski instructors. The guy was handsome, she'd give them that. He was tall and lean with dark hair, clean-shaven, and possessed one of those grins that made you wonder if he belonged on a ski instructor calendar of some sort. Jayce hadn't spotted Jamie yet, so when her laughter at something Mr. Ski Model said carried through the lobby, he visibly cringed. That, at least, brought some satisfaction to Hannah's worries about how he still felt about Jamie. "Oh, Jayce, Hannah." Jamie waved them down with an enthusiasm Hannah hadn't seen from her yet, and she wondered if it was for their benefit or Mr. Ski Model's. She made a beeline for them, plopping down on the couch beside Jayce despite there being an entire couch to fill. "Tarek has been so helpful to help me improve my skiing," she said as she waved a hand towards the bewildered ski instructor. He eased down into one of the other armchairs, brow raised in confusion. "We'll have to take a couple of runs soon, so I can show off my new skills." It was as though Hannah wasn't even there, and if Jayce's attempts to angle himself away from Jamie were any indication, he didn't welcome the situation. "That's great, Jamie. Anyway, I think Hannah and I were about to head down to get some lunch. You two have a good day." Jayce stood up so fast Hannah had to look down to hide her silent laughter. Jamie narrowed her eyes for a moment but recovered quickly and hopped to her feet as well. "Oh, lunch does sound nice." She stopped short of inviting herself, but only just. Finally, Hannah took pity on Jayce and placed her knitting in the large canvas bag she'd brought. "Yep," she said as she made a show of tucking herself into Jayce's side the way a hopelessly in love young couple might do. Ignoring the rush of electricity that seemed to travel down her spine as his arm wrapped around her shoulders, she stood on her tiptoes to press a kiss to his cheek she hoped didn't look too over the top. "Jayce is taking me out for an early lunch date before my shift at the bakery this afternoon. It was good to see you, Jamie. And Tarek, nice to meet you." Allowing Jayce to steer her away from the seething Jamie and slightly amused Tarek, Hannah didn't break contact with him until he opened the front door of the resort for her and stepped out into the cold. When they were free of prying eyes, she finally let out the laughter she'd held back inside. "You owe me for that one, sir." Jayce laughed as well, though there was something else there too as he studied her. "You played that off well. I'll give you that." He opened his mouth to say more, but shut it quickly. Giving a mock bow, Hannah tried to look unaffected by the very real crush she had on Jayce. He'd acted like he was going to kiss her a couple of times now, but he'd either backed away or they'd gotten interrupted. It honestly wouldn't surprise her if he'd decided her quirks might not be worth it, but that realization didn't settle quite as catastrophically as it would have before her night studying the Northern Lights. There was no question she liked Jayce, but it was as though the Lord had finally gotten through to her with a truth that she had been searching for throughout her life. Regardless of what other people believed about her, God had created her the way she was with a purpose. The lies she believed her whole life still poked and prodded and probably would for a long time, but at least she recognized them for what they were. After another beat of almost awkward silence, Jayce offered his arm for her to take. "Well, we did say I was taking you to lunch, and I'd hate to make a liar out of you. What time do you go to work?" "Not until 2 o'clock. Becca wanted to practice for the bread challenge tomorrow. You should see the gorgeous baked brie and cranberry Christmas tree she's got planned, and the cinnamon sugar snowflake. They're going to be delicious." Anxiety pricked at her over the thought of how many things could go wrong in a bread challenge, but she couldn't focus on that. At least now that she had an idea they were being sabotaged, she could look much more closely at the ingredients they used. Jayce nodded, and they headed down the steps toward his truck. "Does Becca know you suspect someone's been messing with you too?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hannah spotted the gallant siblings walking up from the slopes donned head to toe in ski gear. Even after a day of skiing, they still had that driven, ambitious expression on their faces. I haven't told her. I want to get more information and evidence before I go making accusations. The gallants looked her way, and Ethan briefly bobbed his head upward in greeting. Of course, I could be wrong about all this, but I guess we'll find out. Jayce tightened his hold on her arm just briefly. We'll do our best. I can promise you that. Watching Hannah and Becca during the bread challenge was a little bit like watching a master sculptor at work. The producers had split the challenge into 2 parts due to the time it took the bread to rise, and they'd do one session of filming before lunch and another after. It was nearly time to break for lunch, but none of the bakers had slowed down even a little. Mabel and Betty with the Muffin Top Bakery appeared to be in their element with multiple intricately braided loaves in sweet, savory, and everything in between. From Cake Couture, Ethan and Sophia did some crazy looped circle thing Jayce couldn't even begin to name, while the Millers from Flower Power continued to stay true to their vegan convictions with yet another impressive offering. Hannah and Becca had 2 different loaves that would begin their final rise shortly. One looked like a Christmas tree with the branches twisted to allow one to see the brie and cranberry jam inside, while the other looked for all the world like a snowflake stuffed with butter and cinnamon sugar. They'd both be delicious, that much was certain. Standing backstage, it was part of his job to assist Matt with security since thankfully they'd brought in enough extra officers for the season he could spare a few hours a week to do so. They'd found nothing in terms of sabotage in their stakeout the day before, but he'd be lying if he said he didn't enjoy himself. Their lunch was just as easy and enjoyable as any time with Hannah was. It was a little annoying how much he liked her, but watching her move as though in orbit around Becca, the 2 of them working in perfect sync. Her shirt that day was baby blue and red, measuring spoons in happy tunes, a dancing set of measuring spoons printed all around the words. Her hair was up in one of those bun things atop her head, and a thick woven headband held back the flyaways. In the heat and rush of the competition, her face was a little flushed, and he couldn't help but think how it only enhanced her beauty. Aren't you supposed to be looking out for everyone? An elbow nudged him in the side, and he turned to see Micah and Sarah watching him with grins on their faces. Micah continued, completely unconcerned with Jayce's glare. I mean, it would be a shame for something to happen to one of the other teams while you're too busy staring at your girlfriend. She's not my girlfriend, Jayce grumbled. She's only been here for a little over 2 weeks, and she doesn't even know if she's staying long term. How do you 2 get back here anyway? Shouldn't you be in the stands? Micah crossed his arms over his chest, the jacket over his mint scrubs halfway zipped. Security here's not so great. You hush, Sarah said as she smacked him with her good hand. Most of the crew here has worked on multiple competitions Becca and I have competed in. One of the production assistants let us in. She paused, watching the Reindeer Pass team as they worked. You really don't think she'll stay long term? Honestly, he didn't even want to think about it, but he'd been the one to bring it up. She came here on a temporary contract with Becca, and I haven't heard anyone say anything about her extending it at the end of January. I'm not going to push her just because I like her. I've been the anchor holding someone to Reindeer Pass before, and I don't plan to do it again. Micah's grin faded then, no doubt remembering how hurt Jayce had been when Jamie had run off to LA. I get it, man, but Hannah's not Jamie. With a snort, Sarah peeked around Micah again. You can say that again. I don't know if I've ever met 2 more different people. I agree with you that you don't need to be what keeps her here, but it might be worth it to let her know she has a reason to stay. Was Sarah right? Would it even make a difference? Where was the line between trusting the Lord to intervene in a situation and being honest about how he felt? I'll think about it, but I'm not promising anything. Hey, Micah said as he held his hands up in surrender. Not our circus, not our monkeys, we just hate to see her go back to Magnolia Island not knowing how much you like her. It's only been a few weeks since I met her. Won't it freak her out? It was freaking him out a little how quickly he'd fallen for her, especially with his history of poor judgment. While Sarah continued to watch the competition, Micah clapped a hand on Jayce's shoulder. I mean, you've spent time together pretty much every day since you met her when most folks have a few dates a week while they fall for each other. Whether the hours together fall in a few weeks or a few months, you know enough about her to want to know more. He sighed, and his eyes flicked over to Sarah in a way Jayce doubted he even realized. I don't know much about relationships, but I know they don't always follow our timeline. Just then, the buzzer went off and signaled to the bakers, crew, and audience it was time for lunch. They'd be given a certain amount of time for their breads to rise before heading back into the ballroom. As Becca and Hannah approached, pulling off their aprons as they went, Jayce wondered if Micah might be right after all. Chapter 14. The nervous energy that always came over Hannah as the countdown clock started running was as strong as ever. Carmela stood in front of them, her gorgeous green dress complementing her skin perfectly. Welcome back, bakers and friends. This afternoon, you'll see the conclusion of our bread challenge, and the first elimination will happen. As it stands, Cake Couture is in first place by point value, followed by Muffin Top, Reindeer Pass, and Flower Power. That said, the point difference between all four teams is tiny, so this really is anyone's game at this point. Deep breaths. All they needed to do was execute the loaves they'd done perfectly in practice yesterday, and they should stay comfortably in second or possibly even pass Cake Couture. Were it not for their point booster they'd received during the cookie challenge, they'd most definitely be in last place. Becca nudged Hannah in the side, her expression as peaceful as though they weren't about to risk elimination on live television. Get out of your head. This is supposed to be fun, and we know we can do it. We've already done the hard part, so now we just get to enjoy the rest of the competition. She was right. They'd already formed and filled their breads. Now, they just had to get them in the oven and make the toppings. The cinnamon sugar snowflake would receive a glaze similar to a cinnamon roll, and the brie and cranberry Christmas tree would be brushed with a compound herb butter they'd mixed up to give it a little more color and oomph. 3, 2, 1, go. As the crowd went wild cheering for the second half of the challenge, Becca and Hannah placed both loaves in the oven. It was large enough, and they'd planned their breads well enough they could bake at the same time before being removed to cool for toppings. They'd be in for 30 minutes, give or take a few based on their station's oven. Both Becca and Hannah had been exceedingly careful to test each of their ingredients before they put them in, so hopefully there wouldn't be any more mistakes. Truly, Carmela hadn't been exaggerating when she said how close the point spread was. Any massive mistakes could get them sent packing. The hurry up and wait nature of bread baking meant the second half of the day wasn't nearly as frantic as the first half. Even their first rise of the day had gone quickly due to their preparing the fillings for the dough. The producers had warned them Carmela would be coming around to ask each station questions during bake time to keep the viewers interested, and Hannah cringed a little as she saw the woman approach their station. Becca noticed her squirming and chuckled. I've got it. Don't worry. As Carmela leaned against their workstation, Becca answered her questions with the ease of someone who'd done this type of thing before. She discussed the history of the Reindeer Pass Bakery, her story, a rags to riches story that would charm even the most cynical viewer, of coming from virtually nothing to scrape through culinary school and open the bakery. Throughout the whole story, though, Becca never mentioned her mother hadn't initially been supportive. As she prepared to come out here from Magnolia Island, Charlie had given Hannah the rundown on exactly how that played out. Becca and Jayce were raised by a single mother who'd had to fight for every dime she'd earned. It had been hard, and she'd wanted Becca to go to college and earn a more stable living. In the end, Becca had put her foot down and followed her God-given passion. Of course, her mother later apologized, and they'd mended their relationship. The outcome was one Hannah would love to see in her own life, but Becca's mother had been well-meaning in her concern. The same couldn't necessarily be said of her own parents. After Becca shared, Carmela thankfully moved on to Ethan and Sophia with Cake Couture. Neither looked particularly happy to have to talk to the host, though she was perfectly kind and good at her job. No, they were just highly competitive and probably hadn't given themselves much time to spare. Thankfully, Becca and Hannah had, and when they noticed the millers from Flower Power having trouble with the stand Echo had built for their breads, it was an easy decision to offer some extra hands. Clearly, the Flower Power team had overextended themselves, likely knowing they were in last place. They'd created a Christmas tree out of pesto and sun-dried tomato mini loaves, but the extra time spent securing the tree stand to its base meant they still had lots of work to do. Becca glanced at their timer before nodding for Hannah to follow. Muffin Top Bakery's Betty did the same as Mabel put the finishing touches on their wreath bread, cutting through the Reindeer Pass station to reach them. Holding up her hands and wiggling her fingers, Betty grinned. "I've got 2 skilled but arthritic hands ready to be of service. River, point us where to go." Over the next 5 minutes, the 3 extra sets of hands managed to get the Flower Power team back on schedule. Unfortunately, a couple of their loaves looked dense from the outside, but there was nothing they could do about it at that point. When their timer went off, Becca rushed back over to take their loaves out of the oven while River pulled Hannah into a quick hug. "Thank you so much for your help, Hummingbird." Once released, Hannah hurried back to their station to help Becca cool their loaves enough to decorate. The Christmas tree didn't need to be as cool thanks to the compound butter, so Hannah kept fanning the snowflake while Becca topped the tree. Becca? Did you notice the color on the snowflake? It's a little light. They'd put it in the oven 5 minutes after the tree, but it had cooked fine in that time during their test runs. Becca studied it, then glanced down at the oven. "Did you turn the oven off when you got back over here?" "Nope." It was a running joke. Becca always forgot to turn off the oven, and Matt was forever going behind her to do it. Usually, Hannah or Sarah did it at the bakery, but Hannah definitely hadn't touched it since returning to their station. "I came straight over and started fanning." Becca studied the snowflake and tapped it a few times. "I don't think we'll be dealing with raw dough, so I guess we just have to present it as is." "I'm not sure how that happened." "At least the tree got cooked to golden brown, and the butter will help a little with any coloring discrepancy." Hannah agreed, but the suspicion someone had turned their oven off continued to prick her mind. How else had it gotten turned off unless the appliance just went bad? She'd investigate later, but now wasn't the time. Feeling the snowflake bread, it was cool to the touch. The clock read 5 minutes left, but that was plenty of time since they already had the icing made and in the piping bags. Icing going on. Taking up the bag, Hannah slowly and steadily donned the snowflake with thick vanilla icing. It was delicious, as she and Becca had both tried it, and the consistency was perfect as she drizzled it over the cinnamon sugar bread. Allowing herself the luxury of losing herself in the creativity of icing the snowflake, Hannah was a little surprised as she looked up to see the 10-second countdown had begun. "That's excellent," Becca said as she placed the snowflake on their presentation block. "You should be proud." Warmth spread through Hannah's body at the praise. Whatever had happened with the oven, it hadn't been her fault, and the judges might not even notice with the icing like it was. As the buzzer went off, all the bakers stepped forward to face the music. Thankfully, judging went well for them. The judges had indeed noticed the snowflake was a little pale, but it hadn't affected the taste or docked them more than a few points. All of them were delighted by the flavors Becca and Hannah presented, and it ultimately bumped them up to second place just behind Cake Couture. The point difference was tiny, and Hannah breathed a sigh of relief. As happy as she'd been to receive their high marks, things had not gone as well for Flower Power. Despite the help from the other teams, there had just been a perfect storm of issues for Echo and River. Their bread tree was pretty, but the flavors were all wrong and too much moisture in their fillings had caused the bread to be dense and chewy. Unfortunately, Carmela said from her spot at the front of the ballroom, "We do have to send one team home this week. We have loved having the Flower Power Bakery team from Portland, Oregon, but this will be their last bake. Echo, River, you may say your goodbyes." The tears flowing down both their faces tugged at Hannah's heartstrings, and she couldn't hold back from approaching River for a hug. "I'm so sorry it didn't work out for you guys this year, but I hope you'll be back soon." River's long flowy dress, held at bay only by her apron, swished as she squeezed Hannah. "Oh, we will, Hummingbird. Failure is a part of life, and it's one we as humans are blessed to experience." I don't think I've ever heard failure framed that way. River's words rolled around in Hannah's head as she pondered the wisdom of them. Failure is not the enemy, doing exclusively things we are comfortable with is the enemy. You're a Christian, right? River smiled through her tears, her outlook clearly positive despite the hurt. I am. Then trust God has a plan even in failure. But in the meantime, be careful who you trust. I fear there's an unexpected fox in the henhouse. Before Hannah could respond, Mabel swept River up into a hug of her own. Fox in the henhouse? Did River mean she also suspected sabotage among the contestants or crew? Just then, a gentle hand touched her back with a familiar woodsy scent, and she turned to see Jayce grinning down at her in a way that made her a little breathless. You were amazing, he said quietly as the noise around them faded to more of a buzz. Watching you bake is like watching an artist work. That, Becca said from where Hannah hadn't noticed her approach, is because she is an artist. Her medium may not be paints and clay, but it's art all the same. In all the chaos, Hannah didn't get the chance to find River and ask her more about what she meant before they'd already headed home. A fox in the henhouse. Thanks, Pete, Jayce said as he pulled up to his house later that evening. He'd gone back to the station to catch up on some paperwork after filming, and it was much later than he'd intended as he made his way up the mountain roads. An 8 o'clock dinner wasn't the worst he'd had, but it wasn't the best either. I appreciate your work on this. Truly, he wanted nothing more than to put on some sweats and sit down on the couch for an hour or two watching reruns of MASH. Becca had always teased him about loving the show so much. He had loved it since they'd only had basic cable and no kids channels when they were still children themselves. Sure, Chief, Pete replied from his end of the line. He'd been doing his best to canvass the town and speak to the donuts regarding the yarn bombing. Of course, they weren't in trouble, but staying away from Mrs. Peabody's antique shop would take a whole lot of unnecessary stress off the department's plate. The woman was out for blood, and it wouldn't surprise Jayce if she began some sort of campaign to have both his and the mayor's jobs. It wouldn't work, but it would be a headache. I also moved the big yarn mural into town hall. Maintenance said it's going to have a prominent spot in the entryway, and they plan to do a social media post thanking the creators. They'd like to credit them, but the donuts want to remain anonymous. It would never cease to amaze Jayce how the small but mighty knitting contingent of folks in town for the bakery banded together to get so much done in such little time. If Hannah wasn't so busy with work and filming, she'd likely have joined them. He knew nothing about knitting, but the sweater she was working on at the resort the other day was pretty cool. Just as he hung up with Pete, a figure sitting on his front porch raised his hackles for a moment before realizing who it was. Anxiety and concern welled up in him at the sight of Hannah sitting out in the cold, and he didn't think he'd ever jumped out of his truck so fast. Hannah, what's wrong? He jogged towards her, studying her for any signs of what had been so urgent, but he couldn't see any injury on her part. Her expression was determined, but not upset. She wrapped the big coat he'd bought her close around her as she stood and set her knitting project to the side. You'll never guess what River Miller said to me after we finished filming today. Why don't we go inside and get warm, and you can tell me all about it? Already her eyes watered from the cold, and her nose and cheeks were pink. Thankfully, her gloves allowed her to knit, otherwise she'd probably have taken them off and turned her fingers into icicles. Have you eaten? She shook her head, and he sighed. He picked up her knitting off the porch, careful not to unravel any stitches, and unlocked the door. Once inside, he removed his large coat and helped her do the same, hanging both on the coat hooks just inside the door. The house had already started to thaw him out, but the fireplace was calling his name. I've got spaghetti noodles in the cabinet. Would you get them boiling while I light the fireplace? Sure, she said brightly. Your house is exactly what I'd have expected from you based on the decor of the apartment. She ran her hand along his pine dining room table. This matches the furniture at my place. Did someone local do these? Jayce's face heated a little, and he shrugged. I did, actually. Woodworking is more of a summer hobby for me because it gets so cold in the winter. Her face was a mask of awe and surprise as she studied the rest of the furniture he'd done for his house. The end tables in the living room matched the table, even down to the reindeer he'd carved into the legs all the way down. She knelt, studying the details. Jayce, these are amazing. You're so talented. Standing, she faced him. Why haven't I seen all your tools in the garage? In the summer, that's where they stay, but I put them in storage when it gets cold. The downstairs of the garage isn't heated, and Matt and Becca had room in their storage unit. I just pay them a seasonal fee. Well, these are incredible. Becca isn't the only artist in the family. It meant more than Jayce would have thought possible to hear her say she liked them, but he did his best not to look like a little boy whose teacher had just told him he looked handsome on school picture day. Thankfully, he was saved by Hannah's realization she hadn't yet put the noodles on the stove, and she rushed into the kitchen to do it. Once the noodles got going and the fire had filled the open space with a pleasant warmth, Hannah hopped up on Jayce's counter to sit before immediately sliding off again. Oh, sorry. It's a habit for me to sit on the counter, and I forget not everyone is okay with it. Chuckling, Jayce gestured towards the butcher block he'd replaced the quartz countertops with a few years ago. Be my guest. I'm not fancy here. As the noodles came to a boil, Hannah pushed herself back onto the counter next to the stove. Now, tell me what River told you. Over the next few minutes, Hannah went through everything from the challenge that day, though some of which he'd seen himself. She told him the oven got turned off, which was something he didn't know, and ended with going over to give the Millers a
goodbye
hug after they'd been eliminated. She said to be careful who I trust because there's a fox in the henhouse. They left before I could get any more information out of her. They actually don't have cell phones because of some belief about radiation and cell towers and also being accessible all the time to the outside world. I could call their store, but I got the feeling she didn't want to say any more. Jayce thought for a moment, curiosity filling him as much as it had Hannah. So, if she's right, that confirms your sabotage theory. We'll keep working on figuring out who it might be, but in the meantime, you and Becca keep a close eye on each of your ingredients and tools. I have to watch the doors and crowds during filming, but I'll do my best to notice anything out of place as well. Do you have any ideas on who it might be? I think we can rule out the Millers. Kate Couture is still my first thought, but what about the muffin top ladies? With a snort, Hannah shook her head. Absolutely not. Betty Sue and Mabel have been nothing but kind to us. Plus, they've been competing for years and won a handful of times. They don't need the glory. Jayce wouldn't count them out just yet, but he didn't have to voice that. Okay, so it's down to Kate Couture and potential crew members. Would the audience have access to your station when filming is through? If they did, they'd have to sneak in. Hannah stirred the noodles, almost ready from the looks of them. It's a shame they don't have security cameras in the ballroom. That would help so much. It would, but it would also alert folks to your belief that you and Becca are being sabotaged. I know you don't want to do that just yet, so maybe it's a good thing it's not an option. She agreed, and they spent the rest of the evening talking about anything and everything while they finished cooking and eating the spaghetti. She even agreed to watch an episode of MASH, something Jamie would never have done in a million years. She'd never seen it, and watching her laugh so hard she cried at Hawkeye's antics only solidified something he'd known from the day he met her. This girl was different, but it was in the best possible way. Chapter 15. Okay, Hannah said as she looked around the town square at the massive gathering they'd accrued. This is basically a Christmas movie set. Why don't they shoot them here? The bakery had set up the portable booth Becca used for pop-ups and town events in the square for the church's Christmas party. Everyone in town was invited, and the cold didn't put a damper on the fun at all. There were lawn games, carnival booths, food from every eatery in town, hot chocolate and coffee from the coffee shop, and everyone got to choose between one of 3 types of Christmas cookies. Apparently, even tourists came down from the resort, and the church's worship band played Christmas carols under the pavilion. Becca had told her the gathering would be large, but Hannah still hadn't been prepared for just how much fun it would be. The plan was she'd work the early shift with Becca while Sarah would come to relieve her halfway through the party. Becca planned to stay the whole time, though she'd said she'd probably sneak away to play a few games with Matt and Ginger before they left. It's the timing, Becca replied as she set the paper bags of cookies out on trays for folks to easily grab without touching anyone else's. This would be a great set if they actually shot those movies in December, but they shoot them over the summer. At that point, there's a ton to do here for an outdoor lover, but it's not exactly a winter wonderland. Oh, right. I hadn't thought about the filming schedule. Well, still, this party is so much fun. The main street businesses were always dressed up for Christmas, but it appeared they'd taken it to the next level for the party. Every single one had their own Christmas tree, garland hung from the awnings, and Christmas lights twinkling on all sides. The street lamps more than lit the square well enough to see, as did the large lights under the pavilion. With so many people gathered, it didn't feel nearly as cold as it should have, and Hannah actually removed her scarf at some point because she'd started to sweat. A few minutes into the party, Mabel came down from the resort to check out the gathering. She made her way over to the Reindeer Pass Bakery booth, grabbing a chocolate chunk cookie from their trays. "Man, that's good," she praised. "If it wasn't bad form, I'd ask for your recipe." Becca chuckled. "Once the competition is over, I'll be happy to give it to you. I don't think you'll take away any of my business down in Louisiana." "Where's Betty?" Mabel's face fell a little. Her daughter's going through a tough time, and she wanted to video chat with Betty for some encouragement. "It's not my story to tell, but just be in prayer for them all." "Oh, that's so sad," Becca said. "We sure will. Take a cookie back for her, will you?" "I will. You ladies have a good night." As Mabel left to check out the rest of the party, Hannah was so busy filling cookie requests she didn't spot Jayce approaching until he was right in front of the booth. He was on duty tonight, but he'd also donned a Santa hat to go with the rest of his uniform. "You guys have been popular tonight. This is the first time I've been able to get anywhere close. Folks know good cookies when they smell them," Hannah said. "I'm partial to the cinnamon shortbread reindeer ones, but they're all delicious." He grinned, and Hannah wondered if the sight would ever stop giving her butterflies. Before he could respond, a familiar voice cut through the crowd. "Jayce," Jamie said with a wave. "Come here. My cousins are here from Seattle, and they want to see you." Masking his annoyance, Jayce winked at Hannah before turning to go see Jamie and her family. Since they'd reached a momentary lull, Hannah's curiosity took over. "How long did Jayce and Jamie date?" Becca scowled. 2 years too long if you ask me. She was never good for him, and he was constantly walking on eggshells so as to not set her off. What did he see in her? I mean, she's obviously gorgeous, blonde with a perfect figure, perfect face, and perfect ability to flirt and make a man feel like he was on top of the world if the way she had her hand on Jayce's arm was any indication. He was young, and I honestly think he just got comfortable for a while. We never saw a healthy relationship as kids because my dad left right after Jayce was born. I imagine he figured that was what a relationship was. It took a while for him to snap out of it, but he's never looked back." Not so sure about that, Hannah watched the two former lovers laugh with her cousins who'd come into town. They interacted like old friends, and Hannah tried not to let it get to her. She had a job to do, a competition to finish, and decisions to make about whether or not to return home at the end of her contract. Honestly, each passing day proved it would be harder and harder to leave, as she'd never felt as at home on Magnolia Island as she had in Reindeer Pass. But, as she watched Jayce and Jamie, she wondered if she'd misread his signals. Last night, after they finished the spaghetti and watched a couple of episodes of MASH, she'd thought how comfortable it all felt. But was she not the girl guys fell for? Was she the one they realized was better off in the friend zone? It wasn't such a bad place to be, but could she watch if Jayce decided Jamie was more his type after all? No, she couldn't let her mind go there. Staying in town for a man was short-sighted at best, especially with no commitment from him. Plus, going down the path of doubting herself and her worth because of Jayce was something she'd promised herself she wouldn't do anymore. If the night under the northern lights with Becca and Sarah had taught her anything, it was God didn't make mistakes. Whoever she was meant to be, she'd have to be her without holding back the quirks to attract a man. At least, that was what she kept trying to convince herself. It was easy enough until she saw Jamie walking around the party later in Jayce's thick black coat. There was no question whose it was, but Jamie loudly told her friend Bambi Jayce had given it to her as Hannah passed by. "He saw me shiver, and he's such a gentleman he just couldn't stand it," Jamie projected much louder than necessary. Bambi, her real name, giggled. "He's always been perfect for you, girl. Just gotta wait it out." "The best things are worth the wait," Jamie replied. Jayce spotted Micah over by the hot chocolate booth, one cup in each hand. Guessing that's for Sarah? The party was nearly over, but all the vendors still had their booths to pack up. It was, Micah said as he furrowed his brow at Jayce. But you may need it more. Where's your coat? He didn't even attempt to keep the scowl off his face. His police uniform was long-sleeved, and the slew of people at the party meant it wasn't freezing, but it was far from comfortable. Jamie forgot her coat and begged to borrow mine. Should have told her to go home and get hers. Who forgets a coat to an outdoor Christmas party in Montana? Especially when it's 25 degrees at most. That would be a question for Jamie, but at least the party will be over before long. You planning to help the girls pack up? He'd planned to, but he was on duty tonight and needed to get back to the station. Yep. If I don't, Sarah's going to do a whole lot more than she should with her wrist. Unable to hold back his smirk, Jayce took one of the hot chocolates from his friend.
Yeah.
Sure, that's the reason you're going to help. When are you going to man up and ask her out? Micah pinned him with a glare. I don't know. When are you going to man up and ask Hannah on a real date? Things are complicated with Sarah, and I really don't want to mess it up. The hot chocolate was warm and sweet as Jayce took a sip. All right, I'll back off, but what are you planning to do when some other guy asks her out? Don't answer me, I don't need to know, but she's not going to stay single forever. Chapter 16. Jayce took a long swig from his coffee as he continued to pore over some of the paperwork he'd neglected since the competition kept him so busy. He'd mostly gotten caught up, and a quiet night shift would hopefully give him the time he needed to finish. That was, if he could keep his mind off what had made Hannah leave the party so soon after her shift was over. Becca had said she wasn't feeling well, but he knew his sister well enough to know when she wasn't telling him the full story. He'd have liked to have checked on her, but work had prevented it. She also hadn't returned his text, but that could be due to going to bed when she got home. Before he could take the thought process too far, his phone trilled on his desk. Jamie. Why in the world would she be calling him at nearly midnight? Hello? Jayce, she said quickly with a tremble in her voice. There's a bear outside my house. I think it's a grizzly.
Uh-oh.
Grizzlies didn't frequent town because they had plenty of food in the woods around it, but they did occasionally get desperate or curious. Standing to his feet, Jayce went to grab his coat off the back of his chair before realizing Jamie still had it. I'll be there in a minute. Just stay inside, and put as many doors between you and the bear as you can. An angry grizzly could easily get inside a house, but as he hung up, Jayce started to question things. Why would a grizzly be out of hibernation in the middle of December? One woken up would be even angrier than normal, a thought that had his heart rate picking up a little. He scrolled down on his phone to the head of the county's fish and wildlife office. Robert? Hey, it's Jayce. I've got a possible grizzly sighting outside a house off Tinsel Road. Can you meet me there? Any traces of the groggy voice that had answered the phone now perked up at his words. Jayce could hear shuffling in the background as Robert likely shot out of bed. A grizzly out in December? That's what she said. I'm on my way over to check it out. He rattled off the address, one he still remembered from his days as her boyfriend. I don't know why he wouldn't be in hibernation right now. Technically, grizzlies don't actually hibernate. It's called denning, and the sleep they enter into is one broken more easily than actual hibernation. It's a common misnomer. The sounds of a gun safe in the background told Jayce exactly what Robert prepared for. I'll meet you there in about 10 minutes. Unless the homeowner is in imminent danger, do not try to take on the bear yourself. Not likely. He took his role seriously. He'd lay down his life for someone if it meant saving theirs, but Jayce wasn't a complete idiot. He'd stay put in his truck until Robert and the team arrived as long as the bear hadn't made it inside Jamie's house. As he pulled into Jamie's driveway, Jayce kept his headlights on. No bear that he could see, but it could be around back. The best case scenario would be if it took off back into the woods, but Jamie would likely have a good bit of cleanup to do if it had nosed around much. Robert pulled in beside him, as well as two of his teammates from Fish and Wildlife. Kenna was a woman in her late 20s who'd grown up in Reindeer Pass before going to college in Bozeman to study criminal justice and wildlife management. Lawrence, the rookie on the force, had just graduated from college and moved here from California. He'd proven to be a promising officer, generally calm and steady. Popping open the door and stepping out into the snow, Jayce greeted the team. "I haven't seen him yet, but I also haven't gotten out." Robert nodded, his expression focused and clear-headed. "Got it. Kenna, Lawrence, grab the tranq guns. You know when to use them. The goal is to safely relocate the bear to another area of the state if we get any indication he's searching for food in town." "On it, boss." Kenna responded as Robert led the way as Kenna and Lawrence followed with Jayce bringing up the rear. He'd be the first to run into a crime scene, but a bear? No, he'd let fish and wildlife lead the way. The night was nearly pitch black, not helpful for locating a grizzly, so Robert turned on a large spotlight while the rest of them donned headlamps. They'd just made it to the front porch when the door swung open, and Jamie appeared in the doorway. "Jayce." "Hi. You called fish and wildlife?" If Jayce didn't know better, he'd say she looked guilty. "Of course I did. You called saying there was a bear at your house, and they're the ones trained to deal with a bear. Go back inside, and we'll let you know when we get it taken care of." Robert was studying something on the ground with his flashlight. "Hang on a sec, Jamie. Where did you say the bear was?" "It was right back there." She gestured vaguely towards her backyard. "I saw him from the kitchen window." How she'd done that, Jayce had no idea. There were no floodlights on the back of her house, and it was so dark he could barely see his hand in front of his face. Still, they followed her directions towards the back of the house where the bear must have run off. At least, that's what Jayce thought at first. As they trudged through the snow and studied every inch of the ground, there were no tracks whatsoever. After another 20 minutes of searching, Robert shook his head. "There were raccoon tracks out front, and I see some back here as well, but not a single bear track. Either she heard the raccoon and freaked out, or she exaggerated to get you out here." Kenna huffed, likely unimpressed with the waste of department resources. "Did she call dispatch or your cell?" Realization washed over Jayce, and the frustration he'd felt at the idea she might have just let her mind get carried away with her blossomed into anger as he considered the alternative. "Thanks guys, you can go home and get some rest. I'll finish up here." If Jamie had called him out here in the middle of the night to try and tap into his protective instincts, she'd be getting an earful. When he reached her front door once more, she opened it before he even had a chance to knock. "Oh, I'm so glad it's gone. Why don't you come in and have some hot tea to warm up?" "No, thanks." She reached out and grabbed his hand. "Oh come on, you must be freezing. I can help. If you want to help, give me back the coat you borrowed tonight and don't call the department out on a wild goose chase to search for a bear that was never here. There is snow on the ground, Jamie. Did you not think we'd notice there were no tracks?" She froze, eyes wide where before they'd looked wholly innocent. "I would never do something like that. I'm sorry I wasted your time, but I did see a bear." Were it not for the complete lack of tracks, Jayce might have been tempted to believe her. "Next time you call the station, use 911. Don't call my cell. I'll wait here for my coat, and then I'll be going." To punctuate his point, Jayce took a step back and crossed his arms over his chest. At that point, Jamie lost all pretense of being the starry-eyed doe. "Fine, I'm sure you want to give it to Hannah anyway." The way she said Hannah's name was so childish Jayce almost laughed. "It's not a Letterman jacket, Jamie. It's a department-issued coat I need to do my job, and Hannah has her own coat." Technically, he'd bought it for her and wouldn't let her pay him back, but Jamie didn't need to know that. "Fine," she said as she snatched the coat off the hook just behind the door. "Just know that eventually her cute quirks are going to become super annoying, and I won't be waiting around forever." What was she even talking about? Hannah was a little quirky, sure, but who wasn't? Everyone had their things that made them different, and it was supposed to be a good thing. As Jamie slammed the door on his retreating body, he mulled over her words in his head. What had he ever seen in her, and what was really holding him back from what he wanted with Hannah? Was it really the fact she had no guarantee of staying in town, or really just the fact she hadn't decided whether or not she was leaving town soon, or did he subconsciously think there was some truth in Jamie's words? Chapter 17. Here you go, Hannah said brightly as she handed Mr. Peterson his daily scone and coffee. The sweet man came in at exactly the same time every day, and she loved it when her schedule matched up to be around. Enjoy, and don't forget to tune in for the finals tomorrow. She winked at the grandfather who had completely stolen her heart. Will do, Missy. I'll have my granddaughter fire up the laptop for me so I can watch. Bless him. When she told him it was streamed live, he'd assumed the only way to watch was on a computer. Becca was friends with Mr. Peterson's daughter. She told Becca they'd gotten him a smart TV for Christmas the year before, but he never could comprehend how to use streaming services on it. Either way, he'd be able to watch, and that was what mattered. I'll impatiently await your critique. Oh hush, girl. You know I've got nothing but praise for the Reindeer Pass crew. I wasn't sure about you when you first came to town, but you fit right in up here. Keep on pushing even when the times get hard, and you'll do just fine. The Lord knows what he's doing. Whether he meant the competition or something else, the words stuck in Hannah's heart in a way she hadn't known she needed. Seeing Jamie in Jayce's coat the night before had jarred her to a point she'd jumped to conclusions, something she generally tried not to do. That he does. Have a good day, Mr. Peterson. Just as the man left, Jamie breezed inside with her friend Hazel, the latter of which offered Hannah a kind smile. Well, Jamie said as they moved to the pastry case. I could definitely use some coffee this morning. Jayce was over pretty late last night. She yawned, and Hannah didn't realize her grip on the coffee pot's handle had hardened until it was downright painful. Jamie didn't appear to notice, though Hannah would bet every dime she had that Jamie did. He was so kind to come and check things out for me. Morning ladies, Hannah said without an inch of the actual good mood she'd been sporting earlier. What can I get for you? Don't let her see you sweat. She can smell fear. Just a large cappuccino, please. I could really use the caffeine. She was baiting, that much was clear, but Hannah refused to take it. One large cappuccino coming right up. As she turned to make it, Hannah fought the tears that threatened at Jamie's words. Why had Jayce gone over there last night, and did that mean they were back together? Surely, he'd at least have the decency to tell her, right? Her phone trilled in her pocket, and she pulled it out to make sure it wasn't Becca. Nope, it was her father. He'd called almost daily since their last conversation, and he hadn't appreciated that she rarely answered. Even her mother had tried, but Hannah knew good and well she'd only done so at her father's bidding. Focusing on the task at hand and doing her best to fill her senses with the sights, sounds, and smells of the bakery, Hannah snapped the lid onto Jamie's drink. Enjoy. Jamie shot her a look that could only be termed as triumphant, and Hannah used every bit of energy she had to swallow back her tears. Jayce had made her no promises, and if he wanted to hang out and watch MASH with Jamie every night from now until eternity, he was free to do that. They had no understanding, and he hadn't tried to kiss her again since the day when they tubed down the hill at the resort. She could allow it to break her, or she could fight back. Her whole life, Hannah had felt like a consolation prize at best and a burden at worst. Mom and Dad had tried hard and long to have a baby, but she'd been what they got. Spending your entire life feeling less than war on a person, but no more. She'd not be the flirting buddy to a guy barreling back into a relationship with his ex, no matter how handsome and kind he'd been to her. The rest of the morning crept by until Becca arrived and asked her to test a couple of new recipes for her in the kitchen. I have to finish all our financials before the new year, and I just don't have time to perfect them. You've got it, Hannah replied. Let the baking therapy commence. The next few hours passed in a flurry of doughs, fillings, and creative new bakes from around the world. Her particular favorite was the couenne, a French bake named for a Celtic ethnic group from France in which the bite-sized pastries had a variety of fillings wrapped in a mini muffin shape of puff pastry. Puff pastry had always been fun for Hannah to bake, so even the fact it was easily accessible at the store hadn't swayed her most of the time. Both the hazelnut and chocolate fillings turned out well, as did the more unconventional strawberry variety she'd come up with. It was well after noon before she even realized she hadn't eaten lunch, so taken as she'd been by the baking and at least a few test bites of her creations. They were delicious, but she was done with everything Becca had asked her to make. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she wondered if she might be stalling a little to avoid potentially seeing Jayce on the way home, but she refused to let the thought linger. Becca, she called from the kitchen into Becca's office, where more than a few angry outbursts at spreadsheets and profit/loss statements had sounded. It wasn't because the bakery wasn't doing well financially. No, it was the computer which appeared to be Becca's arch nemesis rather than the information it held. "I'm done now. Are you good for a while? Grig. Why won't you just export?" Becca slammed the mouse down on her desk a few times as though that would help. "I'm sorry, what did you say, Hannah?" Chuckling, Hannah leaned against her boss's door jamb. "I said I'm done with the test bakes you asked me to do, but I could stay and help you with the computer stuff if you like. Or I could call Matt for you and ask if he could help out." No one really knew what exactly Matt did before he and Becca got together, but it was a safe bet there was some computer work involved. "He's already on his way," Becca grumbled. "And he's going to once again try and convince me to get a new computer for the bakery, but that would be silly when I only use it a few times a year." Matt's deep voice sounded from behind them, and Hannah heard 2 sets of booted feet on the tile floor of the kitchen. "Or it could be an investment in you not pulling that beautiful hair out of your head, sweetness." As he passed Hannah, he lifted his hand for a high five before rounding the desk to pull his wife's rolling chair away from it. "I've got you. Go out there and bake something delicious so you'll feel better." Hannah felt Jayce's presence before she turned and saw him, his piney scent accosting her senses as he stepped closer. That computer has been the bane of her existence for years, but Matt's got the magic touch. As she turned to face him, Hannah wondered if she was just imagining his tired eyes. "That's what I hear." Jayce was in his street clothes, a thick blue and white flannel shirt over jeans, his coat unzipped over the top. When he yawned, she realized his beard was a little longer than its normal look of one step past a 5 o'clock shadow. "Did you not sleep well last night? Was she a glutton for punishment?" Why ask him and confirm what Jamie already told her? Still, her heart sank even further when he shook his head. "No, it was a pretty late night." Working to keep her voice even, Hannah nodded.
Yeah,
"I heard a little about that." His brow furrowed, confusion clear. "You did? From who?" Had he been trying to keep it from her? That wasn't the Jayce she thought she knew, even if he had decided Jamie was more his speed. "It doesn't matter. I'll see y'all later." As she brushed past him, Hannah managed to keep any tears from her eyes until she'd hung up her apron and left the bakery as fast as she could. She managed to wave to Sarah on the way out, but that was it. Had she completely misread every signal he'd given her, or had he simply sent mixed ones? It was an awful feeling second-guessing yourself, and she'd done too much of it in her life. "Lord," she prayed softly as she got in her car, "I don't want to be that girl anymore. Maybe it's my fault, maybe it's not, but I don't care. Remind me who I am and whose I am. You define me, not baking or knitting or my brain or even a handsome chief of police. You do. Help me remember that, because I feel so out of my element here." Jayce watched Hannah all but run out of the bakery, confusion and concern warring for the top spot. Apparently, Matt and Becca noticed too, because his brother-in-law's brows rose at the sight. "What did you do?" "Nothing, I don't think." "Becca, do you know why she's upset?" "I don't. I've been wrestling with this dinosaur of a computer all morning, and I didn't see anything in particular. She looked a little down when I first got here, but I had her testing some recipes, then she perked up." "Did you two have a fight or something?" Sarah stuck her head into the kitchen from the front of the shop. "I know why she's mad. Let me get the next pot of coffee on, and I'll give you the rundown." Jayce breathed a sigh of relief. Hannah didn't seem like the type of girl who'd use her moods to manipulate him the way Jamie had always tried to, so that meant he'd apparently done something wrong. But what had he done? He hadn't had the chance to check on her after she left the Christmas party last night due to the ridiculous fake bear call to Jamie's, but surely that wasn't it. Or was it? Okay, Sarah said as she breezed back into the kitchen. Her hair was pulled on top of her head in a haphazard bun, probably the best she could do with her cast. So last night, you gave Jamie your coat, right? Yes. And then this morning, Jamie comes in bragging about how you were at her house last night. I saw Hannah's face when she said it, and it was like a puppy someone kicked. We've been so busy this morning I haven't had a chance to talk to her, but it's probably better if you do it anyway. She thinks I'm back together with Jamie? Jayce groaned at the thought. I went to Jamie's last night because she called in a fake bear sighting straight to my cell phone. I took Robert and 2 of his team from Fish and Wildlife with me and only stayed behind long enough to get my coat back and warn her never to do it again. Sarah shrugged. I figured, but that's not what Jamie made it sound like. Just as she finished speaking, Jayce's phone rang in his pocket. This is Jayce. Unfortunately, the talk with Hannah would have to wait. There had been a pretty bad wreck just outside of town, and they needed all emergency hands on deck. As he hung up, Jayce shook his head. I've got to change and go to work. There's been a multi-vehicle collision on one of the county roads. Wrecks were never fun, but especially when there were so many spots on the mountain roads in which running off the road could spell disaster. Becca and Matt both eyed him sympathetically, no doubt reading the turmoil on his face. But no matter, he was the chief of police, and he was needed at the scene. He'd just have to knock on Hannah's door later and tell her what had actually happened the night before. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived home that night, her lights were out. It might be a good thing, as there had been a couple of bad injuries and hours of trying to get the road cleared, so he was absolutely exhausted. Still, tomorrow was the finals, and he'd really rather she not go into such a big moment for herself and Becca thinking he'd left her behind. As he showered and all but fell into bed, Jayce could only pray Hannah would listen to him when the time came to talk. Otherwise, he didn't know what he'd do. Chapter 18. Hannah, Charlie said from the other end of the line. You can't possibly believe Jayce would ever go back to Jamie. They were so bad for each other, and Becca said there is absolutely no way. It was the morning of the finals, and Hannah had called Charlie to talk out some nerves before she went in, not quite expecting the conversation to take this turn. Then why was he over at her house the night after he gave her his coat? She'd piddled around a little in the apartment the night before, half expecting Jayce to come over and talk things through, but around 10 she decided rest for the competition had to take priority. Clearly, he didn't care about setting the record straight, which led her to believe her assumptions were correct. Whether he'd led her on or not didn't matter, and she couldn't dwell on it. I don't know, but that's why you should talk to him before you jump to conclusions. Aiden's dog barked in the background, and Charlie's heavy breathing told Hannah they were likely on a walk. Please don't be a romance book heroine who jeopardizes a good thing simply because she's too chicken to actually talk to the hero about what happened. Miscommunication is a plot device in teenage love stories, not one between an incredibly talented baker and a kind chief of police. You're a big girl, Hannah, and you can talk to Jayce about this before you decide it's over. Knowing good and well Charlie was probably right, Hannah grunted. What if I don't want to be a big girl? What if I want to take my toys and go home? Charlie laughed. Then you'll come home to regrets about what could have been. I spent many years wishing I'd just talked to Aiden about what happened that sent me to Reindeer Pass. Now, I don't know if I made the wrong choice about coming, but I do regret the time we'll never get back. Don't do that to yourself, hon. You deserve to have someone love you just as you are, and I'd hate to see you walk away from that due to a silly misunderstanding. Fine, I'll talk to him after filming today, but I'm not nearly as confident as you are that he isn't back with Jamie. Why wouldn't he have just come and talked to me last night if that was the case? With a deep sigh, almost like she was dealing with a toddler, Charlie spoke. I don't know, but sounds like an excellent question to ask him. As Hannah pulled up outside the resort and said her goodbyes to Charlie, she took a minute to breathe. Jesus, this competition and this move have been hard for me, but you've been with me every step of the way. I don't know how much you care about the actual baking, but I know you care about me. Walk with me, give me the courage to talk to Jayce when the time comes, and please don't let me make any dumb mistakes. As she exited the car and made her way up the steps, a peace washed over her she knew had to be from the Lord. Becca would take the lead, as this challenge was a surprise. They'd batted around a few ideas, but truly couldn't guess what it would be. The surprise element would mean they had to think on their feet and bake from memory and from heart. Thankfully, they had a lot of both. If possible, the ballroom was even more crowded than it usually was. She just spotted Jayce over in the backstage area with Matt, but before she could go over to talk to him, Becca waved her over to their station. The competition came first, and Hannah could tell even Becca had nerves about it. Over the next 20 minutes, she rambled over potential challenges and what bakes they could do in the event any of those were chosen. They went over everything from fancy French bakes to rustic classics, but Hannah's input wasn't needed. She knew well what it meant to ramble when nervous, and she'd be the sounding board her friend needed. As Carmela took her place, Becca shot from the stool to her feet, bobbing up and down as the countdown clock began. Welcome bakers, judges, audience, and viewers at home to the finals of the Mistletoe Magic Baking Competition. And a very Merry Christmas Eve to you all. Tonight's winner will receive a check for $100,000. As I'm sure you can guess, this money will be a game changer for one talented team, and all three of our remaining teams are neck and neck with regards to points. It truly is anyone's game. Becca kept fidgeting, but Hannah was strangely calm as the crowd cheered and Carmela continued speaking. And now, for the challenge. As you know, this challenge was a surprise to the bakers, so they didn't get a chance to practice beforehand. It'll test their ability to think on their feet, as well as their skills as a whole. The audience seemed to hold their breath as she drew out the moment. Now, for the final challenge, the judges ask you to create a large, delicious, Christmas-themed wedding cake. It must have at least 3 tiers and be impeccably decorated. The winning team will not only win the prize money, but their cake will be featured in the largest cooking and baking publication in the world, Cake and Crumb. Cake and Crumb was huge, and they had a reputation for launching small bakeries to the next level with their features. Whether Becca wanted to grow any bigger wasn't something she'd shared with Hannah, but it would be an amazing accomplishment nonetheless. As the countdown began, Becca muttered to herself about cake flavors. Usually, Hannah was the one to gather ingredients, but today it would be Becca. Since Becca was the one planning the bake, Hannah would simply be there to assist as she'd not had the time to practice Becca's recipes the way she'd have liked to. Vanilla almond sponge, semi-naked cake with cinnamon buttercream icing over the top. Greenery coming down the side with piped gold detailing along the middle tier. Becca wasn't talking to Hannah as much as she was talking to herself, but Hannah piped up anyway. Aren't you allergic to almonds? I am, but they have imitation almond extract on the shelf because of me. We haven't used it yet in the competition, but it's labeled specifically for me.
Ah,
That made sense. Let me know what I can do. 10, 9, 8. Becca's fidgeting became even more pronounced, and Hannah knew she'd take off once the countdown finished. Cream together the butter and sugar while I'm gathering ingredients, and we'll go from there. 3, 2, 1, go. As expected, Becca took off to begin working while Hannah followed her instructions regarding the butter and sugar. Within a few minutes, she'd returned to the station, and the two of them began working feverishly to get their cakes mixed quickly enough to pop them in the oven. Becca tasted the batter, a satisfied smile on her face. That's perfect. Do you have the pans greased? Sure do. Hannah handed the bottom large tin to Becca, but noticed Becca's hands had begun to break out in a rash. Becca? Are you feeling okay? Her boss's head popped up, eyes widening as she scratched an itch on her arm.
oh no.
Grabbing the imitation almond extract, Becca handed it to Hannah. Can you smell the difference between imitation and the real thing? The rash had already begun crawling further up her arms and onto her neck, bright red angry hives popping up in a matter of minutes. Twisting the top off, Hannah sniffed what was very much real almond extract. It's real. The rash had already started to spread to Becca's face, and tears filled her eyes. Without thinking, Hannah gently guided Becca to the stool and waved Tessa down. We need a medic. Somehow, Becca's imitation almond got mixed up, and she needs medical care immediately. Tessa's eyes widened, the color draining from her face.
Oh no.
Okay, I'll be right back. Apparently, Matt and Jayce had figured out what was going on because they rushed forward. Jayce had the phone pressed to his ear initially but hung up as soon as they reached the baking station. In the background, Hannah briefly registered Carmela calling a pause to the competition if bakers were able, and the audience went quiet. Micah's on his way, Jayce said quickly. Beck, do you have your AP pen? Tears streaming down her red and swollen face, Becca nodded. Yes, but it's in my car. Don't worry about it, Matt said as he unzipped the backpack he carried with him to the set of every challenge. I've got an extra one. Ripping the cap off with his mouth, Matt slammed the AP pen down to Becca's thigh through her jeans. Can you breathe? Yes, I've never had a breathing reaction. The hives just itch and hurt so bad, and my head's starting to pound. Matt picked Becca up and cradled her to his chest. Not even glancing back at Jayce, he called to him over his shoulder. Tell Micah we're in the green room. After texting Micah exactly that, Jayce turned his attention to Hannah. It was the first time she'd been close to him after yesterday at the bakery, and the concern in his eyes was clear. Are you okay? Before she could answer, his phone rang again, and he raced off to meet Micah. Carmela came over to her station a few minutes later, cameras trailing behind. Hannah Cochran, unless you've got another baker in your back pocket, you're all that's left of the Reindeer Pass team. Do you think you can do it? All I can do is try, Hannah replied honestly. As Carmela started the countdown clock back up again, Hannah glanced around at the other teams. The gallant siblings from Cake Couture Bakery didn't look too concerned, but Mabel from Muffin Top Bakery sent her a reassuring look. You've got this, girlie. We'll come help you if we get done early. Beside Mabel, Betty had tears in her eyes, and Hannah wondered if she was touched by Becca's distress or if it was the other things Mabel had alluded to at the party. Hannah felt the panic rise up and threatened to choke her as the countdown began. What am I supposed to do now? It was the finals, and there was no way she could get everything done on her own. Jesus, if you care at all about a baking competition, now would be the time to step in. A voice behind her jarred her from her thoughts. You know, Jayce said as she spun and spotted him pulling an apron over his head. A wise young woman once told me God cares about his children, and right now one of his children happens to be in a baking competition in need of help. He tied the apron strings around his waist, the thing barely fitting around the bulk of his police uniform. You're serious? You want to help me? Can you even bake? And where's Becca? The crowd erupted in cheers as the countdown clock hit 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Becca's my big sister. What do you think? His smirk melted away the last of her defenses. And she's in the green room with Micah and Matt. Micah's already given her some antihistamines to combat the reaction. She's going to be fine. He took her hand in his, giving it a little squeeze before continuing. Come on, Hannah, let me help. Leaning forward, he pressed a quick kiss to her forehead. You've got this. 5, 4, 3. Okay, let's do this. Jayce finished tying the bright red mistletoe magic apron and clapped his hands together. Just tell me what to do, and I'm at your disposal. Thankfully, Hannah hadn't pushed back too much at his help, though that might just have been her desperation. What happened with Becca was scary, but she was going to be fine. At the moment, they had to focus on whatever wedding cake the two of them had dreamed up. Hannah bit her lip and closed her eyes. At first, Jayce didn't know what she was doing, but her mouth moving quickly told him she was probably thinking about the recipe. A few seconds later, her eyes popped open, and she grinned. Thank you, Jesus. I've only seen her recipe for this cake once or twice, but he brought it to mind. I think we just might pull this off. Over the next hour, Jayce and Hannah worked side by side to get the cake baked and the toppings done. Unfortunately, Jayce had never mastered piping, but Hannah was good enough she was able to do an intricate design for the middle-tier cake. The design was gold with flourishes and enough sparkle to catch the light, but rather than have to wait until the cake was cooled and iced, she was able to pipe it onto a cake collar to transfer later. Following Hannah's detailed instructions, Jayce mixed together the icing while she worked on fondant decor. The cake would be semi-naked, which was a weird trend among cakes, but it's what Becca had planned. With about an hour left, Matt wheeled Becca into the ballroom in a standard wheelchair. She didn't make any moves to get up, and it was clear the reaction and medicine had exhausted her, so Jayce kept going. Once the cakes came out of the oven, Jayce set to fanning them to cool them while Hannah finished up with the greenery, flowers made from dried apple slices, and sugarwork extras she'd prepped for the top of the cake, as well as a rice cereal Mary and Joseph she'd managed to create for the top. For nothing more than rice cereal, melted marshmallows, and a bunch of colored fondant, they looked pretty incredible as they held baby Jesus. "How did you do that so fast?" Jayce slowed his fanning just enough to touch one of the cakes. "Nope, still too hot to decorate." "Practice," she replied. "Do you think I should make a star instead?" Mary and Joseph are a little odd for a wedding cake. I considered doing a whole nativity scene, but I think I'd run out of time. Mary and Joseph are perfect, and I think you should at least add a donkey. Jayce winked, hopeful he could at least communicate she was perfect as she was. The judges should love it, and if they don't, they're wrong. Laughing, Hannah got back to work on the flowers and greenery. "I'll be sure to let them know you think so." Over the last hour of the final, Hannah and Jayce worked together to create a cake far better than he could have ever imagined. Hannah's cake collar design transferred perfectly, and the combination of dried apple pieces dyed with dark red, gold, and silver food coloring made the whole thing look a little like a Christmas fairyland. Mary, Joseph, baby Jesus, and the nativity animals she'd managed to add on the top were just the icing on the metaphorical and literal cake. They were quirky and perfect, just like her. As the countdown clock hit 5 minutes, Hannah finished up the cascade of flowers and greenery. She bit her lip as she did so, creating an adorable image for Jayce to watch at work. Becca would love it, and if her wide grin over in the wheelchair was any indication, she already did. With 2 minutes left on the clock, Hannah stepped back to study her masterpiece. "I'm happy. I could probably add a few more things, but Delia at Magnolia Island Bakery always encouraged me to know when to leave well enough alone. I think we're done." "I think you're right, and it's perfect, just like you." Hannah's wide eyes turned on him, and he saw a glimmer of disbelief and suspicion there. It wasn't the time to tell her about what had happened with Jamie, but suddenly he couldn't wait another minute. Leaning forward so no one overheard, and also so he could catch a whiff of the ever-lingering vanilla on her, Jayce whispered. "Just so you know, Jamie called in a fake bear sighting at her house the other night. I didn't go there willingly, and I took a whole team from Fish and Wildlife with me. There's nothing going on between me and Jamie, and that's never going to change." As he pulled back, he grinned at the sight of her mouth wide open in shock. "But I'm sure she made it sound different, but there's nothing there. Besides, she's not my type anymore." He winked, reaching up to wipe a streak of flour off her cheek. "I've realized I'm more into quirky bakers who watch MASH with me, have a memory rivaling any computer, and have a drawer full of graphic t-shirts and knit cardigans." Looking down at her own outfit, sparkly pink Converses included, Hannah's shoulders slumped a little. "Charlie's never going to let me hear the end of this." Before he could ask what she meant, the competition buzzer went off. It was time. Glancing around, Jayce couldn't help but believe their cake was far better than the other two teams, but truly what did he know? Muffin Top's red velvet cake was fairly standard with a vanilla buttercream icing. It was clean and simple, but not nearly as show-stopping as what Hannah had created. Cake Couture had a more elegant offering, the top 2 tiers white with their own greenery embellishments down the side with the bottom tier red with gold accents. It was pretty, and it might come down to taste. As they approached the judging area, Jayce passed their tape mark on the floor and headed straight for his sister. She looked much better, thankfully, but her eyes were still heavy-lidded with exhaustion. If previous attacks were any indication, she'd be tired for the rest of the day. "This is your moment, and you're the one who deserves to be out there." Becca's eyes misted, and she shook her head. "I barely did anything in the finals. You go and share this with Hannah." "Nope. This is all you, sis. Do you want me to roll you out there, or would you rather walk?" Matt opened his mouth to argue, but Becca held up a hand. I'll walk. The judging doesn't take more than a few minutes. Thanks, little brother. She placed both hands on the arms of her wheelchair and stood, taking a second to get her bearings before she took a deep breath and walked out to meet Hannah. Jayce turned from his spot next to Matt, studying the both of them as Hannah pulled her into a tight hug. There's something. Matt's jaw was tense with worry, but he nodded anyway. They sure are, and they're going to win this thing. I can feel it. Chapter 19. They did indeed win the thing, and Hannah would remember the feeling of standing under the confetti as Carmela awarded them the ceremonial oversized check for the rest of her life. It wasn't about the money. At some point during the final, regardless of whether they won, she realized she'd have been satisfied. Despite everything stacked against them, they'd created a number of bakes they could be proud of. What's more, regardless of where things went with Jayce, Reindeer Pass felt like the place she was supposed to be. About 10 minutes after filming wrapped, Mr. Pine hurried out onto the floor with a wide smile on his rosy cheeks, his daughter, Naomi, at his side. Congratulations, team. You won, and you should be deeply proud of yourselves, but I wanted to bring something to your attention to determine how you'd like to proceed. He still looked happy, but there was worry and disappointment as well. Had the crew figured out who'd sabotaged them? And was it at all possible they'd been the ones to switch Becca's extract? Only a small number of folks would have even known about her allergy, so it could have simply been an accident. Matt and Jayce approached the group with Matt pushing the wheelchair before him. Becca sat and glanced up at the guys. Mr. Pine would like to speak to us. You two are welcome to come if you'd like. I think it's probably best if they do, Naomi said. Her expression was definitely more serious than her father's, leading Hannah to believe this wasn't simply a congratulatory meeting. If you'll follow us, we'll talk. The noise of the ballroom faded away as they moved down the hall to the glass-walled room where they'd had their first meeting. The Pines led, Matt and Becca behind them, then Hannah and Jayce brought up the rear. She didn't notice at first, but the room wasn't entirely empty. Mabel and Betty Sue sat in two of the plastic chairs to the left. Tears flowed down Betty's cheeks, and Mabel had covered her friend's hand in her own. Her expression was sad, but protective nonetheless. Folks, if you'll have a seat, the Muffin Top team has something to tell you. Before they even fully sat down, Betty Sue's words cascaded out of her mouth. I'm so sorry to both of you. I'm the one who has been behind all of your unfortunate accidents. You? Becca glanced up at Hannah before turning her attention back to Betty. Did you switch our baking powder and baking soda in the second challenge? Betty nodded, tears flowing strong. And you switched the food coloring, switched our sugar with salt, and turned the oven off on our bread? She winced, but nodded again. And, Becca paused, the hurt clear on her face. Did you know I was allergic to almond extract? Are you the one who did this to me? Nodding furiously, Betty blew her nose into her sleeve. I didn't realize it would be such an emergency for you. When your brother told us you were allergic to almonds in passing one day, it sounded like just itchy skin. I thought it would slow you down, but I never would have done it if I'd known how badly you'd react. It'll never be enough, but I'm so sorry. They all looked up at Jayce, and it was him who broke the silence. I did tell them about your allergy, Beck, but I had no idea they'd use it against you. Becca reached up and took his hand. It's all right. This isn't your fault. No, Mabel said confidently. It's Betty's, but you should know her motivations were not insidious. Her daughter has been diagnosed with advanced breast cancer, and the hospitals in our area aren't great. She's done everything she can to get into free clinical trials, but her insurance only covers the bare minimum. Without a new and very expensive drug, she will die, but with it she has greatly improved chances of recovering or at least extending her time on Earth. She's already drowning in medical debt from her previous surgeries and treatments, so she's unwilling to put her family even further into the hole until she can get it resolved. Betty didn't speak for a moment, and they all watched as she sobbed into her tissue. I'm so sorry. I knew you two would win if I didn't do something, but please don't blame Mabel. She didn't know about any of it until just a few minutes ago. Naomi stepped forward, clear regret on her face. I do need to inform you that you could have Mrs. Pettis charged with assault as she knowingly switched the extract. That's up to you. Leaning back in her wheelchair, Becca turned her attention to Hannah. Any thoughts? Watching the broken woman in front of her, Hannah's heart hurt for her. You're the one who was hurt, and it's your business. I can't help but think we should give her some grace. Satisfied, Becca nodded. I want to know one thing first. Why us, Betty? Why not the Gallants when they pulled ahead fairly early? Cake couture is fancy, but they don't bake with passion like you two do. I knew that would get them in the end, and it did. They have all the precision but lack creativity. They have finesse, but nothing about their bakes is warm and inviting. You two are the total package, and I knew good and well you'd take home the prize money from day one. Becca was quiet for a moment, and Hannah couldn't begin to guess what she'd say. I have a daughter, and she's 10 years old. If it came down to going against my principles and morals to mean she gets medical treatment she needs to survive, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I think any mother would. Reaching forward, she took Betty's hand. I'm not going to press charges, and if Hannah is all right with it, I want to give your daughter the prize money so she can get the help she needs. For a moment, you could have heard a pin drop in the room. Hannah realized then everyone stared at her, waiting for an answer. There was no question in her mind what to do, if only she could make the words come out through the lump in her throat. Yes, she croaked. Give it to her. By that point, Matt might have been the only dry eye in the room as even Jayce had teared up during the exchange. And even the stoic security expert seemed about a half step from crying. But, Betty said as she gave up trying to keep her tears at bay, I could have killed you. You can't give us all the prize money. I deserve to be charged, not forgiven. It was only then Hannah got control enough of herself she could speak clearly, and it certainly helped that Jayce stood behind her with a comforting hand on her shoulder. Betty, we're Christians. Grace isn't about getting what we deserve, it's about receiving what we don't. Mabel wrapped an arm around Betty as her friend fell apart once more. Betty's had a hard time with some folks in her life claiming to be Christians and not acting like it. She wiped a tear from her own wrinkled cheek. I've been praying the Lord would show her what it really means to be a believer for nearly a decade. Her eyes went from Hannah to Becca and back again. Thank you for that. Well, Mr. Pine said at a pitch barely above a whisper. I believe we have a check to write. I still can't believe it was Betty all this time, Jayce said. He and Hannah had left the resort together despite the fact she'd had her car, and they'd driven up the mountain where Becca and Sarah had first shown her the northern lights. Due to the time of year, night had already fallen, and it wouldn't be long until you could see the northern lights in full force. As they exited the car, Jayce reached out for Hannah's gloved hand, thankful she took his hand. Walking slowly, with no real purpose, he led her to one of the observation benches on top of the mountain. It wasn't cold enough at the moment to need a blanket, but if she got cold he always kept a few in his truck. Me either, she replied. But I get why she did it. Unable to settle for just holding her hand, Jayce wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pressed a kiss to the side of her head. I'm really proud of you, do you know that? Not many people would have forgiven her the way you two did, and giving her the prize money is something I don't even know I could have done. You dedicated your whole career to helping people, Jayce Todd. You'd have given her the money. But either way, it was the right thing to do. They sat down on the bench, his arm still around her, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. So, I think it's probably time we talk. Nerves ran down his spine at the thought of which direction this could go, but he was ready. Never in his life would he have imagined walking into Christmas this year with either a girlfriend or a broken heart, but it was Christmas Eve, and here they were. Yes, I think we should. I didn't give Jamie my coat because I wanted to. It was just part of her game to make you doubt my feelings for you, and she played it well. And what are those feelings? From another woman, the words might have come across as coy or flirting, but from Hannah, they were completely genuine. She clearly laid herself bare for him to either treasure or trash, and he knew with infuriating certainty which she'd experienced before. Lifting his free hand, he took her chin gently. I have only known you for a month, but I already feel like you're the most amazing woman I've ever met. You're brilliant, kind, compassionate, fun, quirky in the best way possible, and breathtakingly beautiful. If one of my buddies had told me he'd fallen this hard for a girl in this period of time, I'd have knocked him upside the head, but I get it now. From the first night I met you, I knew you were different, but it's never been in a bad way. Her sharp intake of breath had him pausing, but he continued when she didn't speak. You've been treated as though you were less than all your life, but if you'll let me, I'll spend the rest of it showing you just how special you are. We can take this slow, I'm in no rush, but know the truth. I believe God brought you here for many reasons, one of which being I'm here too. I know you haven't decided about whether you're staying permanently, but if you go back to Magnolia Island, I guess I'll just have to see if there's an opening on the force there. Her mouth dropped open as her brows raised. You'd leave Reindeer Pass for me? I would. Just say the word, and I'll follow you wherever you want to go. New York for culinary school? I'm there. Back home? I'm there. France to study pâtisserie with the finest instructors in the world? I'll have to brush up on my French, but I'm there. Her lip quirked up in the corner. You have French to brush up on? No, but you get the point. He grinned and leaned down to kiss her forehead. I will say as your boyfriend, I won't let your father talk to you the way he has the last few times I've been around. He'll learn quickly disrespect and heavy-handed demands won't be tolerated. It's funny you say that, as I've only just recently come to the same conclusion myself. My prayer is my parents and I can come to some sort of truce to allow us to still have a relationship, but I'll not be treated that way. God created me the way he did for a reason, not so my parents can shove me in the box they want for me. By now, they had angled their bodies to face each other as the lights danced overhead. That all sounds perfect. So, you still haven't given me my answer. Will you be my girlfriend, and if so, where will we be heading? Yes. I'll be your girlfriend, and we'll be staying right here. A jolt of electricity seemed to run all the way down his spine as his lips moved closer to hers. Oh, he said quickly before shoving a hand into his coat pocket. I almost forgot this. In his hand, he held the sprig of mistletoe he'd gotten from the supply room at the resort. I figured your first official kiss in a Christmas-crazy town should include mistletoe. She giggled, and he realized he'd spend the rest of his life trying to make her laugh. Have you just been carrying that around? No, I got it after filming today once I decided to bring you up here. She smirked. Pretty confident about your chances, huh? Mostly just hopeful. Holding the mistletoe above their heads, he nearly closed the distance between them when she spoke. Did you know mistletoe is actually considered parasitic because it grows on branches of trees and takes water and nutrients from its host? The Nordic peoples are the ones who popularized it as a symbol of love, and it became part of Christmas tradition later. Unable to hold back his grin, Jayce hoped she'd continue spouting off random facts for the rest of their lives. Is that right? She nodded quickly, the tiniest bit of insecurity crossing her beautiful face. That wouldn't do, so Jayce lowered his lips the rest of the way to hers. Abandoning the mistletoe, he wrapped his arms around her as they sat on the bench as the lights danced overhead. What would come, he didn't know, but he'd trust in the God who did. Whatever their future held, eventual culinary school for her, marriage, children, they'd trust him to guide their way. After all, he was pretty good at it. Thanks so much for listening. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an upload, and check out your free Reindeer Pass goodies at the link in the description.